It's the people. It's so amazing to just feel the community and really return, and so excited to catch up and share updates and hear other people. And it's just such a supportive, amazing industry. I really feel at home in it.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Travel Trends. This is your host Dan Christian, and today is our landmark final event spotlight of 2025. And man, have we put together an episode for all of our listeners. It is our most ambitious episode yet. We recorded more than 25 interviews live at the Phocuswright conference in San Diego. I think everyone knows how much I love the Phocuswright conference and how much we were looking forward to this. One of the reasons we were able to accomplish this is we had both Melanie and Catherine from Travel Trends join us in San Diego, and Catherine was helping me throughout with all of these interviews to make sure everyone was set up so I could be back to back to back. And you're going to benefit from all those discussions now because we have so many fresh insights from Phocuswright. And one of the things I always talk about Phocuswright and why I wanted this to be our bookend episode for 2025 is that it really sets up our listeners for the first 6 months of next year. You get to meet the people that come together for this event, the people that are speaking on stage, and the people that are launching new initiatives with their companies. And you're going to hear all of that in the conversations we have today. I'm always keen to feature one of the executives from Phocuswright. I've had Pete Comeau, of course, the managing director on our podcast. We have had Florence, who runs Phocuswright Europe. But today, I am thrilled to be able to bring you a conversation with Lorraine Sileo, who, as you'll hear, has been with Phocuswright since the very beginning. And I actually thought it was so important to bring this conversation up front since she gives all of our listeners the backstory on Philip Wolf, the creation of Phocuswright, and the journey over the years to come up with the concepts for each of these conferences. And Lorraine also oversees one of the most important parts of Phocuswright, which is the research and analysis that they're so well known for. So she gives us some of the background and context on that and talks about how her role has evolved and changed and where she continues to focus on that area of the business she loves so much. I adore Lorraine. You'll get that sense in our conversation here shortly. She's always a joy to watch on stage, give interviews. So I have the highest respect for her. So it was such a pleasure for me to start this episode with my conversation with Lorraine. But you'll also hear from many incredible startups that join us. Everything from Jessie Fisher from GuestOS, who's joining us for the very first time on the Travel Trends podcast, and Marius Nigond, who we welcome back to give us an update on everything that's been happening with iWander and their major partnership with City Sightseeing. We also speak to Sann from TourOptima as they've rebranded and attend this event to be focused on multi-day tours and hear about their success with Intrepid and many new brands. You're also going to get to hear from Azira, Global Trot Scout. You'll hear from Batch, which is focused on group tours. You'll hear from Trip Recos and Bonafide, that was recently part of our AI Summit. And you're going to speak to some of the industry heavyweights as well, from Hopper and Skyscanner. We also have executives from companies like Faye, and we bring back a couple of our favorite people like Steve and Joyce from Protect Group, and of course our good friend Charlotte Lamp Davies from A Bright Approach. You'll hear from Jelani Millard, who runs an incredible podcast, and I was so keen for him to be on our podcast as well for the very first time. It was such a pleasure to be on his podcast, and he also works with Maya. He works closely with Ben, who is the COO of Maya. That's Ben Manzi, who also provides some really interesting insights to where AI is headed in the future. And so many more incredible executives. We've also time-stamped all of these conversations so you can easily navigate to the conversations that will be most interesting. But I do encourage you, if you have the time, to start from front to back and pause it as you go. It's one of the things that we've learned from our listeners. We used to break these up into multiple episodes, and the feedback has been, just put it all in one episode and let me work through it. So that's exactly what we've done. Thanks to Zach, our producer, for working through all of these edits. We also had another great podcaster, Dylan Conroy, who joined us. Grant Palmer, who's a great industry colleague that has worked for a number of big travel companies, is now working with Azira. Lorraine Atlas, who runs the VP of Partnerships, HBX Group. Francisco, who runs Yanola, a Korean-based company, and more and more. So get ready, make some popcorn, brew a cup of coffee, and get ready for an extraordinary event spotlight from the Phocuswright Conference in San Diego. And don't forget, as we go into 2026, you need to make plans to join us at Phocuswright Europe in Barcelona in June. And then we are going to be back in Florida, my favorite venue for Phocuswright. Having been there for more than 10 years, we're going to be back in Fort Lauderdale at the Diplomat Hotel, November 17th to 19th, 2026. So make your plans to join us. Travel Trends will be back recording at both of those conferences. Thank you again to Pete and Gene and the entire Phocuswright team for our continued collaborations and partnerships. We love working with you guys. We're so excited for 2026, and we look forward to everyone enjoying this final event spotlight, this landmark episode for 2025. Enjoy, and let's start off by welcoming Lorraine Sileo from Phocuswright. I'm thrilled to introduce our audience to our next guest. I've had the honor to see Lorraine Sileo, who has been really a founding part of Phocuswright from the beginning, especially on the research side. And I really wanted to have her on this special event spotlight from Phocuswright in San Diego, because I've always admired her work, her on-stage presence, and it's always a delight to see her. So when I saw Lorraine yesterday, I'm like, please, I need to interview you for this podcast, and you kindly agreed. So Lorraine, welcome to our Travel Trends podcast. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. You're way too kind, Dan, but thank you.
No, I mean, I've learned so much from Phocuswright over the years, and obviously you work closely with Philip Wolf, the founder. And let's actually just make sure our audience, for anyone, because you know the origin story of Phocuswright, and tell us a little bit about how you came to work at Phocuswright and a little bit about the early days of the organization.
So Philip Wolf, as most of you know, was a visionary because I guess it was the mid-90s, maybe even earlier, when he saw digital travel, the future of digital travel happening. But it was very early days. You know, the modem was slow. He would tell people to put their fax number on their cards because that was before everyone just had their phone number.
Yeah.
And before even email addresses. But he knew something was happening, and he saw this guy called Rich Barton speak, and I don't know if it was 1994 when he was working for Microsoft and talking about launching some online travel business, and Philip thought that's a good idea. So I knew Philip separately, but we met, and I pitched him and said, well, maybe we should do a research business, a newsletter, what have you, on digital travel.
And you were based in New York, or Dover, New York, so you were close to where Philip was based and the company was started.
I actually moved there once I took the job.
Oh, okay.
So I moved to the country.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's great. And then so the conference obviously became a big part of the business. So the newsletter, the research, and then obviously the Phocuswright conference. This is, the big annual conference. There's multiple Phocuswright conferences now. And at some point, obviously, Philip sadly passed away. And then ultimately the company was also acquired by North Star. What was the sequence of timing there? Like, he sold the company. And the reason I ask is because we sit here now that North Star has now been acquired by JTB.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
it's you guys are such a large global company now, but you were there from the earliest stages. So just take us through a couple of those key milestones, if you wouldn't mind, Lorraine.
So I just want everyone to know that what you see is real, that Phocuswright has this amazing culture that emanated from Philip and Carol.
Right.
And we were a family. And we would have these conferences, really all over the world. And we worked so hard. It was 24/7, but we had so much fun. So that was the culture that was built. And that still lives today, even though we were acquired by North Star in 2011.
Yeah.
Philip departing us in 2021, that's been really tough.
Yeah.
And on the organization, even though he had stepped away, he was a presence, right?
Of course,
a presence
yeah.
at the
I remember seeing
conference.
exactly.
It's still the
Yeah.
Phocuswright conference, PCW,
Yeah.
are Philip's initials.
Oh, of course.
That, right?
No, exactly. Well, I know there's the Memorial Award that startups have, so his legacy lives on in so many ways.
Yes.
And I had the privilege to meet him on a few occasions, but obviously didn't know him like the team did. But the one thing I just wanted to underscore, and many people have heard me on this episode already talking about how much I love the Phocuswright conference, how thrilled I am to be back here. And, I was quite emphatic even in season 2 when I had Pete on the podcast. It's my favorite industry conference. And actually some people were like, wait a second, what about our conference? I'm like, well, no, I'm being honest. It's my favorite. I look forward to coming to it. It's such an open, friendly, welcoming environment. You've got the major decision makers here that are accessible. But I've said to our team, because one of our team members that you've just met too, Catherine, is her first time at Phocuswright, and I was so excited for her to experience this, for the very reason that it's such a wonderful environment, and that emanates from your team. So it's not like you guys may be obviously incredibly stressed, but you certainly don't show it, and you make everyone just feel like a part of the extended family. So I love that legacy lives on.
It's absolutely true. Everybody will like each other, and it's hard work, but it's fun when you see everybody. The best day was like yesterday when everybody comes in, and there's a lot of new faces, but I see people that I've known for 25 years that have been coming to almost every conference. Yeah. I know people that have left the industry for could be decades and have come back to travel. And to see those faces really makes it all worth it.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. So let's talk about your role now, and obviously Phocuswright San Diego 2025. So take us a little bit through, the role. I know you stepped back to part-time. But you're such a key part to this organization. So I totally respect the fact of taking a step back, but you are still a key element of this entire organization. So tell us about your role, what you're focusing on now, Lorraine.
Yeah, it's been very hard to leave, I have to tell you, but I wanted just to do the research. Yeah. And as you said, the company got bigger and bigger, and we were acquired, and I had this huge staff, and I didn't want that responsibility anymore. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I was ready to do something different. So I actually went backwards in my life, and now I'm back to just writing the reports that I enjoyed writing, that I kind of developed in the late 90s and early 2000s. We're still writing those reports, and I know some people look at me like, are you still doing that?
But people still need them,
but
and there's still value. Yeah. So tell everyone about those, because I've highlighted before about the research side of Phocuswright, but having you here obviously is that much more meaningful. Obviously, Douglas Quinby, who you worked with for many years, right? Douglas?
Genius,
yes. Yeah, I adore Douglas as well. And he was always similar to you, someone I gravitated to at Phocuswright, and was always delivering these great research reports and updates. But tell us a little bit more about the research side as it stands today, and what the research you guys are still releasing, and for what verticals, for anyone that's not familiar, that's listening to this globally about Phocuswright.
Sure. So I remember coming up with this with Philip, the abacus and the crystal ball. Mm-hmm. So the abacus would be the market sizing, where we look at really, all over the world. How big is travel? How big is online travel? How much is direct? How much goes through OTAs? How is that different in Brazil than it might be in Spain, than it might be in Canada? Yeah. So that's the abacus. And then the crystal ball is a lot of predictions, right? And where do we think the market's going over the next 10 years? We also do a ton of consumer research as well. So consumer behavior, and what are people thinking? What do they like? And what are their perceptions on traveling? So we do that as well.
And I know from speaking to the team, and specifically Pete, the business model of that, because I always was a subscriber, and it was I won't mention the cost because it's not as relevant today, but it was an expensive license, but it was absolutely worth the money.
Oh, good.
And so we had that when I was at Lonely Planet, and I advocated that on subsequent executive roles to make sure I kept access to this valuable information to build business cases, to justify investments throughout these different travel companies. And so I'm glad that it continues, because I think it's incredibly important, especially in the age of AI and making sure we get accurate information. But one of the things, I know you guys now have more of a licensing, more of a monthly fee model. It's more accessible than ever, the research that you're doing.
Yeah, and it's funny, because when I did the research, I resisted giving too much of it away, because I felt like people wouldn't pay for it. But it's a different world now, Dan. You know that. I mean, come on, it's all about social media. It's all about getting out there. It's all about, you have to get people interested. It's a whole different business model.
Yes.
That we've been used to. I think that highly paid subscription business model is important. I think when you think of AI, you think of having exclusive content that's behind the paywall is very important for Phocuswright. So I still think that's really key. Yeah. And I think there needs to be more of that balance, right? Between how much do we give away? Yeah. But we also Phocuswright. Now, Phocuswright was recently launched. So it's been around for years, but when you look at my decades, it's a recent thing. That we have this news outlet as well, right? So we have, and of course you have both research and news, and you have to balance both.
Of course, yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, and so as we come into this event this year, obviously the Phocuswire desk, they're doing recordings, which is obviously key for partners to be a part of those. Get on Phocuswire, they're launching new regions or new products here, and so they get the great coverage with Phocuswire, and then they get to be a part of the conference. I want to talk to you about Phocuswright 2025 San Diego, because I always love coming to these conferences. You guys put a lot of time and effort into coming up with the concept, the overall theme, working on the content. Tell everyone, because we've had a number of people, depending on where this is placed in our, but it'll likely be early. But so you're going to hear a lot of people talking about how amazing their experiences at Phocuswright. But I wanted to get Lorraine to highlight, I guess, the background of how this all comes together and what was the thought process and the theme for this year of bringing everyone to San Diego, and then also having this game on theme and so much focus on AI. How did this all come to be?
So every year we have a theme since, I guess, 97.
Yeah.
And someone just came out with Game On. It used to be this huge process where we had about 5 or 6 phone calls to brainstorm the theme. This year, I think someone just said, Game On sounds good, which was great.
Yeah.
We can go on into something else.
Yeah.
And then we also have a Barcelona event or a Europe event that has been in Barcelona. So we do have to concentrate on that. But I could safely say that by next week or probably after Thanksgiving, you start to think about 26 already, right? Because you need to start programming and you need to start brainstorming. So that's the process. There are weekly calls about who do we think should speak. You invite a lot of people. A lot of people say no. Some people say yes. And then you start to put together topics, and it all comes together. But thankfully, we have a year to think about the next one. So it takes about a year to incubate something like this.
Well, and tell us about some of the highlights that you are looking forward to bringing to life here. And we're obviously having this conversation towards the end of the second day at the conference. So a lot has happened already, but there's still more to follow. What were some of the things you were looking forward to this year? And what have been some of the highlights that may have been unexpected of getting everyone together here this year in San Diego?
Well, the highlight, first of all, is that this is our first and could be our last time in San Diego, just because of just the way it turned out. Because I know we have some commitments at being some other locations over the next few years. So everybody just enjoy being in San Diego. This is great. Yeah. Different venue for us. Number one. Number two, to see people. And I think I mentioned this before, the old timers, but also all the new people, a lot of first timers.
Lots of first timers.
And to still hear that there's a buzz after so many years. Because, you worry, like, how are we going to keep this buzz going year after year? And like you said, Philip's not here, hasn't been here for 4 years, but the buzz, it remains. So that's something else
for sure
that we noticed.
Yeah.
The other thing, I moderated a panel on B2B versus the B2C and that whole growing business at banks and fintech and doing all these sort of new intermediaries. So that was my topic. And sometimes what you might do is pitch a topic, and then it's like, can I moderate that too? Because I'm really interested in it.
Yes, that's.
And then I also have the honor of interviewing Barry Diller tomorrow morning.
Oh, exciting! That's terrific. Of course, I knew Barry was coming, and I'm thrilled that it's going to be you that's interviewing him. That's great. Because you genuinely have a passion for the subject matter, and you're very kind. You're very polite, but you're very smart. And so the questions you ask, it's a very engaging conversation when you're on stage moderating.
Thank you. And I'm not a natural performer by any means, so I just pretend I'm just having a conversation with you very casually, sitting outside on the veranda and just look in your eyes and let's talk.
Yeah. No, I really like your pacing. That's one thing that stood out to me, because I talk quickly, and I can't believe there's actually people listening to this podcast and listen to it on like ×2. I think I listen to it back. I need to be at 0.5. But you just have a really natural pacing, and I think that also puts the guest at ease on stage. And so I obviously will be here for that tomorrow and look forward to hearing from Barry, because obviously he's a key figure in our industry. Going into 2026, I know we're going to be back. Can we announce the fact that we're going to be back in Florida next year?
Yeah, sure. Why
okay,
not?
Perfect. All right.
It's the Diplomat, and some people love it, some people don't. I love the Diplomat.
I love it. We love it. Everyone I've spoken. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I love being on the ocean.
Yes.
I love my family down there too. Like who doesn't know somebody that lives in Southern Florida? It's like, so it's great.
No, it was always like I loved, I've been coming for 10 or 12 years, and I would always, we obviously were in Fort Lauderdale, then LA, and then ultimately Fort Lauderdale and then Phoenix, and now, we're back in the West Coast this year, as you pointed out. But I was delighted to hear that we're going to be back in Florida, but specifically the Diplomat. I think that hotel is such a perfect venue for Phocuswright. Even the kind of the second night at the bar, everybody's there, rubbing shoulders, who's who of the travel industry, enjoying each other's company. And there's something magical about being on the beach, and just the environment is perfect. So I'm thrilled that we're going to be back there.
Good,
I just learned that. I wanted to make sure I didn't announce it, because this is going to come out afterwards.
Oh, yeah. No.
But tell us about some of the things that Phocuswright has planned for 2026 after this conference, because literally it becomes, as you said, a few days and you're all of a sudden planning programs. You've got Barcelona again for Phocuswright in June 2026. But yeah, what are some of the other things that all of our listeners that are, especially those that are just coming to understand Phocuswright and hearing all of these people that have had amazing experiences here, what are some of the things they should look forward to in 2026?
We usually let the market decide what they want and what the trends are. And we have some vision into that. But we don't, when we really want to dig deep into a topic, sometimes that has to make itself known.
Yes.
So it's very hard for us to say, okay, these are going to be our 5 topics for next year that we really want to dig deep on, right? Of course, we know AI, but AI what? Is it agentic? So I know that's one area that we're continuing to dig in on. I think digital ID is another area that we're really trying to better understand how agentic AI, digital ID, how that's going to evolve. We're seeing it in Europe, and when are we going to start seeing that in the U.S., where the consumer takes more control over his or her identity?
Yes. Yeah.
And we are finally seeing true personalization.
Yeah.
But again, this is something that's evolving, so we need to evolve with it. We don't have all the answers.
Yeah.
So what we do is just try to find people, smart people who could talk about it. And we bring them together. That's what Phocuswright Conference is. That's what we interview people all the time. I still do, old-fashioned IDIs, in-depth interviews with people on Zoom. Take notes. Well, now I don't even have to take notes anymore, which is great. But AI does it all for me.
Yeah.
But learning from people, from talking to people, which of course what you do all year long.
Yeah.
That's how you gain knowledge.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I was just so it's really interesting to hear you say that and share that with our listeners, because so many people getting the collective intelligence together at an event like this is certainly the magical combination, because not only do you get the thought leadership, you have an opportunity to interact and engage and also partner with these companies and people that are doing really interesting things. So you guys obviously always have to stay at the forefront, and you clearly continue to do, which is why I wanted to ask you that question. But let's just rewind one step and think about what the big themes were here, because one of the things I spoke to Pete about, and this was one of the things that I always one of the things I love about Phocuswright was, and certainly obviously the Philip Wolf era, which was that I referred to Phocuswright as like the Sunday New York Times. So if you read the Sunday New York Times, you knew what was going to happen in the news cycle for the week, because there was such great reporting and insights and analysis. Things have changed in the newspaper industry over that time. But when I think about Phocuswright, what I would always take away is I would leave here feeling as though I had a pretty good idea of how the industry is going to unfold in the next 6 months. I would see Sam Shank meeting with Dara, and then I would see the acquisition with Airbnb. You'd see some of the M&A activity. You'd see some of the people speaking of where they're getting investment, and you could kind of see it play out in the media. And I was like, oh, interesting. I saw them at the bar, or I saw that meeting happening, or I saw that presentation. And so it gave me foresight to what was going to happen in the industry. When I asked Pete that, he was much more humble and was like, oh, maybe not 6 months, maybe more like 3 months now, because the cycles are getting shorter. But the point of all of that is to say that people are going to leave here inspired, informed. And what are some of those things, that the big themes that you guys planned for the contest? So AI, the Game On theme. What were some of the other big topics of Phocuswright 2025 that obviously is the intention to prepare people for 2026?
Well, we're talking about the economy, which is huge.
Yeah.
Which, travel industry's been kind of been in the crosshairs this year.
Yeah.
So I think that's a really big piece, and understanding the consumer behavior market being really strong, but not so much the mid-market. So I'm trying to understand that. Trying to understand how corporate travel is evolving, because we have, you're always, I notice every panel kind of has some legacy people on it, and then some, like an AI first company on it. Yeah. And it's interesting for me to look at those dynamics, because we have the old guard is still there.
Yeah.
And then you have the folks with these great new ideas. and to hear them talk and come from a different place. I've heard some interesting conversations where everybody's like, oh, AI is not going to displace anything. It's a tool. It's going to make us bigger, better, greater. And, I don't know if that's rhetoric or just party line, but, I really respect someone who's going to say, no, you really need to think about how this is going to reshape your business, a competitive landscape, what you need to do to stay viable.
So I couldn't agree more. I'm so glad you mentioned that, Lorraine, because one of the things I find frustrating, and my listeners have heard this, is that when people say AI is only a tool, because we've never invented a tool in the course of human history that can actually think and act on our behalf. And therefore, there's a profound difference between what we're about to experience. So I couldn't agree more with what you just shared, and it just shows me how kind of on the ball you are. Like, it's just like that, because people are trying to make other people feel better by reassuring them that it's just a tool and that, that's going to help empower you. And it's like, actually, there's a lot of different ramifications for this. And I think we're also seeing that with the changing consumer behavior, OTAs, because obviously Phocuswright was so connected to the rise of OTAs and the digital transformation that was happening in our travel industry. And we're going through another time warp again with AI. You've seen this show before.
Right. But it's one of those things where we're almost wanted to do that. Like we wanted to shake things up because everything has been the same.
Yeah.
And I would have to say over 26 years, I think more is the same than not in the travel industry, and in a good way, because it is
travel
ultimately
advisors.
The product is what it is. I just did this travel agency study.
Yeah.
Travel advisors are doing better than ever, right? Because they're selling complex, luxury. They're doing all this multi-generational trips. People want to talk to an advisor. So now when people say, "Oh, people still want a human being," I don't roll my eyes anymore. I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. Some people do want to still talk to a human being." There's a lot of people with a lot of money out there that are taking these, complex trips, and they need to get a little support.
Yeah.
So none of that is dead. Will it change? Absolutely. Absolutely. I do believe it. But the connected trip, frictionless travel.
You've
you're
heard
laughing,
it all.
You're smiling.
I'm smiling.
Personalization. I hope I'm still alive when all this actually comes to fruition.
Yes, specifically the connected trip. But, I couldn't agree more. And I think that's where, you mentioned the travel advisors. It's a great example because when I came in the industry, everyone was predicting their demise during that .com era with these OTAs. And the realities you just highlighted is they've never been more important. And I think this is where, another example of that in the age of AI is PR. All of a sudden, earned media is incredibly important again. And so people need to be investing in PR, which was another category that people thought would also, with the decline of magazines and other sort of broad mass media, that you didn't need the PR anymore. But no, you do as much as ever now. So it's really interesting. But Lorraine, I want to make sure that I get your your final take on 2026 and one of the things that you're paying attention to. Maybe you haven't covered yet, or you're going to kind of dig into. What is you're obviously very intellectually curious. In 2026, obviously AI is going to remain a really important topic. But is there anything else that's really top of mind for you that you're keen to see how it plays out, that you're thinking about doing some research on, or where's your mind gravitating to?
I want to understand why people choose certain channels at certain times. And what I mean is that when times are lean, more people kind of look to certain sites because they're looking for a better deal.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, and that always kind of benefits OTAs. So I've always been very fascinated with, OTAs versus hotel direct and how that plays out and how the economics and the politics, how that all plays into the consumer behavior that is driving these channel decisions.
Yeah.
What will the new channels be? That's even more interesting.
I can't wait to read that report. And I know it's a thrill I'm thrilled to see you. Even more ecstatic that you agreed to join me for this interview. I'm so glad that you made the time, because I know it's also crazy for you to try and make time at an event like this because you're back-to-back and have anything going on. But I certainly look forward to seeing you at the events next year. I definitely will be in Barcelona. I'll be back. I cannot wait for the Diplomat. So we definitely need to record again, and we'll bookend this conversation with plans for 2027 when we speak again. So I wish you all the best fortune in the year ahead. And maybe leave everyone with, what's your next big trip? Where are you traveling to next, Lorraine? What's next for you?
I don't have a next big trip planned, but we've been going to Barcelona now for this conference this would be, I think, our third year.
Yeah.
So maybe our fourth year. I always pick another place to go in Spain.
Oh, nice.
And we've done Costa Brava and San Sebastian and Valencia, Sevilla. I've never been to Madrid.
Is that right?
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
It's like going to the U.S. and saying, I've never been to New York.
True, yes.
So I think that would be my next big trip. There
Yes.
might be something between, so we'll see.
Yeah, but no, that's a great... we went to Madrid this past summer for the first time in many years and took the kids for their very first time. And I just realized Madrid has so much to offer, the Royal Palace and the Prada, and it's such a beautiful city, the food, and I was like, oh my God, Madrid's amazing. I was just like, yeah. So I want to go to Bilbao. That's my
I was
place
there.
of fame. Oh, you have been?
Yeah, I went to our last conference. I did Bilbao.
Oh, right. Okay, good for
got
you.
the Guggenheim.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
going to need
very
your travel
cool.
suggestions for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Awesome.
Oh, that's really neat. San Sebastian, the Basque Country.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. But no, thank you for the continued friendship and the collaboration with Travel Trends. It's obviously a delight to collaborate with the Phocuswright team. And I look forward to more in 2026. So thank you again, Lorraine.
Thanks for having me, Dan.
All right, our next guest is going to be a first-timer on the Travel Trends podcast, but she is a great friend, colleague of mine, someone that I have had the opportunity to get to know over the last 2 years, and it's crazy that that's the case. Jessie Fisher is the founder and CEO of GuestOS. I think most people know who Jessie is because I've talked to her about her a lot on the podcast. She's also was part of our first AI Summit, February of 2024. And then most recently, she actually not only did a demo at our AI Summit in 2025, but she also was on a panel. She was the only person that was on both sides of day one and day two. So that tells you how much I respect and admire Jessie and her work. And I want everyone to get to know GuestOS and what she's been working on. But I guess I should just stop there and just say, Jessie, welcome to Travel Trends.
Hello, hello. Thank you for hosting me today.
Of course. Tell everyone, you were showing everyone last night when we first connected. So tell everyone about how we actually started this journey of getting to know each other and collaborating together.
Yes, it happened, in a modern way. I DM'd Dan on LinkedIn, and I said, I love the work you're doing. And this was before I really started GuestOS, actually, in November of 2023. And then we had a Zoom, and I showed you my first concept. And yeah, I think a lot of things clicked then. So
For sure. Well, the part that stood out for me when I got to speak to Jessie and get to know, she's based in Yosemite. Her family has owned and operated a number of hotels, like from the early stages of like Yosemite becoming a national park, and so she grew up around hospitality, and she kind of divided her time between San Francisco and Yosemite. And I had been to Yosemite when I was living in California and absolutely loved it. But then I got to know more about Jessie, her background, and what she was working on. I was like a smart young entrepreneur who totally gets hospitality, who's grown up in this business, that also understands AI and technology and where the industry's headed. So for all those reasons, I was like, Jessie, keen to know you, keen to support you and learn more. You kindly brought me on as an advisor to GuestOS, which has been a fantastic experience, with the other advisors that you have and seeing your success. So tell everyone a little bit about your background, because obviously this is the first time you've been on the podcast, but for many people in the industry now, they know who you are, they know what you do. You've spoken on many main stages now, but tell everyone a little bit about your background in hospitality, your family, and then give everyone a bit of an overview of GuestOS.
thanks, Dan. I must say, walking around Phocuswright, people remember my sessions and the demo from Travel Trends and from you demoing on the stage in London. So thanks for showcasing Jet in our product.
So yeah, of course, everyone should know that Jet was one of the projects that we did, with our event. We use your technology. So let's come back to that, because tell everyone about your background in hospitality, because again, that's you're an authentic entrepreneur.
Yes. but if I skip around, it's because I have crazy ADHD. So sorry, I will stay as focused as possible right now. So I grew up a unique upbringing in between Watsonville, California, and Yosemite, where my family bought a 12-room motel back in the 1970s, and then over the years continued to expand our footprint in hospitality. So from 12 rooms to 1,000 different types of accommodations, ranging from hotels to glamping, RV parks, and vacation homes. So I've really seen and worked deeply in all of those operations, which, though they're hospitality, every single one of them is unique.
And then GuestOS, because obviously you're based in California, so you're at the heart of most of the innovation that's happening. So you get the hospitality space. How did you decide to create GuestOS?
Yeah, I worked in many different industries. I'm always fascinated by different industries. So that took me from early stage startups in food robotics, education tech, architecture. And so then I came back to hospitality and travel, and it just feels like home, So I realized that the same questions that people at the front desk that I was answering when I was growing up were still being answered today, many years later. And I thought, shouldn't humans be using their creative brains for something better and, in-person interactions? And I was testing out products for our own hotels and noticed a lot of the options out there were very transactional, robotic, and I thought this cannot be the way the industry's going. So I built hospitable AI teammates, and the industry is just loving them. It brings me a lot of joy.
Well, so you started with the hospitality side, but already the business has expanded beyond that. One of the things that you became kind of well known for, given your family history in real estate and owning properties, you guys, you had a number of vacation rentals. Being in California with the wildfires, you've unfortunately lost a couple of those homes, but you actually turned a tragic situation into something positive. Tell everyone about that story, because you kind of took your tech and tried to actually apply it for a lot of good during those very horrific wildfires in California.
Yeah, life throws me challenges, and I'm always up to solve them. So my family's lost 2 homes to wildfires in the past 7 years, and after losing the second one last summer, I turned all of that frustration into research and realized this is not going away, and really got involved and learned about the wildfire industry. And then in January, when the Palisades fires broke out, the communication lines were down. You would call, the public lines, 211, get a recording, all to be told, the lines are overwhelmed, and go to our website, and their website had no updated information. And then, calling other resources and just not getting information. So they'd seen what I built with GuestOS for hospitality, and we applied that same technology to provide real-time, accurate information and help thousands of people during the fires. So
that's great. It's such an inspiring story, and you were featured on the news, and it was really cool to see you. It's like courage under fire in many ways. And then you also took that experience and took the platform and started working it for events. I mean, you mentioned Jet, which was you kindly giving us the opportunity to have an AI chatbot to give people information about our AI summit, which worked out terrifically well. And as you mentioned, I've demoed it a number of times on stage, because I think it is really remarkable technology, and it's exactly what the industry needs today, and many smaller companies that can really benefit from this. So tell everyone about, and you're operating the one here for Phocuswright. And I got to say one other thing too, Jessie. This is we got to get it all in on our time together, because you won the Philip Wolf Memorial Award last year.
Yes. I did.
So let's tell that story first, actually.
Yes, that was really incredible, and I really didn't know what Phocuswright was. New to the travel industry, and I was like, sure, I'll apply. I'm part of Female Founders in Hospitality, and Nina had posted, and I just applied right before the deadline, as I do. And one day I was like, you won, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'm going. So that was incredible. Really, last year changed the trajectory for us. We met amazing investors, advisors here, and then this year won, the Phocuswright Hot Startups for 2026, and we're powering the conference with Phil, and so that's been amazing.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure made that connection first before the fact that it's named Phil, because it's obviously named after Philip Wolf, and you would have heard already from Lorraine on this podcast. And I think that just shows you the culture, the community around Phocuswright that Philip inspired, and obviously his legacy lives on not only in the community and the family environment that's here, but also the technology, which is something he was so passionate about, with having this advanced tech named after him that Jessie's brought to the table. So it's really cool. Now, this year, obviously, you were named to the Hot Startups list, as you just mentioned. Tell us what some of the other reasons you came back this year.
Yeah, it's the people. It's so amazing to just feel the community and really return and be so excited to catch up and share updates and hear other people. And it's just such a supportive, amazing industry. I really feel at home in it. And this year, continuing to be present here and meet others, and we have gained a lot of traction in the recent weeks, actually, as momentum happens, and so we're really looking to bring on some aligned partners, and so was very excited to be back and meeting with some leaders in the space.
For sure. I know you've got some of your investors here, and you're on the next phase of your journey in terms of funding and scaling the team. So it's a very exciting time for GuestOS in 2026. Tell us a little bit more about what's ahead for you after Phocuswright.
Yes, I was just telling people, I'm like, I can't remember the last time I've stayed in one place for 7 days, It's really been expansion across California, the fourth largest economy. I am very connected through, the hospitality ecosystem, but also the Yosemite National Park, which federal government, all that stuff. So it all connects. If you've talked to me, I will not shut up about everything connecting if you dive deep enough. And we're really seeing that network happen through GuestOS. And so people are joining the smartest communication network in the world, and I'm just super excited to see this vision come to life.
No, it's awesome. I'm so excited for you, Jessie, and I know we have to be mindful with our time, so I want to make sure that I actually ensure that people can find out more information about GuestOS and to be able to connect with you. So tell us what the best ways to do that, because aside from this event spotlight episode you're a part of, you're going to be back on Travel Trends in season 7. We're going to do more on hospitality, and obviously we're going to do more on AI. You're going to be at our summit next year. So our listeners are going to hear more from you, but I want to make sure anyone who's just come to know you can reach out and connect with you after this. So, Jessie, what are the best ways to do that?
Exactly how I reached out to you on LinkedIn. Just slide through the DMs, and it's super amazing, and happy to be here. So lucky to have met you.
Oh, that's very sweet. I appreciate that, Jessie. And likewise, the feeling is mutual, and I just can't wait to see your continued success. I'm always cheering you on when you're on stage, and as I see the platform continue to evolve and more companies utilizing it, the future is definitely very bright for you, the team, and the technology. So I wish you continued success, but obviously, yes, I will be with you every step of the way, and I'll see you again very soon. But yeah, thanks a lot for being here, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
I now have the pleasure to sit down and speak to a great friend and colleague of mine, Marius Nigond, who our listeners have heard from before, but I was keen to sit down with him here at Phocuswright in San Diego. Since he's back at Phocuswright, he's been one of the hottest startups of the year, and he's gone from strength to strength in 2025 with his startup I Wander, including a major partnership with City Sightseeing that I mentioned in the introduction. So welcome back to Travel Trends, Marius. Great to see you again.
Hey, Dan. Great to see you.
For sure. Thanks again for being at our AI Summit, of course. Your talk and demo was certainly one of the highlights of the event, since you've been building out this AI company now for the last couple of years. But thanks again for being a part of our AI Summit.
Yeah, and thanks to you, thanks to the whole team for putting it on together. It's always great. Always an event I look forward to.
Thanks, man. I know, obviously, we'll have you back next year, and it's great to see you after having had that event, and obviously all of our colleagues here at Phocuswright, because the AI Summit, it was perfect timing to have that since so many of the topics here have been around AI. But let's make sure that any of our listeners that are just coming to know you, Marius, or iWander, give everyone a little bit of overview of iWander and what it is you guys do.
Sure. So I wonder we're building AI that travels with you. So it's basically an AI guide that helps customers when they're in destination. It guides them. It allows customers to build their own AI walking tours, and also gives them recommendations on what to do, what to see, what to eat. And importantly, we're a B2B company. So we've built our technology to plug into existing travel apps. So to help basically travel brands and travel apps get more engagement from customers when they're actually in trip.
That's great. And one of the things that you guys have been very focused on and is this relationship with city sightseeing. So take us a little bit through that, because I think that actually will help our listeners understand exactly what you guys do, because you obviously have great potential for B2C, but you've built out this B2B solution with partners. So tell us a little bit what you've built and rolled out this year with city sightseeing.
Yeah, sure. So City Sightseeing have been a great partner for us since we actually came to them and when the idea was very much a concept about what AI could do to their travelers. So hop on, hop off. It's a very interesting use case for us because obviously customers are very engaged when they're on the bus, but then the moment that they step off the bus, City Sightseeing lose that customer. And this is where AI could be very powerful in terms of to help those customers guide them through the city and keep that engagement with them and keep delivering value whilst they guide them through the city. So over the course of the last year, we've basically been building different technologies to help that customer explore a city, starting from just a chatbot, an AI chatbot that recommends what to do, what to see, what to eat, adding products to it. But what's very exciting is that over the basically like 3 days ago, we released AI walking tours, which is the first in the market, and it allows any customer to build their own AI walking tour pretty much anywhere in the world. So they can go in, they can say, I'm interested in history, architecture, they select their destination, they say how long they want the walking tour for, and then we'll go off and build like a 45-minute, 1 hour long self-guided audio walking tour of the city.
Very cool. And now, obviously, some of those organizations are here. I know actually I did see City Sightseeing at the Tourism Innovation Summit a few weeks ago. You and I have been together at World Travel Market recently. And of course, you kindly helped organize our Travel Trends event in London in partnership with Travel Massive. So you and I have seen each other a number of times, but Phocuswright is really special. And it is for me, for many of our listeners, and for all the people that are around us here at the event. Tell us a little bit of what brought you back to Phocuswright. I know we've seen each other at Phocuswrights before, but specifically what drew you back to be here at Phocuswright San Diego 2025?
I think Phocuswright is my favorite in-person event because it's so small, it's so intimate. I think you get really great conversations and access to the types of executives which are very difficult to reach, especially as a startup, by just kind of like cold calling someone or going to someone's stand. So the quality of the people, the quality of the discussions are incredible. And what I love about it is just these kind of like really frank discussions where I think everyone just almost says what they're dealing with, what their challenges are, what their struggles with, especially this year, I think, where, everyone's been playing around with AI. I think there's a lot of uncertainty about what's coming next year or in the next couple of years. I think everyone's pretty open about it and just trying to find solutions and try to experiment with different things that basically makes them AI ready for this new kind of wave of travel, which is coming.
Yeah. Well, now we're sitting here together on day 2, and I just did a panel earlier this morning that was sponsored by Welcome Pickups, and it was all about arrivals, and you kindly attended. And I mentioned iWander because it's one of the things that you're focused on is the in-destination experience. And one of the examples I always like to give when I think about how travelers can use iWander is they're very much the idea of a traveler, use a backpacker, for example, arriving in Rome, getting to their hostel, dropping off their backpack, putting their AirPods in and walking right to the Colosseum, having a customized tour guide that matches their interests and their learning style. So if they're interested in architecture, history, or even cuisine, that they're going to get the right type of recommendations as they're making their way to the Colosseum, for example. And so that to me was an example I shared on stage because I see massive potential for this technology in 2026 and beyond. So I think your timing for this, I know it's been kind of 2 years in the making, but tell us a little bit about some of the other sessions you've been attending. What have been some of the other standout highlights from you being here in the conference in the last couple of days?
I think in terms of sessions, I think there's a great one on hospitality actually, which was very interesting, and just hearing from some real legends. And the key takeaway there, which I had, was about innovation and disruption, and about how innovation and disruption. I think there was a very interesting quote from the CEO or co-CEO of Accor, who said that every time they had a successful innovation or tech innovation, it actually pissed off a lot of people in their teams. And I don't know, I thought it was kind of like tongue in cheek. I found that quite interesting. A lot of chat on loyalty as well, where people are trying to really, in an age of AI where no one really knows where distribution is going to come from, where these transactions are happening, but how can you make these customers more loyal to your brand? And there's been a lot of talk about that across different verticals, different industries, and I found that very interesting as well. So but I mean, once again, to go back to what, the best thing about this conference for me is just the mingling and speaking with people. The quality of the talks are incredible, but going around speaking to different people, I've basically just been back to back on meetings. So that's really the main takeaway for me.
Yeah, for sure. One of the things I also wanted to get your take on, just got two more quick things for you. One of them is the future of travel in 2026. It's one of the things that is very much the theme of this episode, and also one of the big takeaways I get from Phocuswright every year is guidance on where the industry's headed in the next 6 months. What would you share with all of our listeners that are going to benefit from hearing this around the world from people like you that have been here at the conference, based on what you're working on and what you're seeing and hearing?
Well, I would say if there's one theme, I'd probably say beyond transactions, because I think our industry is very focused on that transaction layer. How can we sell travel? I think there's a huge, going back to loyalty and what we're doing, I think there's huge potential for how can we help people have a better experience. And I think a lot of brands are going to focus on that in 2026 because it's a way of future-proofing yourself, building a moat and building loyalty around your brand.
Given that some people are finding out about you guys for the first time, let's make sure any of our listeners can reach out to you and find out more about iWander. Where would you direct them to, Marius?
Sure. So go to iWander.io or drop me an email at Marius, Marius, Nigond, Nigond, at iWander.io.
Great to see you again, Marius. As always, wish you, your brother Antoine, and the team great success in 2026. And I look forward to seeing you again at the next conference. And obviously, we'll both be at Phocuswright in Europe, and I'm back in Florida next year. So I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Appreciate it, Dan. Thanks a lot. Good to see you.
I now have the pleasure to speak to a great friend of mine, an industry colleague that I've worked with for years, and I'm so thrilled to have him on this Phocuswright event spotlight here in San Diego. Ben Sann, the founder and CEO of TourOptima. Welcome, Ben. Great to have you on this event spotlight.
Thank you. I can't believe it's been a year since we last spoke at this event.
I know, exactly. And it's obviously been an amazing couple of days here. And I know there's many benefits for you being here, but tell us actually, before we get into TourOptima and what brought you this year, tell everyone a little bit about TourOptima and this business you've created.
Sure. A communication platform for tour operators that eliminates the need for hundreds of different WhatsApp groups that operate outside of a tour operator's purview. Imagine if you had insight into every guest's communications with their tour guide or trip leaders, with their regional managers, and with their group. So we capture all of this content-rich photos, safety suite, other types of information, and we ensure that it lives where it belongs, which is in the tour operator CRM.
Yeah, one of the things I just want to highlight to our listeners as well is that I guess it would have been almost 3 years ago now that Ben and I caught up. We've known each other for many years, including my time through the Travel Corporation. Many people have, at least on our podcast, have heard the series that Ben and the team kindly sponsored on a multi-day tours. But I just want to connect something for all our listeners, and that is that when Ben showed me the then named Curated Planet app technology he had built, I had said to him, this is perfect for multi-day. And I wish I had had this type of technology when I was at the Travel Corporation or at G Adventures. And ever since then, I have been totally fixated on seeing Ben and the team get to the next level with what is now TourOptima, because we did a little bit of collaboration and the company was rebranded. And Ben and the team, Josh, I know you brought Josh on and you've got a great team behind you, but you guys have gone from strength to strength in the last 2 years and particularly this year. So as we sit down here at San Diego in 2025, going into 2026, tell us a little bit about what brought you to Phocuswright this year, given, it was still a nascent idea at that stage. You were doing a lot of work in the day tour space. Now you've moved into multi-day. There's so many different applications of this technology. But yeah, what brought you back to Phocuswright this year, Ben?
There were a ton of tour operators in attendance this year. I'm happy to see that list growing year after year, as well as other communication providers. So we not only have a mobile app, but SMS, WhatsApp, other types of technology. We have our AI suite, and the advancement of technology and the applications for what we do are always increasing, and it's always great to catch up with industry friends. One of our recent launches has been with Intrepid Travel. The CTO was at Phocuswright this year. We've been in frequent communication with him, and things like that are certainly draws to keep us coming back year after year to meet with both existing colleagues as well as new contacts and new clients.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned Intrepid, because certainly that in my world is obviously one of the biggest multi-day tour adventure operators. And I was thrilled to see that they're here. Obviously, Christian Walters is there from Intrepid as well. And also, we actually had Travis on our podcast, which is not going to be part of this event spotlight because we have a standalone with Travis, but that we recorded it here live in San Diego. And Travis and I were always the two that were fighting for multi-day to get on the main stage. And it's finally now, as you highlighted, you have multi-day tour operators coming to this event because they see value in Phocuswright. And you and I have been coming for many years. So now that we're back at Phocuswright together, given that we have a deep history of coming to this event, both in Florida, I think was actually when we had that interaction a few years ago. What are some of the other highlights of being here this year, Ben, how has it evolved and changed?
Sure. I would say that the breadth of the participants has increased. So I have a number of meetings that I just took and scheduled of folks that I didn't see at previous year's events, both strategics as well as the operator side of the equation. And of course, AI has evolved in tremendous ways. I know that last year's theme was the machine, specifically around AI, but just because this year's theme is not specific AI focused doesn't mean it's any less prevalent. And I certainly think it's been a boon to the industry.
Yeah, well, this year's theme, Game On, that people have heard over the course of the episode. And when you hear from Lorraine Sileo, which either you've already have or it's coming up in this special episode spotlight, she talked about how they focus on different topics each year. And overwhelmingly, Ben, most of the people I've had a chance to speak to over the last 2 days have been talking about AI. And it's, we just had our AI summit. Most people have said that almost 70% of the sessions have been about AI. The one session that I was actually a part of, I sat on stage on this welcome pickup sponsored session about the arrivals. And I mentioned you guys because obviously not I'm a big fan of TourOptima and everything you guys do. And the thing you said to me was that when it comes to your app and your platform, every day is arrival day. And that's one of the most complex days for any business to try and manage, hotel pickups. And so we did this great panel. We actually barely touched on AI because the whole focus was on the guest experience arriving in destination, which is very much a personal touch. And there's a lot of operations elements to it. But you clearly have been in other sessions. I've seen you in the hallways over the last day and a half. What are some of the other sessions that have been a standout highlight to you? I know you've probably been doing a lot of meetings as well, but have you attended some other sessions? Was there any other standout highlights?
Yeah, I mean, there certainly been some interesting insight into the investor side of the equation. Certainly some of the startups that are here are really pushing the boundaries on what is possible. And that's been primarily of interest to us. Hearing what things like Expedia and Booking.com are up to is very insightful.
Well, and there's a number of booths here, obviously, around us, and most of them have AI reflected in their business in some way as well. So it's not just on the main stage, it's here with all the partners. Tell us a little bit about how you guys are integrating AI into TourOptima, because I did speak about this actually to when I was on stage and highlighted that, the sentiment analysis and some of the things you're able to pick up on. So I'm sure our audience would be interested to hear some of the ways that TourOptima is leveraging AI.
Yeah, so on a group experience, it's in many instances, it's a direct relationship between yourself and your leader, your guide, or your regional manager and destination, if you have a very specific request related to that tour. But the way in which we're using AI is primarily the safety suite. So if a guest has an incident, they need to go to the hospital, we want to instantly not just alert their trip leader who gets a notification, but the main office who can jump into that conversation, see their live location on the map, and understand what's going on in real time. We also want to use that situation to alert the guest, what are those emergency protocols? What number do they need to call? What are the next steps? What the operator might need to do. That applies to both hospitalizations, injuries, as well as things like missed flights, missed connections, late arrivals, and other types of time-sensitive urgent events in which the operations team needs to be immediately notified, and not a triangle of communications with the guest, their guide, and the office.
Right. That's interesting. Well, while we're here, obviously, I know you guys are very tech focused and you've got a team behind this. And clearly there's a lot of innovation happening in this space. One of the things, clearly you're seeing what other companies are doing. What are some of the other benefits of being at a Phocuswright conference? I know you highlighted that, there's investors here, there's multi-day. Has there been any other highlights from this year's conference in particular that would also increase the likelihood that you'll be back for either Barcelona in June or Florida next fall?
Absolutely. So in terms of the strategics, it's very rare to be meeting with some of the senior executives at Expedia, at Booking, at some of these very large funds that are interested in integrating and using the latest technology. So it's not just the tour operators, but it's the investors, the private equity behind some of the largest operators in the world. And to the extent that our technology can be leveraged across multiple brands that they might own is really invaluable. And that's what keeps us coming back to this conference is those types of meetings.
Well, one of the things I've certainly talked about, and the audience has heard me when I spoke to Pete Comeau from Phocuswright, and obviously we have a terrific partnership with the team, and we'll be back at each of the events next year and continue to deepen our relationship and collaboration. And one of the reasons that I'm thrilled that that's the case is that I always find leaving a Phocuswright conference like this, I feel like I have a good understanding of what's going to happen in the travel industry in the next 6 months, because you see, to your point, some of the meetings that are taking place, some of the partnerships, and ultimately then you see that in the media, you learn about some of these mergers or acquisitions, and you see companies that are announcing their strategic direction for 2026. So on that note, Ben, I'd love for you to share where TourOptima is headed in 2026. Clearly, you're expanding into multi-day, you're, the Intrepid, that's fantastic that you have that new partnership. Tell us a little bit more about where TourOptima is headed in 2026.
Sure. Well, we've grown 400% over the last year, and we hope to achieve that or more in the next year. And we're already on track. Wow. We're expanding into a lot of different verticals. So attractions, museum, cultural events, observatories is a very big market. These are timed events. These are situations where safety and security is paramount, where things like upsells and cross-sells delivers additional revenue to the end operator. So we are certainly expanding the amount of verticals that we're tackling and going deeper into those areas. So our team is growing dramatically in terms of our engineering as well as sales and outreach, and we're looking forward to 2026.
That's right. Well, I know you've added Josh to the team over the last year, who's been a terrific addition. I really enjoy Josh's company. He really makes me laugh. And I know he's now your chief commercial officer. Is that right? Tell us a little bit about the team and how it's expanded.
Sure. So operationally, we've immensely grown in terms of the complexities of a lot of these tour operators and attractions that we work with. Everyone has a very unique set of needs and a different communication journey that applies to their customers. So we're very different from a normal SaaS business in that we actually consult with them and almost take ownership of that communication journey, ensuring that it's perfect and applies all of the best practices when it comes to communications, adding certain people to the tour ahead of time, such as the guides, the leaders, the drivers, removing them at a certain time and ensuring that our safety suite is robust and meets the needs of those tour operators that we work with.
And then so as it relates to the team and some of the obviously you're building out the engineering team, and like I'm asking because I know a lot of people love working with you and the team, and I'm sure you'll have people putting their hands up even after this. They're like, I want to work with TourOptima, and I'm going to ask you about that in a minute. But yeah, so obviously sales is one area, partnerships. But yeah, the team is continuing to grow. But any other highlights you want to share there?
Sure. So certainly on engineering, we're very engineering focused and driven at responding to requests from clients for new features, new capabilities, not just in AI, but in all sorts of additional, for example, media sharing and having repositories of a marketing suite, adding to our CRM for post-tour experiences, being able to reach these guests long after they've returned home, understanding information about their segments. So that's what our engineering team's up to. And then we are heavily focused on account management, because we need to hold the hands truly of our operator partners and of our observatory or attraction partners to make sure that everything they're doing is being optimized. We're treating their business as our own when it comes to that customer communication journey. So account management is an area that we're hiring in aggressively.
That's great. That's exciting. And one of the things I've come to know and understand from the TourOptima platform is that, and it was interesting when we were doing the rebranding exercise, because one of the things that Ben and the team had highlighted to me is that the number one benefit of utilizing TourOptima is that guests are going to be delighted and they're going to book again. So like the increased likelihood of repeat bookings from someone having used the TourOptima platform, which as listeners should know too, especially on the B2B side, is it's white label. So whatever brand identity, it's totally shaped within your brand design and can be customized accordingly. So it fits into their entire operations experience, but it's something that their tour leaders then connect with all their guests. Their guests are better connected. It increases the likelihood they're going to have an amazing trip, and therefore they're going to rebook. And that's the whole optimizing your tour experience. So is that a fair representation of the brand and what you guys do?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Well, I want to make sure that any of the B2B partners out there that are listening to this, that are intrigued, given that there's probably a lot of multi-day tour operators that I would say there's more multi-day operators that are listening to this podcast than here at the conference. And hopefully as multi-day tour, I definitely want more multi-day at Phocuswright. So please join us next year. But given that we do have a lot of multi-day and day tour too, Ben, for that matter, I want to make sure that all of our listeners know how to follow up with you, connect with the team. TourOptima.com is one way to do that, but how should they connect with you and reach out to the team if they want more information?
Absolutely. Well, my personal company email is ben@TourOptima.com, but you should certainly reach out to Josh, who's our Chief Commercial Officer, Josh@TourOptima.com, to book a demo and find out more about the platform.
That's awesome. Well, thank you, Ben. I certainly, I value our friendship. We've seen each other a number of times over the course of this year. So it's great to bookend 2025 together here at Phocuswright San Diego. This is my final event for the year. And also this is our final event spotlight for the year. So I just want to say thanks for everything in 2025. And I'm so excited to see the business grow in 2026 and beyond. So thank you again. And I wish you and the team every success going forward.
Wish you a happy holidays. Thank you.
All right, our next guest needs no introduction to our Travel Trends audience. He's a great friend and a longtime industry colleague of mine. It is Stephen Joyce. Welcome back to Travel Trends, Stephen. Great to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
And you are obviously the global strategic lead of travel for Protect Group. Yes, I did it. The last time we recorded, we were at the Arrival Conference, and I actually asked Stephen, I'm like, can you do your title? Because it's like, you do a lot,
It's like a mile long.
Yeah. But here we are at Phocuswright. It's the end of 2025.
Yeah.
What a year it's been, man. It's obviously, you've traveled a ton.
Yeah, it's been a busy year.
Sure. Tell everyone, well, first of all, let's make sure that anyone who doesn't know who you are or anything about Protect Group, let's get that out of the way first, and then let's get into some of the cool stuff that you're focusing on for 2026. But yeah, give everyone a quick overview of Stephen Joyce and Protect Group.
Yeah, so I've been in the industry for a long time, as you know, since the mid 90s, mostly in travel tech, but most recently with Protect Group. I basically lead the travel vertical for Protect Group, which is a company that offers a service called Refund Protect, which is purchase protection for any kind of bookable product. So we work with airlines, hotels, event ticketing companies, tours and activities, the gambit. So really, really cool product, and I'm excited to see where it goes in 26.
Well, and obviously Stephen's role is global. He's based in Vancouver. He's a fellow Canadian, but he spends much of his year on the road.
Yeah, way too much time.
Tell everyone where you've been in 2025. Like you've been around the world and back. You're just in Singapore, but
a lot of time in Europe. We have a lot of European customers and a lot of events in Europe, obviously. So the UK and Europe has been a really big focus for me. A lot of time, not as much time actually in the US this year, only a couple events in US, but Singapore, Bangkok. Next year it'll be Hong Kong, Japan, probably Korea, Singapore again, and then a lot of Europe, maybe even some Middle East, we'll see. But my portfolio has kind of expanded this year, so I'll be spending a lot more time in the East, so I'm excited about that.
For sure. And obviously, you're here back at Phocuswright in 2025. And Protect Group, I think the concept, and I've met some of our colleagues here that were also here at the conference. It is a very successful global company, and obviously travel is one of the verticals. And I've said this to you when we spoke at Arrival. I mean, you're the perfect person to lead that category because you know everyone in the industry, everyone loves you, Stephen, and it's like, and you're just a dynamic individual. And so, yeah, that's
heart emoji.
Oh,
Thank you.
there you go. Truth has been spoken. But tell everyone what brought you back to Phocuswright this year in particular.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, I come back to Phocuswright every year if I can. Like,
Right.
I was just actually mentioning to someone, they asked me, how many times have you been to Phocuswright? And my first Phocuswright was in 2007. And I've only missed 3 Phocuswrights since then. So
Wow.
this is actually my 15th Phocuswright.
Wow, that's crazy.
So that's a lot of Phocuswrights. And that's the U.S. show. That doesn't include Europe or any of the other events as well, which I go to every year as well. So if you include those ones, it's probably, I don't know, 25 Phocuswrights in total, probably.
So on this episode, I think the
yeah.
only person that would compete with you is Lorraine, Sileo, who has worked
who
at
works
Phocuswright
for
since the 90s.
Phocuswright.
Yeah. There's no one else I've spoken to. You won't believe, I mean, our listeners will have heard this in this episode, the number of people that are new this year.
Yes,
I'm
a
like,
lot.
so many new faces. But yeah, obviously I love catching up with friends, colleagues. I've been coming for 10 or 12 years.
Yeah.
You've got me beat, and definitely everyone else on this episode. So yeah, but there's something special about Phocuswright.
Yeah, yeah. And that special thing is the people. The people that come to Phocuswright. It's not a trade show. It's not a show that you come to like, pitch your product or be a aggressive sales. It's not like an ITB or a WTM. No knock on those events. They're great events for what they do, but they're very much sales events, right?
Yeah.
This event is very much a networking and relationship and content event. Like, you come here to learn the latest trends, to talk to senior people, colleagues, friends in the industry that you build relationships with over time. There are people here that I met in 2007.
Wow.
Who still come to this show, who, Evan Conweiser, for example,
Yeah.
from Amex GBT.
Yeah.
The first time I met, actually it wasn't the first time, it was the third Phocuswright that we did together. We shared a room because neither of us could afford to pay for the full room rate at the Phocuswright event because we were both like early entrepreneurs. So
Wow.
we like split the cost of a room and we like roomed together.
That's
In
crazy.
the conference hotel. And now he's like, big wig at Amex GBT and I'm selling insurance. So
No, but I remember
no
him.
knock on that. It's fine.
He was judging the startups panels at one point as
Yes,
well.
yeah. A couple years ago, so 2023, I was a startup judge and a startup mentor as well.
Oh, that's amazing.
So it's like full circle, right? Like
Totally.
Yeah, and it's a great community. And it was funny. I was actually meeting with a company today. And the 2 co-founders of the company were like, "You were our judge at the startup mentor thing 3 years ago, and you gave us really positive reviews. And here we are today, and we're kicking ass, right?"
Yeah,
Can I
that's
say
awesome.
ass? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
you can say whatever you want, Steven. It's your show, man. You're a
Beep it out.
Yeah.
But just to give you a sense of like where they're at now, and now. Like, I want to partner with these folks. They've got a great product.
Yeah.
And there is a really good potential that we could partner together and do business together. And that's really what this event is all about. It's like, you may not, the person that you may meet today may not be someone that you can do business with today, but you never know where they're going to be in 2, 3, 5 years. And
Right.
they may be a person that you can do business with in the future, and you'll do business with them because you know them.
Right.
You have a relationship with them.
Yeah.
And I think that's really the key. The other thing too is that people move around, right? That person that you meet at Phocuswright 1 year may not be with the same company in 5 years.
Of course.
And that new company that they're with may be a company that you can do business with. And again, you'll do business with them because you know them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's why I want to get your take on Phocuswright 2025. We're having Lorraine on. We were talking about the theme of Game On and the content this year. There's been obviously a lot of talk about AI, so I know we have to touch on that. But what are some of the themes that stood out to you this year? What was some of what was unique about Phocuswright San Diego 2025?
I mean, to be fair, I didn't get a chance to see a lot of the content because I was in meetings most of the time. But one of the things that I kept hearing from people, and one of the topics that kept coming up, was loyalty, right?
Yes.
Loyalty is a really big thing, especially
For sure.
now in the age of AI, where it's so easy to jump around between brands and find products that you want. It's hard for brands to build loyalty now. And you know, airlines and hotels are making it even harder to get status and to keep loyalty because you've got to spend a lot of money. So for the leisure traveler who only does a couple trips a year, it's next to impossible to build any kind of status with any kind of brand. So, you know, a lot of the discussions around, well, what does loyalty mean now? Like, how can destinations build loyalty? How can OTAs build loyalty? OTAs, I think, are in probably some of the best positions to build loyalty because they are agnostic in terms of supply, right? Like, you could fly on American Airlines one day and then fly on United the next, and you could potentially build loyalty with the OTA, but not with the airline, right? And that's really critical.
Yeah, it's really interesting you mentioned loyalty because we just started a loyalty series as part of Travel Trends Season 6, which is airing currently. So when you're listening to this, you can obviously tune in and listen to those episodes. But it was relevant here at the conference. One of them we actually recorded live here with the CEO of Citizen M. And I sat on his panel. And so we had a follow-on conversation and recorded here to discuss loyalty in the hospitality industry. And he had so many fascinating things to share, including obviously they've been acquired by Marriott. And he highlighted just the importance and the power of Marriott Bonvoy, that people won't even consider staying at your hotel if you're not part of Marriott Bonvoy. And it was a really fascinating point that he had to share. But yeah, one of the things that stood out to me is there's probably actually more opportunity for loyalty here at the conference. Clearly it's coming up as a topic, but everyone I've spoken to about loyalty, they're like, loyalty is only strengthening in importance.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
And one of the things I also wanted to speak to you about, because you've been in the travel industry for a long time, you know the trade side of this business. And one of the things I know you've been working on at Protect Group that I'm actually keen to learn more about is the fact that you're looking at a trade model for Protect Group. So tell us.
So we just announced the release of what we're calling our agent platform, which, I mean, in its simplest form is basically just an interface for travel advisors to be able to sell refund protection as part of an itinerary or booking to an end customer, and make a really nice commission, up to 40% commission. So it's a tool for them to use to sell Refund Protect to their customers, and it's designed for travel advisors that work directly with consumers, with customers and travelers, or like call centers, for example. So call center agents that are working directly with travelers. So.
And is this your initiative? How has this all come to be?
Yeah, so it was an idea that I came to me in March actually of this year. When I was looking at, what opportunities exist in the market, and what verticals are we working in, and where could we, potentially look at future growth. And one of the areas that consistently gets missed, especially when we talk about online travel, is traditional travel agencies and travel advisors, right? Yeah. Everybody ignores them. Everybody's like, no, the travel agent is dead, right? Travel agencies are going by the wayside, especially now with AI. It's like, AI is going to kill travel agents. We've heard that since the since like 1995, we've heard that. Right? Yeah. And they're still here, and they're still generating $500 billion worth of bookings for travel worldwide. Yeah. So it's still a massive, massive market. And I was like, okay, well, here's an opportunity to take advantage of that. Yeah. Some of our partners, and we didn't discover this until we actually looked at the opportunity. Some of our partners do 50% of their business through offline, quote unquote, offline travel sales through agents. Yeah. That's revenue we're not even touching. Of course. Right? But now we can make that available to them. They're making revenue on it. We're making revenue on it. It's a win-win. So. Well,
I'm going to mention two things on this topic. One, people have heard Lorraine talking about this because when Phocuswright came about, there was this concern that travel agents are going to go away. She just recently did a report that highlighted that travel advisors are stronger than ever. Mm-hmm. And so it is a great profession that has got growth and lots more potential. And so many companies miss the trade market, which is why I wanted to ask you about it. And even some of the AI startups that I've been speaking with here have also highlighted the fact that the next generation of travelers, these millennials and Gen Z, they're embracing travel advisors like never before. And so there's also a resurgence, despite the advances with technology, that people want the human touch and the human connection to book a trip. They'll do planning with AI, but then when they want to actually book it. So I, growing up in the travel industry, working at Carlson Wagonly, one of the first things I had to do was make sure I built in travel, like insurance integration, because it's got great commission associated with it, which you called out. And travel agents, they want to sell insurance because they want to know that their clients are protected.
Yes.
So it's actually like part of it's not just about the commission incentive. It's to make sure that they have peace of mind when they travel.
Yeah. Exactly.
So this is exciting, man. So when is this going to launch?
So we soft launched it actually just a couple days ago, as part of Phocuswright, and we've got our first beta agency testing it with us right now, and then we're going to start onboarding beginning of January. So right after the holidays, when everybody's starting to ramp up again, we'll be ready to start getting agencies onboarded. So if you're interested, let me know. That we'd love to talk to you about getting on board.
Fantastic. Well, let's make sure everyone can find out more information, because I had two last questions for you, Stephen.
Yeah.
The first one is, going into 2026, as you just mentioned, tell us some of the other plans and highlights for you and Protect Group going into 2026. And then obviously I want to make sure that people can find out more to collaborate with you, and especially on the travel agent program.
Yeah, so 26, I'm super excited about the opportunities in 26, mainly around the whole agent platform is a really big initiative for me. So I'm excited to get into some different spaces and start talking about that. And just the whole idea that really what we're trying to do is just help relieve travel anxiety, right? Like, those are the kinds of products that we're developing for the market. We want to just help travelers feel more comfortable about booking, and when they're on trip, feel more safe and comfortable when they're on trip, right?
Yeah.
So looking at producing products like, delayed baggage protection, flight delay protection, lounge access, the Refund Protect product, and so on. And any new products that we're looking at developing in 26 are kind of around that idea of like, how do we help travelers just feel better and feel more comfortable about traveling?
Yeah.
Because people get anxious.
For sure.
Right? It's one of those and travel's really stressful for people. So if there are ways that we can make people feel better and feel more comfortable about travel, they'll travel more. Yeah. Right? And that's good for everybody.
I couldn't agree more, because there's a number of people that just don't travel. Like, it always shocks me, because I'm surrounded by people who love travel. But the number of people, they're just like, when you ask them, what's your big trip for this year? Like, oh, we haven't figured one out yet. And we're just like, might go to the cottage, or like, it's like, really? There's more to life. And it's just like, yeah, but it's a hassle. I just like to have my fridge. It's like, I just like to know I can reach into my fridge.
Hotels have fridges, right?
My God. But yes. So yes, please convince more of them to travel. Let's make sure everyone can find out more about the Travel Advisor program, connect with you, and learn more about Protect Group. So where should they go for all those things?
Yeah. So definitely check out the website. It's protect.group. Very simple. Connect with me on LinkedIn, linkedin.com/in/Stephen Joyce, or just search for me on LinkedIn. You'll find me really, really easily. Just look for the mustache. And then, and then finally, just reach out to me, Stephen with a PH. STEPHEN.
Don't use that V. Don't use that V.
It's not Stephen with a V. It's Stephen with a PH at protect.group. So just email me. I'd love to connect with you. And if you're a travel agency or an advisor group or a consortia and would like to find out more about the agent platform, let me know. I'd love to talk to you.
Awesome. Well, you led off the Arrival episode, and we're going to bookend this with you. And I look forward to seeing you back in Canada. I hope you have a great break in December, and I look forward to more collaborations with you in 2026.
Yeah, you too, Dan. I appreciate it, and happy holidays to you.
I now have the pleasure to speak to Lourdes Losada, who is the Director of Americas for Skyscanner. So it was very cool for us to have Skyscanner for the very first time on the Travel Trends podcast, because they focus on trends, and it's one of the things we're going to talk about, because they've got a new report out on trends for 2026. But very interestingly, Lourdes and I met a couple of months ago in Orlando, and you're Spanish, but you're based in Florida, in Miami. And so we saw each other at this conference in Orlando, and you have become a avid follower of the podcast. So thank you so much for that.
No, of course. It's a pleasure for me. I'm a big fan right now.
No, that's awesome. I was just like, Lourdes was mentioning as we were just sitting down that she learned about the podcast a few months ago and has been listening to quite a few episodes because you travel a lot and you love podcasts. So I was delighted to hear that, but I just wanted to share that with our listeners because now you get to be on the podcast.
Yes.
You get to be a guest on our podcast, and I'm just delighted, especially when you know the show already. So thank you for being a great supporter, and obviously, great to have you here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Of course. Now tell us about your role at Skyscanner. Let's start there because you've been with the organization for a number of years, but obviously, and it would be probably helpful too because there's probably some people out there that aren't familiar with Skyscanner. So tell us about your role and the company.
So my role, I've been in Skyscanner for the past 8 years. I started in the advertising team, and I still manage the advertising team.
Yep.
But right now, I'm also heading the Americas operation from Miami. We have an office in Miami, and we take care of everything from Canada to Chile from the Miami office.
That's fantastic. Well, Lourdes, it turns out, because I was saying to her, my key, you're originally from Spain, and I'd just been in Chile, and you had as well. We just seem to have missed each other on that trip. We were at two different conferences, but I'm so eager to learn Spanish. So I said to Lourdes, one day I'm going to have you back and I'm going to try and do this conversation in Spanish. But obviously you're responsible for the Americas. So that means you're traveling a lot too.
A lot. That's a lot of planes, a lot of jet lag, a lot of going up and down.
Yeah.
And also remember that our headquarters are in Europe too. So I have to go that way too. But that's my passion. I love it.
Sure.
That's what I do.
And then what brings you to Phocuswright? Because you've been once before in Florida, and here we are in San Diego. And obviously Skyscanner is a large company that has many reasons to be at an event like this. But tell us a little bit about what brought you here to the event this year.
For us, it's very important to have that connection with our partners, number one. And this is an amazing event to have that connection with these partners.
Right.
Phocuswright is one of those that you can have that connection with the key
stakeholders
people,
and like
stakeholders in those in those. So for us it's very important to be here, and it's also very important to bring on our mission. Being that number one travel ally. We have 160 million people every single month using our platform, searching trips, searching travel, flights, hotels, car rental. So that means that we have 100 billion searches every day being made in our app and in our website. So imagine that's a lot of data, and that's why we're creating those travel trends and all those things, and this is one of the reasons why we're here too, to make sure that everybody has access to those travel trends too.
Well, I think that's the part that's fascinating when you just think about the data and what you have access to. Is a really interesting connection, because when we started this podcast, and one of the areas I was really focused on post-pandemic was trying to figure out what markets were returning. And so that was visa restrictions, and we were working with a company that does e-visa processing, a company called Sherpa, who happen to be based in Toronto. They work with a lot of airlines. And the reason I mention this is because we got huge value from being able to understand what flight sites they were on and what destinations they were looking at, so that we could decide what destinations were reopening and where we could market. And it was hugely valuable information that they had this first-party data that they could share with us and give us these insights I could share with the other executives and our different brands. So obviously that's exactly what you guys do. It's like you have all this amazing data that's incredibly valuable to understand what consumers are searching for, and then you produce these trends, which is like, man, this couldn't be a better fit between travel trends and Skyscanner doing these travel trends reports. So tell us a little bit more about these reports that you do, how often they are, and also this latest report that you've put together. Now that I'm keen to get into some of the details you can share with us.
Absolutely. So every year we launch two reports. One is called the Travel Trends, which is a little bit more media-based report. So we talk about what the people are searching in our site.
Got it.
Right?
Yeah.
So is people getting inspired by certain destinations or certain trends all together.
Yeah.
And then we also have another B2B report, which is the Horizons report, and it's pretty much more focused on what is more valuable for a partner or another, an airline or ancillaries or whatever it is. So we have these two reports. We usually bring those to life in October, which is quite chaotic.
Yeah.
Because, for example, in the past 6 weeks, I've been in so many countries, just like being a flag in the Skyscanner flag. So I've been pushing this report out in Canada, in Mexico. We talked about it in Peru, in Chile, everywhere else. But this is an effort that is global. For example, when we talk about these travel trends, we talk always about the top 10 destinations that are trending from our audience here in the U.S. Top 10 destinations that are trending. Number 1.
Yeah, let's hear it. Okay, yeah, let's get
This is super
So how many
cool.
trends are we going to
All
cover?
right.
Let's yeah. What are the big trends? So the first test is going to be destinations.
Destinations.
Okay.
So top 10 trending destinations. I love this one. So number 1 is Limon in Costa Rica.
What?
298% up versus last year.
Why?
Limon in Costa Rica is for the people that have done Costa Rica already. So U.S. travelers have done Costa Rica, the Pacific version already,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
So Limon, you're there right next to so many other natural parks. It's a port city. The connectivity is good. You have some beaches that are already like right next to it.
Yeah.
It's very good, and it has that Caribbean flavor too. So Limon, number 1. Number 2. Jaipur in India. It's called also
What?
the Pink City.
No. Oh, well, I've been to Jaipur or Hapur and it's beautiful. But that's number 2?
That's number 2 with 107% up year over year.
Unbelievable.
Growth.
Yeah.
Remember, these are destinations that are emerging. It's not the top 10 destinations.
Got it.
because
Okay,
the
important
top 10
clarification.
destinations
Yes.
Are always pretty much the same, you know? But these are the ones that are trending up a little bit more differently from last year.
Okay.
So Jaipur in India, the Pink City. You have a lot of beautiful picture opportunities, and it's very vibrant. It's the markets that are there, like a lot of these big, the bazaars, the palaces, everything. So that's there. Then we have Bodrum in Turkey,
Turkey, okay.
Madeira in Portugal.
Oh yes, of course, the island Madeira, like
Yeah.
beautiful, like very
Beautiful,
off
yeah.
the coast of Africa. But yes,
Yeah.
it's so beautiful. I've got so many friends that are traveling there.
Many.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly. Number 5, Vail. Here in
Oh,
the
okay.
U.S., so we're discovering our backyard too. It's not, we have to have our
Interesting.
own too. Number 6, Zadar in Croatia.
Croatia, interesting. I know Croatia's been very popular for Americans, and Albania I know has been really popular with Europeans. But yeah, okay, so Croatia, that tracks.
Croatia.
Yeah.
Olbia in Italy, in Sardinia. Beautiful
Yeah.
beach, everything. It's the Italy that nobody does.
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Sardinia, yes,
So
exactly.
it's-
I've not been. I know it's high up on my list.
Yeah, so highly recommend it. Number 8, New Haven, Connecticut.
What?
Another one in our backyard.
Yeah.
So I highly.
What is happening in New Haven, Lourdes?
Yeah.
What is happening there? Why do we need to go there?
Well, it's trending for us, so I'm glad that we're also discovering our own country too.
Yeah.
Of course. Number 9, and this is one of my personal favorites. I'm from Spain, and seeing Bilbao trending 37%
cool.
year over year,
Yeah.
it's super cool. So for those that don't know where Bilbao is, it's in the north coast of Spain, right next to San Sebastian as well. Very modern city, but you also have that, Basque influence. It's beautiful. The food is absolutely amazing, and it's right next to Portugal too, and right next to France. So you can have like that connectivity.
And there's also the beautiful Frank Gehry designed building there as well.
Exactly.
Bilbao,
Yeah, the
yes.
Guggenheim.
Yes, yeah.
So that's there, and then number 10, Mykonos. in
Ah,
Greece.
Mykonos, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad Greece
then-
made the list.
Then we have another list too, also the best value destinations.
Oh, I need to know these. These are like, we're doing, yes. Let's hit the best value, because this is ultimately what makes people's decisions, especially in uncertain times. If people are higher cost of living and any concerns about the economy, people want to know they can travel the value. It's one of the reasons I'm very big on Colombia, because Colombia's got such an amazing destination for value for money. But yes, tell us your list of best value destinations.
Big fan of Colombia. I love it. Take me there whenever you want. Love it. So number 1, Sao Paulo, with 29%
Brazil, yeah.
drop in the flights to Sao Paulo. So that's number 1. Singapore, 25% drop. Venice in Italy. Next, one of my favorite ones.
Wow, I
Mexico.
wouldn't surprise it. Yeah, Venice would be
surprised with
valued.
Venice,
This
me
is for
too.
flight prices.
Yeah, flight
prices.
yeah.
Got it. Yeah, so there's been a drop, so the prices are more reasonable.
Correct. This
Interesting.
year versus last year.
Okay.
Then Mexico City, one of my favorite cities in the world. Top,
Yeah.
you know, one of the
I've not
top.
been to Mexico City. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Everyone keeps telling me you need to spend time in Mexico
Totally
City. Yeah.
recommend. Work on your Spanish. Go to Mexico City.
Indeed. Gracias.
Istanbul, then Pasar in Indonesia. Then we have Colombo in Sri Lanka, Brussels in Belgium, Seoul in South Korea,
Yep.
and Naples in Italy.
Wow. So Seoul, like this is where more people need to be traveling to Korea, but also Colombo, Sri Lanka. That was we did a very fortunate to do an around the world trip as a family. You kindly listen to the podcast, and I tell stories about our family travels. And I know you've got a young family as well, and it sounds like to me a very committed traveler and a passionate traveler. So you just find a way to go to these places. And we did this big around the world trip, and we had not planned to go to Sri Lanka, and we cut our time short in Thailand because it was a Chinese holiday, and it was very overcrowded, and we just decided to leave a week early, and we went to Sri Lanka, and it was the highlight of our trip. Sri Lanka was so beautiful, and Colombo, but it was just anyway.
And it's always that unexpected,
totally, yeah.
really little trip that makes it. And
Absolutely.
it's like, okay, I wasn't expecting this.
Totally.
Cool.
All right. And any ones we've missed, or is that all the best value destinations?
Those are the best value destinations. And after this,
yeah. What's the next big trend?
because we have discovered that there are like 7 big trends that are coming for 2026. Remember, we have all this data that I was talking about, these 160 million users every single month, and all these like searches that are happening. But
Yeah.
we also asked 22,000 people all over the world about things that we wanted to know and things that would inspire them.
Yeah.
And we discovered several things. So in 2025, we knew that traveling was about, the collective experience a little bit. In 2026, what we see is that it's becoming a little bit more about making the trip worth it, for one. And on these trends, the number one trend that we've seen,
Yeah.
this is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
We call them the glow mats.
Glow mats. I've not heard this term before.
So glow mats. What we've seen is that 32% of the U.S. people, especially the Gen Zers, okay, are willing to go and to spend and experience a beauty-related experience, okay?
Got it. Yeah. So like, what would that be? That's beauty treatments?
Beauty treatments.
Got it.
Think about going to Seoul in Korea and doing all these treatments and buying all the Korean skincare. It's a lot. It has to do a lot in about like that, making sure that you take care of yourself.
For sure.
And also, and this totally guilty of this, you see more and more when you get into a plane and it's like these long hauls, people putting themselves a mask, buying all these treatments in the duty free and putting themselves starting to use those masks and those beauty treatments in the plane, especially on those long hauls. So that's number one, the glow mats. Totally love it.
Yeah.
Number 2, the shelf discovery. What we've seen is that 55% of the U.S. Travelers, they are willing to go to supermarkets, local supermarkets, when they are traveling, and go into the snack aisle and buy snacks that they cannot find here.
Interesting.
So,
yeah.
for example, think about the matcha Kit Kat or the lime chili peanuts in Mexico, or the jamon in Spain, all those little things. It's such a trend, and we've done so many activations in Skyscanner about that. People love it.
So what's really interesting about that, when we first arrived, the Travel Trends team, Catherine and Melanie, who are both here that you've had a chance to meet, and Melanie was here last year, Catherine's her first year. So when we first arrived, I was so excited for us all to be in San Diego together. We went to Old Town to go and have some fantastic Mexican food, but one of the things that they were both keen to find was Mexican candies, and they're like, and to bring back Mexican candy for both of their kids. And so we went, yeah, exactly. And so we were asking, what are the most popular Mexican candies, and getting great advice, and it was like, so for sure, that tracks, I guess, is all I wanted to say from my experience. Okay, cool. So say that again.
Shelf discovery.
Shelf discovery. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So we've seen the glow mats, we've seen the shelf discovery.
Yeah.
Number 3, catch, flights, and feelings. planes. So what we've seen is that more and more people are willing to fly, and while they are going on their trip and being abroad, connect with new people and be willing to meet with new people and date, while on scene. So, for example, it's the romance and it's the connection. 53% consider traveling to meet new people, and 32% were open to meet new people while traveling. So,
Yeah, well, what's so fascinating about that is that there was an EF study recently that highlighted that a lot of younger people are abandoning dating sites and doing more group tours. And one of the reasons is because they want to find someone they have chemistry with in real life. And so they're abandoning the dating sites where you're looking at education, height, trying to figure out who it is that you're going to partner with, as opposed to actually just meeting someone in real life and trying to figure out if you have a connection. So I love this. This is like having 18-year-old kids. This also helps restore faith in the next generation for me. That I'm just like, good, get off your screen and go and meet someone.
Yeah.
Dance.
And imagine also, let's say that you like origami.
Yeah.
And if you don't find anybody that likes origami in Miami, where I live, it's okay to travel and to meet people that love origami in an origami convention somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
We've seen that so much.
Catch flights and feelings. Okay, so that's number 3.
So number 4, bookbound.
Bookbound, okay, yeah. Like book is in books.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. This is one of my favorites. So 55% of Americans, they say that they have booked a literature-inspired trip. And they say 33%, they say that they will visit a place that is mentioned on a book. So remember the Da Vinci's Code, people going to Rome and all those things.
That, yeah.
So we've seen a lot of that, and we've seen especially this new generation of women going together and reading the books, having those book clubs, and traveling together to discover those new trends on the book and the literature.
So cool, yeah. Well, I know it's certainly like the Netflix effect, or like the like Emily in Paris, and the pop culture, and even to extent like with K-pop and now Korea, like certain destinations. And when I speak to tourism boards, they're always telling me that it's a movie or a TV show that brings so many people to their destination. But I love that it's books, because obviously there was even the Eat, Pray, Love craze. Yeah. Obviously that was made into a movie, and so many books are. But literature, obviously, a deeper connection for people that then they want to go and see it with their own eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's cool. Bookbound. Awesome. I like it.
And one thing is just like imagining it in your head while you're going through the book, and then just discovering it too. So it's super cool.
Yeah. Cool. What's next?
Next is altitude shift.
All right.
So people going to the mountains beyond the winter time. So not just for skiing, but just going for the scenery during the summer and during the fall too.
Got it. Like doing hikes or walks, or like nature?
It's the walks, and it's also, we have a filter that it's room with views that we've seen at 103% year-over-year growth.
Oh, interesting. So people are they specifically want a room with a view, a mountain view.
Exactly, a mountain view. Yeah. And it comes a lot also from the social media.
Sure.
You want to take the picture, especially the Gen Zers again, for the TikToks, for the Instagram.
While you're lying in bed of your feet and the mountain. Yes.
Exactly. And reading a book too.
And reading,
so you can and putting a mask in your face, so you can have everything all.
You can hit more than one trend in one photo.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Next one, it's one that I'm so deep into, which is the family miles. Okay. So what we've seen is that multi-generational trips are on the rise. Picture. I know that the ultimate travel hack for me is traveling with my parents. Mm-hmm. So I can get to enjoy my husband, and my parents are enjoying my kids. So having that multi-generational trip, it's such a beautiful thing. And we've seen that on the rise, 52% year-over-year growth on that.
Yeah.
It's great. And not only on the flight version, but also in the hotel version. So that filter of a family-friendly hotel going up.
Yeah. Well, one thing I just want to quickly add on this, because I'm a big fan of multi-generational travel. Obviously, we've always loved traveling with our kids, and we've done trips where it is multi-generational. So 3 generations, and one of those trips we did with Uniworld, and Uniworld's a river cruise line, and they actually have specific itineraries. They had 2 specific sailings for each of the destinations that were multi-generational. so that there were staff for the young kids. But the one thing I found fascinating about being on a couple of these multi-generational trips is that it was the grandparents that were paying for everything. So it's not the case that
even better.
Yeah, exactly. So and this also reflects kind of where we are in society with the retirees and those baby boomers that that have the savings and they own their homes and they're in the financial, they want the time with their kids and their grandkids. So the answer to that is we're going to pay for everyone to go on a vacation. And this is a trend that a lot of travel companies aren't paying attention to because it's like, who's the decision maker? Who's actually making the booking? So I love that you highlight multi-generational travel. I just thought I'd add that I've seen in many instances where it's the grandparents that are taking care of the whole trip.
Yeah, absolutely. So want to take attention to that. That's for sure.
All right, what's the last one?
And the last one, the destination check-in. So we've seen this shift before, and especially with baby boomers. It was more about going to a destination and enjoying the destination. And then the city, the country, whatever it was. And the hotel was kind of like secondary.
Yeah.
Right now, what we've seen is like going to a unique stay as a filter in the hotel side. It's going up so highly. And I'm not talking about only, all-inclusive hotels or five-star hotels. I'm talking about unique stay hotels.
Yeah.
Imagine an igloo where you can see the stars or the northern lights and all those things. So just traveling to the hotel, it's a big trend that we're seeing from now on.
Interesting. So like the idea of just unique stays. That people are looking for something truly unique in their accommodation. So
that's correct.
Fascinating. This is really cool. So this report is this out now? Is this where can people find more information on the latest travel trends from Skyscanner?
It is out. It's in our website. It's in our app as well. So skyscanner.com and Skyscanner as our app. And it's available for everybody.
That's fantastic. I'm so glad we covered the travel trends for 2026 from obviously all of your data. When you mentioned you do 2 a year, when does the next one come out?
So we do travel trends and then we do the Horizons report.
Horizons.
Horizons is a little bit more B2B.
Yes.
And what we do is, for example, it's more for the companies.
Yeah.
And we see very interesting facts as well. Imagine. Do you know that Brazilians are 26% more willing to get an upgrade or to pay for an upgrade on their flights?
No, that's interesting, yeah.
So those are the kind of trends that we see on the Horizon report. It's more for other businesses.
Right.
Or, for example, that Gen Zers are more anxious, generally anxious, and they are more willing to pay for insurance than baby boomers, for example. Yeah. And if you see, for example, Indians, they are way more willing to pay for in-flight food, that it's more quality.
Interesting.
So,
I love this stuff.
All of those things, that's what we bring on the Horizons report.
So awesome. I mean, it's literally what inspired us to create Travel Trends in the first place, is to be able to share information that can be really valuable to other marketers and travel companies. And the one that I recently really enjoyed with this whole AI and chatbots is that the team at Hotel Planner had highlighted that the accent that converts best for hotels is the French accent.
Imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always sexy, the French
exactly.
accent.
It's just like,
you can't compete with that.
It's like, I will book that if that's So, no, this has been so fascinating and insightful, and it's obviously just a pleasure to meet you for the first time here at the conference, having Skyscanner part of the conversation, but you specifically, Lourdes. Obviously, you're incredibly knowledgeable. You've been with the organization for a number of years. I do want to make sure that any of our listeners can obviously, they'll get access to the report, but if they want to collaborate with Skyscanner or reach out to you directly for opportunities in the Americas, where should they do that?
They can search for me on LinkedIn, Lourdes Losada, or they can just reach out to me, lourdes.losada@skyscanner.net.
Awesome. That's great. Well, I really appreciate you sharing the trends. I look forward to having you guys back, and hopefully we can do more of these together. But good luck with the rest of the conference. I look forward to keeping in touch.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I will keep, fangirling from here. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Real pleasure to meet you. Thank you again.
All right.
I now have the chance to speak to a fellow Canadian, but someone from a very important travel company that has not been on Travel Trends before. And her name is Jo Lai, and she is the Senior Vice President of AI Solutions at Hopper. Jo is also based in Toronto, but we're here in San Diego at Phocuswright recording together. Welcome to the Travel Trends podcast. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
For sure. So let's first start, make sure we don't leave anyone behind that may not know about Hopper. I mean, Hopper is one of the travel industry's biggest success stories. Obviously, it's mainly based in Montreal, but it's a global company now in so many ways. But tell everyone a bit about Hopper and what you guys do.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopper, we started off as a OTA, B2C primarily, and over the years we've expanded our portfolio to become a full-blown travel tech platform. Now the majority of our business and revenue comes from our B2B partnerships, where we power and are the underlying technology platform for a number of the world's leading hospitality brands, airlines, hotels, and financial institutions. So it's been a fun ride.
Yeah. Well, I know that you guys have really repositioned around B2B.
That's right.
And become more of a fintech company.
That's right.
And you've got so many different solutions that work to reassure travelers and to offer them. So I want to get into that because I find your business model so fascinating. But tell everyone a little bit more about your role first and what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I lead AI solutions and customer experience at Hopper, and what that means is really taking care of every part of the customer journey, from pre-booking to post-booking, the technology that powers that, the operations that powers that, and recently, the AI solutions that enable a more delightful and, let's be honest, frictionless customer journey before we even talk about delight. So everything in that realm is my world.
Got it. Okay. And then the connection with coming to Phocuswright. Tell us, have you been to Phocuswright before? Or is this...
Yeah, so Phocuswright, this is not my first visit. It's been third, so first time in San Diego here. Always great to be here. Great attendees, great talks, always a good opportunity to meet folks who are in the field and just pop our head up and actually figure out what's going on.
Totally. Well, especially given, Hopper, AI, and here at Phocuswright, I know a lot of the sessions have been about AI. And so I would love to hear, I know you've been here a couple of times, so what has kind of been some of the interesting takeaways so far from being here at the Phocuswright conference this year?
Yeah, I think it's super fascinating how the conversation has gone from, okay, there's this whole AI thing, how are we going to cope with it, to now, a year later, last year, a lot of the conference was super focused. I think it was called the new agents was the theme of last year.
Yes, that's right.
Hearing about people's deployments, hearing about how different companies are deploying solutions is super fascinating, because you kind of have this really interesting curve where it's okay, hopes and aspirations and then reality, and I feel like we're now in the more reality phase of people are starting to figure out what works really well, what's adding value, what maybe is a bit more in the hype cycle. So love hearing about all that and learning about how folks are dealing with it.
Yeah, well, let's talk about what's happening at Hopper on this front, because you guys are known as a technology company, and obviously AI is so critical to most travel businesses today. Tell us a little bit more about how you guys are leveraging AI at Hopper.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been an AI-driven company from the very start, powering our price predictions to, like you were saying, our unique fintech ancillary products that bring reassurance and flexibility to travel. And I think, in the last few years, especially with the onset of the frontier large language models, we've also been really reflective of how can we use these large language models and this new AI to improve the customer experience. And so all that has led to us building our own conversational AI agent that we released a few months ago, publicly, HTS Assist. And what we have done here is really focused on solving the highest friction, sort of moments of truth problems from a post-booking perspective. So there's a ton of conversation around how can we use AI to personalize the booking experience and make it more easier and delightful to let people make their travel purchases. And I think that at Hopper we find that really fascinating. However, to play devil's advocate, we've all been collectively as an industry really focused on making the purchase experience frictionless, very much so. It's how do you just make the funnel completely liquid and we'll just slide right in. But what I think is a more difficult problem, but a very real world one, is after customers actually transact with you, how do they experience your business after that? And that's where we are applying AI most, I think, fervently, is when a customer actually is experiencing a disruption, when there's a hurricane, when there's a government shutdown, how do they interact with their business, and how can you use some of these frontier large language models to allow people to have natural, delightful conversations with business? So that's where we are really focused on this year, is almost working backwards from the bottom.
So with Hopper being at Phocuswright and you being focused on AI, is there specific verticals that you're prioritizing here in terms of partnerships? Where, given you guys are so focused on B2B, I got to imagine there's a lot of opportunities here for you.
Yeah, I mean, obvious thing here, a lot of folks have asked me, well, why don't you guys just go super horizontal? This is great technology. Why aren't you doing healthcare and, et cetera, et cetera. We're a travel company, so we're really focused on travel, all travel verticals. I think based on our experience, it's pretty clear that the air vertical has a disproportionate amount of, post-booking experience that could do with a bit less friction.
Yeah.
And then, more specifically, not just airlines, but OTAs, TMCs, and so on and so forth. So very much focus on those specific areas, but also looking at hotels, car rental companies as well. Very much in the travel world.
Totally. Yeah. That's why I like, and where do you think we are currently? Because one of the things that Joe kindly mentioned when we sat down is that you've been listening to the Travel Trends podcast and listening to some of the episodes around AI to kind of get a figure out where our audience is, which I really appreciate coming into an interview like this, being that prepared. So thank you. We talked about the fact we just had our AI summit, which those episodes will be going live on our YouTube channel shortly. And so I would just love to hear from your vantage point where you think we are in the adoption of AI within travel and what you think the big opportunities are in 2026.
Yeah, so when we really started experimenting with frontier large language models, 2.5 years ago, like many travel companies did, I think that it was really clear where the potentials could lie, but we didn't see user adoption being really quick on this. As in, when we put conversational interfaces in front of customers 2.5 years ago, there was a lot of understandable conflating of the old conversational interfaces from the 2015 era where it was just they don't understand what you're saying over and over again.
Yeah.
And so I think that over time, as people have gotten a lot more used to the ChatGPTs and the Geminis of the world, there's been a lot more appetite to actually use these kind of AI-driven features. And so we're seeing a ton more adoption now than we ever have. And I think that's just going to increase. And all the numbers show that across the board.
Yeah. And I guess that's where, when you guys do your pricing, because I've been a big fan of Hopper for many years, and I've used the platform. And I loved it as a consumer. And I love the bunny. It's I love the branding. I like that. But and so are companies then also utilizing the technology for forecasting and how else are they leveraging some of the Hopper technology and the AI tools that you're developing?
Yeah, so, the companies that we work with absolutely love the underlying AI models that we use for pricing prediction and for forecasting the pricing of our financial, our fintech products, our fintech ancillaries.
Yeah.
But I think that's quite separate than this newest cohort of the LLMs entirely, right? That's really more about having conversations with customers, enabling them to do more semantic search rather than filters-based search. So yeah. I think that's why we're really excited about it. It's a totally different avenue that we're now all exploring. That's a total deviation from the AI of the past. And
one of the things I was curious to know, just given the culture at Hopper being so innovative, is how you guys actually utilize AI internally. When I'll use the example with TUI, they had developed their own LLM internally and named it, and all their team members use it as opposed to using ChatGPT or a system that they can't add their own proprietary data to. How do you guys approach it internally, and how do you, I guess, build a culture around embracing AI?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, my team, obviously being focused on AI-driven products, we are, I would say, early adopters on how we integrate AI use, and not just the everyday, but also our core product development. And so, one of the key tenets we have is just get your hands on it, right? Rather than sitting around deliberating, how should we do it? What is the best way to do it? What are the risks, et cetera, et cetera? Being a startup, I think we have the luxury in some pockets of our business to say, just get your hands on it. Try out what works, what doesn't. Don't gatekeep any cool things that you're seeing in the tools that you're using, and actually share that out. And just those very loose guidelines have resulted in, folks being able to rapidly prototype and actually ship code in a production, at least in a staging environment, soon to be production, and also be able to super compress the amount of time they take to do those sort of administrative tasks that have previously taken a ton of time, right? In the travel world, there's just so many different processes and documents that exist, and compressing that kind of amount of time spent on those is phenomenal. And of course, co-pilots, like you mentioned, right? Internal co-pilots that let people actually recall enterprise.
The one thing I was also noticed too when I was preparing for our conversation is you guys are hiring, which is not a surprise, especially within your team, given the importance. And one of the things I'd love to ask you is that for those people listening to this that are trying to wrap their head around AI, because you've got such a unique background in hospitality, having worked with Forbes Travel Guide, for example, Four Seasons, and so you understand the hospitality space, you understand the travel industry. For people who are in the industry and are trying to figure out how to embrace AI, teach themselves, because it's certainly one of the biggest challenges I see today is that everyone is using the tools, but very few people are trained. Not that you have to be trained, because a lot of people are self-taught, but nevertheless, my point in saying that is that people are trying to figure out how they get jobs in AI and how do they actually. So what would be your recommendations, and where are you seeing the growth opportunities for people that you're hiring? Obviously, you're hiring developers. But yeah, tell us a bit about how people should be looking at reevaluating their role in the age of AI and embracing this technology and actually finding a way to make it to their career advantage.
Yeah, and what I like to say to folks who are in that position is, like, ultimately AI in and of itself isn't like a business objective, and ideally probably shouldn't be a career objective in and of itself either. What I would say there is, like, think about the everyday problems that you're actually trying to solve. And as always, when you think about, like, what are those unique problems and unique solutions, and then determine where does AI potentially fit into that, right? Rather than being like, how do I AI auto magic my way out of a solution? It's kind of like, okay, what is the actual problem you're trying to solve?
Yeah.
As always.
Yeah.
And then what is the solution? And however that solution needs to be, be articulated, like, where can you actually use AI tools in that? Like, that's probably the better way to think about it than being just like, I want to get, like, into AI, right? Like, it's not exactly a monolith either.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, no, it's a very good point. In terms of where you guys are headed going into 2026, and we're leaving Phocuswright, heading back to Toronto, and starting mapping out 2026. What are some of the things you want to take away from here, and what are some of the things that are top of mind for you when it comes to bringing AI into the company and embracing AI across Hopper? I'd love to get your take on kind of what's next, and also maybe what's in the pipeline for Hopper.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as always, like, talking to partners, talking to potential clients and customers, and understanding what their business pain points are is the key thing, as always, because it helps to inform how we think about the products we develop, how we improve the existing products we have, and then, like, a little bit of AI sprinkled across that, right? It's not like, how do you plug AI into all these things, but that's always what I like to take away from Phocuswright. It's just understanding what others are building, what people are actually looking for. And what I hear more and more is, like, there's a huge amount of appetite to be like, how do we, like, literally apply AI, right? Like, to your point, like, we're also exhausted of seeing, I think, that term come up on a bingo card again and again, like, how do you navigate around this topic? But we're really interested in making sure that if we are using AI to solve problems, that they're very real-world problems that travelers experience every day, and therefore travel companies experience every day, too.
Yeah, that's exciting. And I guess that's kind of a final question I wanted to ask you, especially given our global audience that will be listening to this, and some of them learning about Hopper, obviously taking some inspiration from you on AI. But if there's our podcast is primarily B2B, so there may be organizations that want to reach out, whether it's to you, to the team, for opportunities to collaborate with Hopper. What's the best way to do that?
You can write us on LinkedIn. You can write us on our website. You can send us Pigeon. Any number of ways, but absolutely check it out. We have a really robust product portfolio heading to 2026 with a really cool suite of products across our commerce, fintech, media, and servicing AI stack.
That's awesome. Well, I'm so glad we met here. Obviously, very keen to have you at our AI Summit next year, because you'll be in Toronto, so we can, you can.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll have you as a speaker and have you part of that. But great that we got a chance to meet here at Phocuswright. I look forward to keeping in touch with you, and certainly wish you every success in 2026.
Awesome. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
All right, here we go. We're at the Phocuswright conference with Dylan Conroy, who I met a few months ago in Orlando. And he is a fellow podcaster, and I learned so much from him when we first got a chance to chat. And now we're getting a chance to meet, and he's going to be on the Travel Trends podcast. So, Dylan, welcome. Great to have you here.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you having me on. And same, the mutual respect and admiration is sent back to you as well. I feel like everywhere, whenever I'm doing my research every week and figuring out what conference to go to, you're already booked as media, the panelist, person that's interviewing the guests. So you're really doing a great job of covering all the important things. So
thanks, Dylan. That means a lot. Obviously, but this is the interesting thing about what we're doing with the B2B. You have incredible success on the B2C side. And so tell everyone a bit about what you do and the platforms that you manage, because I know you've got a couple of podcasts, but obviously I think most of our listeners are going to be most intrigued about the travel podcast.
Yeah,
so tell us about that.
I'll stick to the travel side. So I host my own show that is kind of I would say, B2B show in the marketing space called the Ad Podcast, but that's ultimately how I found my way into travel media. So earlier in the year, I connected with the Skogmo brothers, who had just sold their company, Jukin Media, for $150 million to trusted media brands.
Yeah.
And like a lot of young, recently minted millionaire, millennials, they went and traveled the world. So John bought a 50-foot powerboat and traveled around the world. And then Mike went on a 9-month trip with his wife before they had kids and just traveled.
Yeah.
And they kind of, saw some frustrations with legacy travel media. And they saw what they were able to do to the viral video space with Jukin and decided to come into the space and basically try and disrupt it the way that they did with Jukin. So they raised some money. They acquired Lostin, which is a travel guide company out of Berlin. And then they went on a little bit of a buying spree and bought up a bunch of other social media travel assets. So they bought Bring Me, which was BuzzFeed's travel vertical. Travelgram, which is one of the big kind of Instagram travel porn channels. A View from My Window, a Facebook community of 4 million people that every morning when they wake up and they're on a trip, they share a picture or video from wherever they're traveling.
So cool.
And the final asset was Landscapes, which is kind of their outdoor adventure vertical. So they brought me on as the very first brand partnerships guy. So my job is to come to shows like this and to meet brands and try and secure advertisers for the network. But because I had also hosted my podcast, they said, hey, you should host the Lostin podcast. So they launched a show called The Layover. And basically every single week we interview either a travel insider, chief marketing officer, head of an agency, something like that.
Yeah.
Or we interview a fellow travel journalist like yourself, either a new media travel journalist or a traditional travel journalist. We just had Elliot Stein on, who's the travel editor of the BBC. And then, or we interview an influencer and kind of talk to them about the latest brand partnerships that they've done. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
So cool, man. And this is home for you. Like, we're in San Diego.
Yeah,
you're based here.
This is my home market. The Manchester family are fellow Sigma Chi's, so I know the family that runs this hotel.
And you also have a podcast recording studio here too.
Yeah. So I have a studio in Escondido. It's a little bit, it'd be a little haul from here. It's about 45 minutes up the coast. But it's a great space that I built a relationship with the studio owner, and then I have kind of a permanent installation there so I can bring guests in when I'm here in San Diego. And then I also have access to the Skull Candy Studios, which is up in Costa Mesa, the Skull Candy headphones brand.
Yeah, of course,
So go on and book time with those guys. And, that's my eventual dream, is to own podcast studios all around the country that I can use when I'm in town.
Yeah.
I can put out on like PeerSpace and some of these.
Exactly. I wasn't even familiar with PeerSpace. I've mentioned it to a few of my colleagues now. They have been checking out PeerSpace to book podcast recording studios in New York and other cities. Yeah.
It's such an amazing. I mean, you think about the Airbnb of everything, right?
Yeah,
Whether it's fishing grounds or motorhomes or sprinter vans. Well, now you can Airbnb podcast studios, and it's been great, for guys like you and I that are traveling around the country and want to maintain our production value that we have in the home studios.
Totally. And one of the things that Dylan also does with his podcast is video. So one of the things I want to highlight just for our listeners now is that we are actually going to do 2 interviews back to back. So Dylan's kindly joining me for our event spotlight that all of our listeners are listening to right now. But then we're also going to do another recording. I just want to make people aware where they can find that.
Yeah, of course. So you'll be able to find the show on my LinkedIn. So search for Dylan Conroy, Dylan, last name Conroy, Conroy, or the Ad Podcast anywhere where podcasts are listened or watched.
Cool. I'm looking forward to that. And so the conference, obviously, that we're both here together. We've met at a conference. We're back here. This is my favorite travel industry conference. I think it's awesome that it's in San Diego. For most of our listeners, as we've been doing our recordings here, it used to go back and forth between Miami and LA, and Fort Lauderdale and LA.
Arizona last year too.
Correct. Yeah. So then they moved from LA to doing Phoenix, which is where we were last year. And then this year it was supposed to be back in Florida, but that hotel is being renovated. And so they picked San Diego, and I couldn't be more thrilled because I love San Diego, and this hotel is spectacular.
Great property.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad that we don't have great weather. You guys brought the rain with you for the first time this year, but, even a rainy day in San Diego is better than a lot of places.
Totally. No, it's still mild, and for Canadians, this is this is glorious. Yeah. But tell everyone about what you're hoping to get out of being a Phocuswright. Have you been to other Phocuswrights
great
before?
Question.
Yeah.
So no, this is my first Phocuswright. I have stalked it from afar. Last year, I was very interested in going to Phoenix, but didn't quite have the opportunity to pull the trigger. From what I've heard from industry peers, I've been to the Arrival conference, which I know is kind of a split off from guys that originally worked for this show.
Yep.
They kind of cover the tour operator side of the business. So I feel like a lot of people kind of, whether it's Skift or Arrival, kind of have taken their cues originally from Phocuswright. And my understanding is this is the conference where, it's not just brands and marketers and commercial side, but really this is where like the industry comes to get up to speed on kind of the investment side of the industry. So if you think about people who are on the development side and they're building properties and, literally putting bricks in the ground and raising up new properties, but also a lot of investment banks, a lot of venture firms, and a lot of analysts and a lot of people that cover kind of more of the financial side of the travel industry and what the growth side of it, which is what a lot of people are coining now, the experience economy, which is, post-pandemic, room occupancies are just above pre-pandemic levels.
Yeah.
Airlines are recovering, but the experience economy is up 40%. So that's where I think, where you eat and what you do when you go on vacation, that's the area that's growing.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you mentioned a couple of things there. The experience economy, Joe Pine, obviously, who wrote that book and was at the Arrival conference earlier this year.
Yeah.
And he's kindly been on our podcast a couple of times, and I think really highly of Joe. And he's actually coming back to close off this season because it times out with the launch of his book, which is The Transformation Economy. And this is that people now, I said this to Joe, that everyone knows the experience economy, but he quite rightly pointed out, but no one really knew about it until I told them about it because he coined the term and fair enough. Like, he wrote it in 1999. And here we are in 2025 talking about the experience. It's kind of generally accepted now that if you look at goods and services, experiences was not necessarily as quantifiable as an economic theory, but it's very clear that's where people are investing their time and their money, their energy. And this whole idea now that travelers more than ever are looking to have a transformative travel experience. That whole Maslow hierarchy of needs, self-actualization. People are choosing to travel so they come back changed. They come back seeing the world differently. And so this is where he's heading. And I think it's very much in the zeitgeist of travelers today that they're seeking these type of small group experiences.
Pray, love.
Yeah, a bit of that. Oh man, that's a classic.
Yeah.
But to bring us back to Phocuswright and what brings us here, I know obviously you do a lot of partnerships, so clearly there's a ton of opportunity for networking. But one of the things I like about Phocuswright as well is the quality of the speakers and the sessions. So let's just make sure, I know you started off with some of the ways that, some of the reasons you're here, but just to make sure that people can find you, follow up with you, check out the podcast, or get involved. So what would be all the ways to do that,
definitely.
Dylan?
Well, if anybody wants to check out the show, it's The Ad Podcast. So you can find that on any podcast platform or place that you watch or listen to podcasts. And if you want to connect with me directly, I'm Dylan, like Bob Dylan, D-Y-L-A-N, Conroy, like Conroy's Flowers, C-O-N-R-O-Y, Dylan Conroy, on all social media platforms.
Fantastic. Great to see you again, Dylan, and I look forward to catching up over the next couple of days.
Let's do it. Thanks, Dan.
Welcome, Lauren. It's great to have you on Travel Trends.
Thank you, Dan. It's so great to be here with you at Phocuswright.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, Lauren, I was keen to have you on this special event spotlight here at Phocuswright. You, of course, are based in Fort Lauderdale,
yes,
which is where this event would normally be this time of the year. And it's literally my favorite place to go for Phocuswright. This, I have to say, I'm delighted it's in San Diego, and this hotel is amazing, but I always loved going to the Diplomat.
It is.
Yeah.
It's like been there forever.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I knew, and I always booked my hotel long in advance, and I always so looked forward to location, going for a walk on the beach.
I know.
So yeah.
It's a good view here, though, too.
No, exactly.
Yes.
So welcome back to Phocuswright.
Thank you.
Obviously, you work with HBX Group. Tell everyone a little bit about your role and what you do.
Sure. So I've been at HBX Group for many, many years, but this year I am VP of Partnerships for North and South America. So what that means in short is I get to have interesting conversations with interesting people and companies and really kind of going after like those longer term like joint ventures or growth opportunities for those companies and for our group.
Cool. Because, you were the head of partnerships at HBX, or vice president of partnerships. But the one thing that actually would be good for our listeners to understand too is the size and scale of HBX. Because you say you've been there for a number of years, but obviously within that there's hotel beds. Tell us a little bit more about HBX and the size and scale of the company.
Yeah, definitely. So just to start, we are a global B2B travel marketplace. So in short, this means that we work with distribution points of sale.
Yeah.
And we work with travel products, so hotels, attractions, transfers, cars, dynamic packaging, and we build connections between all those companies through white label and API solutions. Now, I think that the size is definitely interesting. We get almost 7 billion searches per day to our systems, which is a little bit less than half of what Google.com gets every day. So our partners are definitely very eager putting through those searches to all those travel products.
Yeah.
And we keep kind of striking new partnerships to continue to evolve our products.
So within the group, so there's Beds Online, the Luxurist. So how does it all fit together? Because obviously the HBX, I've only just started to come to understand more about the HBX group and meeting some of your colleagues in the team. And I guess I continue to get more intrigued the more I learn about the company. So yes.
Break it down.
Important point, like the number one, like a B2B global travel marketplace. And obviously we're a B2B podcast, so this is the kind of conversations we need to be having. But give us a little bit more a breakdown of the structure of the group.
Sure. Okay, so hotel beds. So this is going to be our brand that is, let's call it kind of wholesale facing. So we work with over 40 airlines, banks, tour operators, etc.
Yeah.
And they are either utilizing our API technology or white label in order to get those attractions, transfers, car hire, and accommodation.
Got it.
So that's B2B. Everything we do is B2B. We were born a B2B company. We're going to continue to be a B2B company. And that's kind of, I think, one of the themes that you're going to see across all of those.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes, yeah. Yep.
So that's hotel beds. A quick one just to kind of mention is like, for instance, Getaways by Southwest. We recently announced a partnership with them where back in August where we are supplying them hotel accommodation. So super lucky to be able to do that.
Yeah.
That's hotel beds.
Right.
Okay. Beds Online is selling to travel advisors. So Beds Online sells same products, but different, right? Web and API to over 60,000 travel advisor businesses around the world. So this is really addressing a lot of that kind of fragmentation that still is absolutely out there and that great service that travel advisors provide.
Super helpful context.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that helps clarify for me. I'm sure for many of our listeners as well. So then with your role, you're across all of HBX.
Yes, I get to wander.
Exactly. Yeah, that's because my previous role when I was heading up digital across the travel corporation, it was 40 different brands. And that's one of the things I loved about my role. And it's also what I love about what I do now is that I get to work with different companies and you get to insert yourself into different conversations that you have a unique position of visibility across the entire group.
Yes.
So you can start to see commonalities or what's working in different areas that you can apply. So how does it work when you're trying to manage that wide a portfolio? Is there certain businesses within the group? Because I know like the travel corporation, Trafalgar was always that was the most important brand that you had to make sure that, that could never be negatively impacted. So you had to make sure you tested things on everything else before eventually it got to Trafalgar, as an example in my case. How does it work with the HBX group?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, not everybody is as lucky as me to get to wander. So people actually do really need to focus on kind of one product or another product. Yeah. And there's definitely some kind of overarching areas of some of our call centers and stuff that really service all of that. But I'll use the Luxurist, for instance. This is one of the newest products, and we put it to market in 100 days. It's actually a joint venture with David Amsalem, who he founded Jean Paul. Accor bought them, I think, years ago, and he started working with us to bring this, again, it's a travel agent-facing luxury planning, travel planning website. So it's based on an itinerary. The content is gorgeous. The experience is beautiful. Travel advisors get a concierge even with it.
Yeah.
That it's a human concierge backed by AI. So it's not just interacting with AI. And I think that is one area we're actually still doing a lot of experimenting with to try to, like, we're messing up sometimes and we're succeeding sometimes because it's one of the newer products.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And now, obviously, this is like the HBX being a global business, the headquarters being in Mallorca, in Spain, which is a beautiful part of the world. And that's where I've met some of your colleagues in the past. I've learned more about Mallorca being such a hub for travel. And you've got 31 offices globally, you being based in Miami, which is also a hotbed for it's the cruise lines, and like, so it is an important travel hub, of course. And I know your role is focused on the Americas.
Yes.
So I'm keen to know a little bit more about that, because obviously you guys have a very strong European presence. Is part of your role and the intention to grow the Americas side of the business?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So Miami especially is also just like, I mean, straight into Latin America, right? So
of course,
whether a lot of the airlines, even a lot of the hotel chains that are actually in Mexico and the Caribbean have a lot of their personnel actually based in Miami.
Yeah.
So I think it makes it really easy for my role to be able to kind of liaise with some of those companies down there. Even a lot of people doing kind of halftime in like Colombia and then halftime in Miami, for instance.
Yeah.
So that's definitely helpful.
Yeah.
We've actually had a really strong presence in Latin America for many years. And I think that where we're looking to grow now is, granted, not technically my role, but is a lot in Asia.
Okay.
Again, good presence there, but I think we see that as kind of like an interesting, still fragmented market.
Yeah.
And really continuing to kind of increase our footprint in North America specifically as well.
Interesting. Yeah, well, I'm glad you mentioned Asia, because obviously here we are at the Phocuswright conference, and the Phocuswright North Star Media has been bought by JTB, Japanese Tourism Board, and the intention, I know, is to expand more into Asia. So it's interesting that obviously that's such a massive growth opportunity globally, for all the reasons that we know, the number of travelers, outbound travelers. So it's really fascinating. I wanted all of our global listeners to wrap their head around the HBX group. And I think it's one of the things that's unique about your role, and credit to you, is that, you know, having been with an organization and having worked in those divisions, you're then also uniquely positioned to work at a strategic group level. And so then here you are at Phocuswright, which I consider to be one of the most, if not the most important travel industry event. It's my favorite, that's for sure.
Mine too.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I'm okay, cool. So tell us what brought you back this year. Clearly, running partnerships, obviously, there's the reason to be here. But yeah, tell us what intrigued you about coming this year, and what brought you back to Phocuswright.
I mean, the networking, is that what everybody says?
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah, it's always interesting. Either people go to the sessions. I was always the guy that went to the sessions, or people are like, I haven't been to any sessions, I've just been in meetings. And it's like, that seems to be more the case, and that's to be expected, because that's what most people are here for.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think that sometimes when I think of networking at trade shows, though, am I getting things done? Actually,
right.
Am I just like having coffee with people? But like, I think that like the quality of the networking and the conversations you have at Phocuswright is definitely different.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty surprised, because I don't even know if I want to say how long I've been coming to the Phocuswright conference. But
come on, we can reveal her. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No.
So it's definitely above 10,
and me too.
I'm pretty surprised at how let's just call it the seniority of the people or the title of people. It hasn't really dropped or that much.
Very true.
Right? It's really stayed pretty high.
Yeah.
And I think too, just through having conversations with people who are learning about like new technologies, and sometimes with the people I'm meeting, I'm just like, what are startups you like right now? Maybe they're not even here, but like, what are you liking?
Yeah.
Where's your attention going? So I think that's kind of the main reason always for coming. We do get to meet a lot of our existing partners. So that's important too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as soon as you mentioned the startups, because one of the things that you've seen this over the years that I think Phocuswright has done an extraordinary job with is bringing the startups into the ecosystem, giving them the chance to pitch, and giving them the opportunities to get the networking and the exposure, and seeing what rises to the top with the 25 top hottest startups. They also have the Young Leaders program.
Yes.
So these things that there's a reason you and I have been coming for more than 10 years, because we get enough benefit from it every year. It's not something that is, and it is unique that it continues to maintain that strength and quality. And, obviously I adore the team, so I'm not just trying to gush over the team at Phocuswright, but I genuinely it's a great group of individuals, and it seems like I'll just say this. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of politics. It just seems like there's a team that's working hard together to put on a great conference, and that flows through to the environment that's created, where it just feels very collaborative. Everyone feels very accessible. There's no attitude or edge to this. Yeah. It's like, and you're right. You get access to the decision makers, and they make time for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think your point about the young leaders. So HBX Group sponsored that for I think like 4 years in the
really?
past.
Yeah.
And I think that how Phocuswright like mixes in the young leaders, female founders, kind of luncheon,
very
and
important.
the mentorships.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really great. We actually last year we had hosted kind of a hackathon with NYU. We have a partnership with them.
Okay.
And I think I spent like 1 week with all of these students doing this hackathon, and then Phocuswright was like a week later. And they actually had one of the NYU students working the registration desk, checking me in.
No way,
Like,
that's so cool.
It's like such a cool kind of like collaboration across multiple organizations.
Yeah. Well, there's a guy, Dr. Richie K.
I ran into him in the hallway.
Oh,
today,
did you? That's so I met him here at Phocuswright. Him and I have actually spoken at other conferences, and he's kindly invited me to speak at NYU, and I'm very keen to go. And but he's one of the that's a perfect example of someone I've met by virtue of Phocuswright, and it brings him in. I know he's got some of his students here this year with him, which is and so what a supportive ecosystem. And I think that now obviously we're having this conversation. End of 2025, going into 2026, AI is obviously a big topic. A lot of the sessions are about AI. I'm keen to get from your perspective beyond the networking, just in terms of the content and some of the other things, whether it is from conversations you're having or it's sessions you're attending. What are some of the other things you're hoping to get out of being here to kind of get a sense of where the industry is and where it's headed?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll just start with the AI perspective. So I think that we're, like probably everybody, are trying to get super practical on AI and being truly B2B. We had a really interesting conversation today with a partner who's trying to develop a lot of AI around reservations. So like the actual like voice booking of reservations. And our question is like, okay, we're B2B. How can we help you do that? And the number one answer was content. So while it's been hugely important in the past, like the room content, and this even got us thinking about like what level of content do you need to book a rental car using voice only with AI, to book an attraction, and how prepared, like that, working towards getting that done and being truly prepared to offer that to our partners.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, and that's where I think accommodation is probably the most well-represented category at Phocuswright. Yeah. Because I've always thought about it as like, the OTA model of air, hotel, car, but really it's accommodation. It's like that's what the OTAs and accommodation. So for you, obviously, lots of suppliers, lots of partners are here, and even just to get a sense of where some of these startups that are in this space are starting to do really innovative things, especially around the utilization of AI. So is some of that like learnings that you obviously take back, or with partnerships, is it also the case that you are looking to partner with some of those startups? Is that part of, I guess, your remit, if you will?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's both. It's definitely things that I can take back, and then it's also looking at those startups. So again, practical example, we did a partnership with a company called Civit Fun. They digitize hotel operations and really enhance the guest experience. So again, when I said B2B, this is a way that we can help our hotel partners. So again, we're really trying to look for different ways where we can stay B2B and do that and not put our brand in front of the consumer. So we did a partnership with them and ended up purchasing the company. So now they are part of the HBX group. So that's kind of a partnership that we got done over the last year. And while it didn't start at a Phocuswright, it's definitely the kind of thing that I'm looking to do. So.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, I'm sure there will be startups that will likely reach out to you as a result of this, because part of the reason that we do this event spotlight is to provide the access to not only the content, but obviously connections, people like yourself that are here at the conference, but you're here at the conference, but all of our listeners are spread out globally, trying to get the benefit of listening to this and getting kind of excerpts of highlights. So I do want to make sure that whether it's startups or other industry suppliers or colleagues can connect with you and find out more information about HBX Group. So I would love if you wouldn't mind sharing, Lauren, the best ways to get in touch with you, whether it's LinkedIn, or email, and then also just to get connected to the organization.
Yes. So definitely look me up on LinkedIn, Lauren Atlas, kind of easy from the travel industry perspective. Atlas, born to be in it, I guess, and hbxgroup.com.
I now have the pleasure to sit down and speak to the founder of Roame, Tim Quinn. He's based in San Francisco, and this is his very first Phocuswright. Tim, welcome to our special event spotlight.
Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
For sure. So I'm so keen to understand what brought you to Phocuswright, but let's make sure everyone understands who you are and what you do. So tell us a little bit more about Roame and the company you run.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm Tim, one of the co-founders of Roame. Roame is a flight and hotel search engine for your credit card points and miles. We cover 26 different airline loyalty programs and 3 different hotel loyalty programs. The core problem we're trying to solve is the vast majority of Americans have credit card points but don't know how to redeem them. If they do want to redeem them, they'd be transferring to tons of different airlines, searching on their websites, and we do that all in one click, one search, and we do that all for them really quickly.
Cool. Now, I should highlight for all of our listeners, too, it's Roame with an E, Roame. Tell everyone just from the start here where they can get more information, what the website is, so if those people are multitasking while we're speaking.
Definitely. It is roame.travel, so spelled ROAME.travel.
Cool. And how long have you had this company? When did you guys start this?
We started this in 2023, so it's a little over 2 years now.
Good. Post-pandemic.
Post-pandemic, yes, writing the travels runs.
I always find people saying, it's 2019. Oh, the infamous 2019 as we're going into 2020. There's so many war stories from that time, but then there's this incredible renaissance of travel that's happened since. So great that you're on the other side of that with getting this business off the ground. But tell us a little bit about what brought you to Phocuswright. Clearly, you could actually drive. Did you drive or fly?
We flew.
Yeah, it's okay. I did have a couple of friends that drove down from San Francisco, which is why I asked, but I realized it makes way more sense to fly.
So that's like an 8-hour, 9-hour
Yeah,
ride?
exactly. Yeah. My friend Stuart left at 2 a.m. to get here at 9. And so, But people do what they have to do, but to get here to Phocuswright. But tell us what brought you here to the conference.
Yeah, so this is my first Phocuswright. Really, it's here to speak with a lot of the travel software providers and also just to meet people here. So it's been really exciting so far. We've had back-to-back meetings the entire time.
Awesome.
So it's been really great.
That's fantastic. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about that experience so far, because I know networking is one of the key elements to be here at Phocuswright. So clearly that's... But obviously there's some amazing content. There's lots of different reasons that people come to the conference. What has been your experience so far? Obviously busy, yes. We're having this conversation at the beginning of day 2. But yeah, I'd love to hear any other highlights from what you've experienced so far. And also, too, Tim, what you're planning for the next couple of days.
Definitely. So I'm a big believer in doing business and also meeting people in person. I think it's just a much better experience. Everyone actually gets to know each other. So we had a lot of contracts in negotiation right now. So we are having sort of the final conversations.
Nice, exciting.
In person. Also, this is one of the first few conferences where I'm just getting requests left and right from everyone to speak with.
It's always nice when you get inbound reach out rather than having to do all the outreach.
Tons of inbounds, yes.
Yeah,
it's been great.
And obviously you're using the app. That's one of the things that I know our team is actively using. But yeah, how is this all happening for those people who are not familiar with the Phocuswright conference?
The app is really well done. It doesn't really lag. It's pretty spiffy, and the daily reminders makes it really easy to keep on top of things.
Oh, that's cool. See, you're a tech guy, so you can appreciate this. So on the other side of this conference, 2026 is right around the corner. Obviously, it sounds like some of the conversations here are going to be pivotal to your future success. But tell us what you have planned for Roame in 2026.
Yeah, so we started with hotel and flight award search and mostly data showing people where you can find these deals, right? For 2026, we have a big launch with booking hotels with cash and Roame currency, so we'll have Roame points. So that's sort of what we're finalizing for the end of this year.
Cool. That's exciting. And in terms of partnerships, remind us again the kind of verticals you're focused on. The reason I'm asking this question, Tim, is that for our global listeners that aren't on the Phocuswright app and they're just coming to learn about you, what types of partners make sense to reach out?
Yes. Broadly, I would say any airline, hotel, independent hotel, or travel tech providers. So on travel tech, right, think if you sell flights, sell hotel, sell eSIM, sell VPN, stuff like that, we would love to speak with you.
Fantastic. That's great. Well, it's a real pleasure to meet you. I know we mentioned a couple of the ways to learn more about Roame Travel, the website, of course, but I also want to make sure people can connect with you, learn more information, and reach out. I'm assuming LinkedIn is probably one of the main ways?
Yeah, LinkedIn is one of the best ways, but feel free to message me at tim@roame.travel.
That's fantastic. It's a real pleasure to meet you. Good luck with the conference over the next couple of days, and I look forward to keeping in touch.
Likewise.
I'm delighted to reintroduce all of our listeners to a celebrity star from our Travel Trends podcast who's joined us a couple of times, Charlotte Lamp Davies. Welcome back, Charlotte.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be back, Dan.
Charlotte, of course, was on our Phocuswright Barcelona episode, and I was gushing over my profound respect for what you do in the industry. And with our conversation today, though, we're actually going to bring in one of the companies that you advise for. So, Charlotte, actually, just make sure all of our listeners know about the Bright approach and a little bit more about who you are and what you do.
Yeah, we are a management consultancy based out of London, and we predominantly really look after the needs of travel tech companies across the industry. And it's a variety of sort of helping out with sales and go-to-market strategy, branding and positioning, a bit of PR thrown in sometimes as well.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And Charlotte, just so everyone knows too, she's a board advisor for Phocuswright, so she's involved in the content and bringing these events together. I probably overstepped last time when we spoke about all the amazing things you do, because of course it is the Phocuswright team that brings the events together, but you do play a key role in all of it as well. And I'm always keen to catch up with you at these conferences, obviously just to see you and catch up, but obviously I wanted to have you on the podcast as well, because I always appreciate your highlights from the conference, what brought you here, and some of the things you're benefiting from, the sessions, the speakers, or some of the networking opportunities. So on that note, why don't you introduce us to Marcus, who you brought into this conversation with us today?
Yes, I'm delighted to have Marcus by my side this morning, and Marcus and I have been working together for coming up for 3 years, and in that time I've really seen Marcus and his company go through an enormous amount of change and challenges, and now have landed in a very, very successful place since the rebranding to Eliza. Marcus is Marcus Stumper, and he's CEO of Eliza.
Fantastic. Welcome, Marcus. Great to have you on the Travel Trends event spotlight here from Phocuswright.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the invite. Happy to be here.
Of course. No, so tell us a little bit more, Eliza. Tell us about this company. It's not one I'm familiar with, and I'm sure many of our listeners as well.
Yeah, we just did the rebranding. So Eliza is a startup, a bit grown-up startup now, and we're doing text and voice analytics for big companies, for corporates, or for contact centers. So basically what we do, whenever you call someone, for example, we help you to analyze, as a company, what happens during a conversation. So we turn every insight into KPIs. You can have them transparent in the dashboard and later on derive actions from that, and use AI to streamline your processes.
Fantastic. And now you're based in Germany, is that right?
Yeah, we're based in Germany, exactly. So it was a long ride to get you to San
Of course, yeah.
It was absolutely worth it, so I really love it. Yeah. Sunny and really nice weather, lovely city, so really happy to be here.
For sure, I couldn't agree more. I know we're headed back to... I can officially mention this because this won't be released until after it's announced, but I know we're heading back to Florida next year, which I learned last night at the event, which I'm very excited about. But you're right. San Diego is a perfect location for the event this year. Beautiful hotel. And yourself, though, is this your first Phocuswright conference, or have you been before?
No, it's my 5th Phocuswright conference. So I've been to Miami, Phoenix, and now to San Diego. And I really like, to meet the decision makers over here. So it's a really good time for me. And I always try to spend 1 or 2 days more, in the destination, like in San Diego, to discover a bit the local environment and, the highlights. So that's what I really try to combine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we all love travel. And actually, on our first day, both Catherine and Melanie here, as Charlotte's got a chance to meet them both, which is great. And we went to Old Town on the first day to go and get fantastic Mexican food. And, that's the joy of coming to a destination like this. But tell us a little bit more about what brought you to Phocuswright this year. What was obviously there's lots of great networking opportunities, and obviously you've been a number of times. So but what was specifically the standout this year, or the reason for coming to Phocuswright in San Diego?
Yeah, I think it's my 5th side of Phocuswright. So when you come here the first time and you don't know too many people, you start building up kind of a network. Right?
Sure,
so
of course.
The 5th time, you know people, you know who to talk to, you get introductions to other partners, potential clients, to network, and that's super interesting, right? And what I really like is that you find over here the decision makers. So it's not like you need to run around and find the right person. So normally you talk to the right people, and decision makers. You get very good feedback if it works or doesn't work. So it's really a good investment for us.
For sure, no, absolutely. I mean, the decision makers are here, and they're all very accessible, and that's one of the things I love about the Phocuswright conference. The other thing I certainly enjoy, and I haven't had as much time to do it this year with all the recordings, but the sessions themselves. I had the privilege to join one panel, and there's several more that are on today that I'm really keen to see, including Mike Coletta's talk about AI native companies and what travel companies can learn. So that's a session I would love to be there for. Are there any sessions that stood out to you or that you've been to or that are planning to attend?
Well, as we do a lot of with AI, so and of course AI is a strong focus over here, so it's very difficult to pick one specific session. But I always try to mix it up. So when potential partners or clients are having a chat with them, and in between I always visit the center stage or the networking event. So try to combine both. But of course, if you have the opportunity to talk to clients, that's a bit priority for me because, we don't have people on the ground in the US. So for me, coming from Europe and being in touch with, with American companies, with partners, that's absolute priority for me. And if I have the time, and there's plenty of them, so I joined the sessions.
For sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Charlotte, I want to bring you back in on that note too, because you obviously have known Phocuswright conferences for years. You've seen them evolve and change. What were some of the things that you were looking forward to this year, or what have been some of the standout highlights so far?
Again, like Marcus, my focus is actually still very much on AI, not least because majority of my clients are involved with developing tools that are AI related now. So that is definitely a key focus. I think what's very interesting around also my partnership with Marcus and Eliza is that we met at a Phocuswright conference.
Oh, interesting.
Can I just say?
Yeah.
So, again, I think there you have it. I mean, this is really where you find your potential partners. You get to speak with should we say, the C-suite in the industry where meaningful decisions are made. And for me, yesterday was very, very full on in the best possible way. The program was very packed. But I think I just got it right in terms of which roundtables I attended. There was an all-female founder lunch, which
fantastic,
is a wonderful initiative. I met some fantastic ladies who I'd never met before and who maybe if I hadn't been in that intimate setting, I would maybe not have sort of managed to make those connections. And it was just wonderful also on that level to spend some time with other women who sort of are going through or are about to go through what I have gone through in my career.
Yeah, no, that's great. Actually, there's a couple of people I spoke to yesterday that our listeners would have heard from that were with the Female Founders Initiative. And there was a number of events yesterday, and I heard people buzzing about it. We've had a few people join us on that. Given that you're across so many things, you're also a moderator, an amazing moderator. I've seen you moderate from the Forbes Travel Guide Conference to ITB. Are there certain sessions? Are you involved in doing some sessions here as well?
No, I'm not, I have never been on center stage here at Phocuswright. It has to be
You're behind the scenes here.
I'm behind the scenes for sure, but also, I tend to sort of more moderate the roundtables and also some of the breakout sessions, which of course are, those more intimate settings. And I must say that I do very much enjoy them. But as far as the next couple of days are concerned, I'm very much looking forward, as always, to launch. I love to see what's coming in, what's new, and as we know, it's a mixture between brand new companies to the industry and established companies sort of showing us, where they are putting their initiative and efforts.
For sure. Well, I've got one more question for you, Charlotte, and I'm going to pass it back to Marcus to talk about what Eliza's plans are in 2026, especially as it relates to AI. But I want to ask you that question as well, since you have your finger on the pulse of everything that's going on. Obviously, you're now working with Marcus and a number of different AI companies. Tell us some of the things that your predictions for 2026 or some of the trends you're paying attention to for 2026. What are some of the things that come out of this conference, or, we're on the cusp of, a brand new year. And so, what are some of the things you're paying attention to, Charlotte?
I think you're saying it right there. We are on the cusp of things beginning to settle. I think a lot of organizations, maybe hospitality might be the last one, dare I say that, but I think a lot of industry sectors in travel, in the travel industry, I think are really going to find out where AI sits for them and their organizations. I think we're very, very close. We're seeing a lot of pickup on that. And then I think we will be into whatever maybe the new trends may be. But there is going to be a significant shift next year, without a doubt. I know we can see it just from what's happening over at Eliza as well, in terms of pickup, in terms of how quickly market turns prospects into clients.
Really interesting. And I will bring Marcus back in. I mean, you spent 15 years at TUI. You've obviously worked in the startup space. Cruise Watch, obviously, it's a brand that I was actually familiar with that is, I guess, part of the group. You've done this rebrand. But tell us a little bit more about what sits under the Eliza Group and what your priorities are for 2026.
Yeah, I think we started like 8-9 years ago with Cruise Watch and focused on doing price prediction, things in the cruise industry. During COVID, we realized, of course, it was a tough time. We realized, well, we pivot this more into a B2B area, and that's where our DNA was also coming from. So we pivoted during COVID into, let's say, text and voice analytics. We started in the cruise space again, but then realized that our clients, really wanted this piece about text and voice analytics much more than, just the travel, let's say the cruise focus. So they expanded this into the whole travel industry, and then we built up the product, and we were more or less ready when COVID was, more or less vanished. And that was really interesting for us, because in this time, also OpenAI released the first model. And as we built our very first model, we realized that some things we built was replaced from OpenAI, and we did in the very first version we built, the first version of OpenAI was included. So I think we're one of the first AI native companies. So everything is built on AI, and we're not adding it. So we already built our fundamentals on AI.
That's great. Well, you should be in Mike Coletta's session by the sounds of it, and I think there's a lot that can be learned from an AI native company. So I'm intrigued to learn more, Marcus. I'm sure many of our listeners are as well. What's the best way for them to find out more about Eliza and follow up with you?
Well, on our website, Eliza.ai, that's a pretty good starting point, I think. And otherwise, reaching out to me. But I think if you look at that, and I think giving you use case, what happens right now with Eliza, and that's, I always say we have an external marketing department right now because everybody's talking about AI, agentic AI. And that's exactly where we are playing a good role into and trying to help companies to better understand their customer interaction.
Yeah, that's great. Well, it's a real pleasure to meet you. Obviously, enjoy the rest of the conference. Charlotte, you're accessible on LinkedIn, Charlotte Lamp Davies, and abrightapproach.com.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. And thanks for having me again. It's been wonderful.
Of course. Great to have you back. And thanks again, Marcus. Welcome, Grant. It's great to have you on Travel Trends. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah. Hey, Dan. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me.
For sure. I'm really keen to have you on this Phocuswright Event Spotlight episode because you have a unique perspective on the industry. I know you've got an extensive background within travel. You've worked with brands like Adara. You've worked with Travelzoo. But the current company that you work for is not one that I was familiar with. So Tell everybody a little bit about who you are and the company that you're now working for.
So Azira. And in fact, some of the companies that you had just mentioned are actually companies that we support with the insights that we collect. We work with about 600 travel brands, tourism and other travel, major travel companies, and also travel platforms. What we do is we collect data, cell phone data on about 154 million people in North America, 154 million devices, and about 1 billion globally. We take that information and it can provide us with insights for strategy, audiences, targeting and measurement. And we help all of those companies with the various things.
Well, now the business has been around for about 15 years, but it's gone through a couple of rebrands. So Azira is Azira.com for people who want to follow along at home. And I know you work in a number of industries, but obviously travel is your background, and obviously it's a massive vertical, travel and tourism. Tell us a little bit about the evolution of the company.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a company's been around for 15 years, started out as Uber Media. We were purchased by Near, and then when Near went through bankruptcy, we actually then reemerged a little over a year ago as Azira. For myself, I was brought on here. We found that we had so much success in tourism and in also the hotel vertical. And they asked me to come on and help to develop everything that kind of sits in between that, all of the different travel verticals and sub-verticals. And that's really what I had last done at Sojourn. So it was a really easy, natural fit for me to come in and help them grow those verticals.
Well, and that's where I was intrigued, just given your background. I know you're based in San Francisco and having worked for companies like Adara and Sojourn, and you were the chief revenue officer at Navigator, and then obviously now just recently joined as the head of enterprise travel. Tell us a little bit about your role. I know you guys work on airlines and OTAs, cruise lines, but tell us a little bit about your role that you're here to do now for Azira in the travel space.
Sure. So as I had said, it was the identification that we're having the success in finding value in delivering for destination marketing organizations and for hotels. Identifying somebody and where they came from, where they're going, and what they're doing is critically important to marketers. And so we've got this huge amount of people that we collect insights on and have activated it well in other areas. And incidentally, we also have divisions that work with fast food and auto and other, I'm sure you can imagine other verticals where this could be valuable.
Yeah.
So generally speaking, the idea is if it works there, it should work really well for some of the other business lines that you had mentioned, things like cruise lines, attractions. If you think about things like zoos, aquariums, Disney World, it's important to be able to identify people that make sense, families that are considering going to these places, but then also being able to measure that they actually got there and match it back to the media executed, and that's really what we can do.
Yeah, so let's talk about a couple of use cases because, as you mentioned, airlines, but also tourism boards and hospitality brands. Some people have been listening to this episode, and I've heard from leaders and certainly in hospitality. Tell us a couple of use cases, and if you can share client details, by all means, too, as far as who it's performed well for. But I know you're new to the role, but obviously you've got an established clientele. So tell us a couple of the best example use cases of the technology.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll give you just a couple quick examples. As an example, I mentioned that several of the platforms travel marketing platforms that we support. So. Sojourn, as an example, has a good angle on intent, understanding the customer before they get there. When they're working with destination marketing organizations, what we do is help to support them by providing insights and measurement on the person actually made it to Asheville through the marketing program that they may have made, and then we provide all of the insights as to what they've done when they actually got there. Did they go to the Biltmore? Did they go to the Sierra Nevada brewery? All of those different things, and we can really get quite granular with it. We also work with direct locations. As you're Canadian, I'm actually just launched a program with the Calgary Zoo.
Okay.
So yeah. A little ways away from Toronto, I know, but so all zoos have Zoo Lights programs for the holiday season, and roughly 30% of the people that buy Zoo Lights tickets buy them in advance online. The other 70% don't. So while they were doing general location or geo-targeting, they couldn't ever match it back to what that the customer actually got there and match it to the actual media spent. So what we're doing with them is that we're targeting everybody who has been to the zoo over the last year. And so we know that they're good zoo customers, zoo visitors, and that they also have families, and they have a good propensity to potentially go back for the holiday lights.
Interesting.
And we know that they did after the media execution because we can measure that they actually passed in through the zoo.
Well, the other one I want to ask you was the tourism boards, and clearly you know the Canadian market as well. I know you grew up in Buffalo, so you know Toronto, and when you work with organizations like Visit Toronto or destination management organizations have different goals than travel companies, because most travel companies are focused on bookings. Most DMOs are focused on just increasing the number of travelers to the destination, which then ideally the average spend and increases, restaurants, like the local economy all benefits.
Right.
How do you measure success for tourism boards?
Yeah, good question. So there's different levels of tourism. By the way, I've spent a lot of time working in the tourism industry. I've worked in travel and tourism for roughly 25 years. Understand it well. I've worked with destinations of all sizes. It's a little bit different of what Toronto may want versus what Ontario wants versus what Destination Canada wants.
Okay.
And they have they have different goals and different stakeholders. So the city of Toronto or any local market, San Francisco where I live, the stakeholders are usually the hotels. So while they're trying to drive visitation through the airport or drive markets into the destination, they then also need to report back to the hotelier who's actually giving them their funds, who has the tax on the hotel stay, and that's how they actually get their money. So let's say there's 100 different hotels in and around Toronto where you live.
Yep.
They would need to be able to measure that back. And so what generally you want to do and what we can do is identify the people that have an affinity to go to Toronto and market to them. And then we can identify that they've actually made it to those hotels. And that's critically important to any destination because, you're reporting back to your board.
Exactly,
and your board
yeah.
is mostly hotels.
Yeah.
Now, that answer your question okay?
Yeah, no, and as we were here together at Phocuswright, there's not a lot of DMOs here. That being said, I've met a few of the course of today, like Visit Fort Lauderdale. Anyway, there are a few, but that's not a big focus of this particular conference.
it's kind of surprising, don't you think? Like, I feel like they could benefit from this.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like it's but it travel industry that are here. So I'm genuinely keen. I know your role is focused on driving revenue and sales. So partnerships is obviously key for being here. But I know you've come to Phocuswright many times before. Tell us what brought you back this year. Obviously, the new roles. Tell us a bit about what you are hoping to get out of this year. And obviously, we're having this conversation, sort of getting towards the latter part of just day one. So I'm sure it's all still very fresh. But tell us. I'm also keen to know how it's gone so far.
Yeah, good. So firstly, let me say, like, anybody who's listening to this who has any involvement with destinations, this would be a valuable show to come to. It is a thought leader show. It is future oriented, so it helps to inform all of us on the direction of things. I just said earlier on a presentation on AI and how it's affecting and evolving creative, and that's really interesting and valuable. Of course, search, which is a big place where transactions happen, search activity. Google roughly makes up $6 to $7 billion in search spend. So Google is the biggest entity within the travel industry, and search is going to change dramatically here coming up with AI. You can go today and go to any of the major AI companies and get similar sorts of information to what you would get with Google search without any commercial aspect to it. And of course, that'll probably change pretty quickly because they do have commercial models as well that they're going to need to meet. But those are a few things that I think are important. Though I just wanted to go back and say, destinations are the hub of travel, and all of the travel suppliers emanate or interact with destinations. So it would be good to have more destinations here.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. And I think likely that's one of the outcomes for sure with the content and where the Phocuswright could head next year. But obviously they run a lot of webinars. There might be other opportunities for the team. So that's good feedback, because obviously that's a key constituent for you.
Let's tell North Star that.
Yeah,
won't we?
Well, I think we have their attention with this podcast. Right. So yeah, we'll run that back up the chain. So you made another very interesting points about AI and where the industry is headed. Tell us a little bit about what else you want to get out of being here this year and where you see the industry headed. Because for me, Phocuswright is always an industry conference that I come to, and I can see what happens here plays out over the next 6 months in our industry. I see partnerships and I see different relationships, and then I see people presenting on stage, and then you see their companies start to take off because they've brought them in for the right reasons. So yeah, tell us what's different this year for Phocuswright, given you're also a long-term fan.
Sure. Yeah, and maybe I could just start by saying that what I'm doing here is a convergence of my interests in several areas. I received a journalism degree, so I have this love of media and providing information and helping people become more knowledgeable. And I think that insights and research are also an aspect of that. I love travel, as I think everybody does who's here. Yeah. And and I think I'm a fan and a believer in helping the travel industry and all of the destinations and the travel suppliers succeed. And so it is true that we've had some challenges, which are well-known. International travel into the United States has
down like 10%.
Yeah, I think it's roughly 12%. Down. So
I'll trust your numbers.
Yep. And so that's a challenge. And then there's a lot of uncertainty to things.
Yeah.
There's two. I think there's kind of two parts to this.
Yeah.
There's a role of how we can generate more travel, and then also for many of us, how can we do the best with what we have? And it's important if this is the universe of people that are coming to San Francisco as an example, how can the attractions within that particular market, Hornblower Cruises, the aquarium, the zoo, things like that, make sure that they do get their share. All of the hotels, make sure that they get the best possible yield, and they're helping to massage or kind of grow the behavior of their client base to make them a good customer and a loyal customer.
Yeah,
and that's important.
Well, and I think the topic of data is never it's never the sexiest topic, but it's actually one of the most important as a marketer. And so companies like yours that really can leverage data and help marketers make smart decisions, especially with the ROI on their spend, I think there's continued importance and relevance. So I'm excited for you taking on this new role and to see where this company's headed. I think one thing that would be good for our listeners to understand, the type of, when we sometimes use the word like ideal client profile, what is a target customer for you guys? Aside from mentioning, the broad verticals, what is kind of a sweet spot for you guys as an organization? And I'm asking that because more of a bit of a pre-qualifier to people who might reach out to you after this to kind of give people an idea of what type of organizations, what sort of kind of size of business, what scale do they need to be at to be able to leverage your platform?
Sure. Yeah. So we're at a place where we want to be accessible for everybody and supportive both from, with the large enterprise companies. As I had mentioned earlier, we support all of the platforms. We support both the marketing platforms and also kind of research and insights platforms.
Yeah.
And we're also direct and work with companies of all sizes. We have a pretty low point of entry. The general idea is to get the intelligence into people's hands and help them to make decisions that are helpful to them. Something you had mentioned earlier about this ideal customer profile, it's important not to just, people continually talk about trying to reach the most upscale or luxury kind of customer. You have to reach somebody who's right and connect and make a customer the person who's right for your brand.
Yeah.
And our SVP was just recently down in Australia and did an article with Travel Australia on the reaching a high quality customer. And if you are a economy brand and you're trying to reach a 5-star customer, it is not a match. So the quality customer needs to fit what your brand is.
Right. Yeah, really good point. And Grant, I want to make sure, I know we've mentioned the website, and I know you're active on LinkedIn, but let's make sure all of our listeners know how they can connect with you, learn more about Azira with the idea of obviously potentially working together.
Sure, yeah. I mean, love to connect. You can connect with me either through my LinkedIn profile. You can reach directly out to Azira. I'd be happy to make a demo on exactly who your customer is. We can look back at least 2 years and show you over the 2 years who your customer is, what the seasonality is of it, and help to create strategy and audience and execution moving forward.
That's exciting. Well, I'm glad we finally met because obviously you and I, we realized that we were connected.
Parallel.
Yeah, exactly. We've had a lot of parallels. So I'm glad that we found a time to meet here at the conference. I'm very keen to see how everything tracks for you in the next year or two with this new role, and I wish you every success. But yeah, pleasure to meet you and good luck with the conference.
Thank you very much, Dan. And can I just say, go Blue Jays. I'm sorry you didn't do this year, but you will next year.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I needed to hear that. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
I now have the privilege to speak to one of the hottest startups on the top 25 list for Phocuswright. And I guess they've been following you for a while, right, Heather?
Yes.
So tell us, Heather Dahl, you're based in Washington, and the company that you run is really fascinating. So tell everyone, give everyone a bit of an overview of the company and what it is you guys do.
Our company is Indicio, and Phocuswright has been following us for just over 4 years because the technology that we have been pioneering makes it possible for a traveler to cross a border from their sofa before they even go to the airport, which means when they arrive, they just use facial recognition, whether that's a face pod or a biometric corridor, and then they're to the beach within 30 minutes, or they're cleared through. But the key part of this credential is it also facilitates that for hotel check-in, rental cars, excursions, even to help prevent fraud with the payments.
So I want to make sure all of our listeners, especially those who are multitasking, it's indicio.tech, and so INDICIO, indicio.tech, so you can follow along at home, because I was so intrigued as I spoke to Heather and got to know more about what it is you guys do. I was like, no way, are you kidding me? This is like, that's an option? I didn't even realize that existed. So tell us a little bit of how you created this company.
I've been working on verifiable credentials for almost 15 years. And the question that I was given early in my technology career is, how do you help prevent these massive database breaches where it's just leaking the identities of millions of people? And at the time, blockchain started to emerge. Well, we also had the theory of zero trust identity. So to not go into the weeds for those that are not into security, but the idea is you always trust, you always verify, you never trust. So that was the situation I had. And the question is, how can you ensure that the person that you're dealing with is the person that you want in your system without tracking and correlating every single movement? And over the course of the time, it led me to be one of the early pioneers of a technology called verifiable credentials. Think of it as an encrypted container that can host any kind of data, including biometrics, that the person actually ports with them, and you don't need centralized databases anymore to move data, and you don't need to phone home and track it.
Wow. So this idea of decentralized identity is something that I've spoken to Shane from Microsoft, who was part of our AI Summit last year, and also this year. It's something that Microsoft talks heavily about, with the idea of you owning your own identity, as opposed to companies taking advantage of whether it's the cookies or any of the first-party data they have access to. And so I know this is a mission for them, but tell us a little bit more about what that looks like for a consumer to actually take control of their own identity and credentials, and then determine who they interact with and who they share that with.
Right. It's very much replicates how you use paper or plastic identity documentation in your real life. You make the choice on the card that you're going to pull out of your wallet or the passport you're going to present, and you physically hand it over, right? They check it, they inspect it, they determine whether you're going to be admissible, whether they're going to allow the purchase to happen, and then they hand it back to you. It's the same thing, but in digital form, and where you're holding that data is encrypted in your mobile device or even a cloud wallet that is attached to you as well. So you are in control of your data, and you make the decisions on when to share it. But for the traveler, for the guest, really, it's going to be so ubiquitous, they don't even know that they're doing it because we've made the decision to go this direction.
Well, the part that really fascinates me in particular about what you do, especially working with airports, is the idea of biometrics. And this is where, the facial recognition is obviously one of the primary ways, but people, is it iris scanning? It's like that. But the idea of being able to now use Clear, or be able to, as you've been describing in your business model, the idea that you can actually give that information from home and know that you're going to pass. So tell us a little bit about how that actually happens. So all the steps in the process and where that's possible, because I know there's certain airlines or certain airports that have the technology that are kind of ahead of the curve.
The thing that we make possible, we call it BYOB, which sounds really fun, right? But in my world, it is really fun, but it's called Bring Your Own.
I also like open bars as well.
Right. This is called BYOB, Bring Your Own Biometrics. So it takes it and it levels the fun up. And what this means is an individual can actually take their own biometrics that have been verified through a liveness selfie check, maybe have been compared to the biometrics and the chip in your passport, and create it into a credential. So your biometrics sit in that credential in your device. They're not sitting in a centralized database. They're not sitting in someone's gallery. So you're bringing your own biometric. And then when you go to have it verified, it's actually verifying a biometric template. They're not going back and pinging some database to find your biometric, because the fact is if your biometric is stolen, it's going to be really hard to reset your face. And so what this does is it helps protect the biometric, allows bring your own biometrics. And what you're experiencing now oftentimes in airports is actually pinging a centralized database. It's pinging a gallery. What verifiable credentials does is it moves that into the next generation, and it adds complete privacy preservation. It removes correlation and tracking.
So now, from a B2B and a B2C point of view, I'm keen to know who your client is. So is it B2B partners, or is it also customers that then choose to utilize your tools for their travel purposes?
Right. Our customers are customers like CETA, right?
Okay.
Our customers who look at border. They're customers. We have a new partnership with NEC. We have partnerships with Regula. We have IDV and biometric partnerships, because they understand that the regulations that are moving towards this direction. So, for instance, the ICAO Digital Travel Credential Type 1 and Digital Travel travel credential type 2. For your listeners, if that's not on their bingo card for 2026, I highly recommend putting it on. And the other thing I'd put on your bingo card for next year, European Union Digital Identity Wallet. Those will also hold verifiable credentials. So you're about to have travelers that are going to be carrying DTCs and verifiable credentials, at least from the European Union, in a digital wallet. Now, the question is, what's your plan to verify it?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's where we come in. And that's where we help provide the technology that we pioneered. We worked on the specifications. We've helped advise the regulation, and we make it possible. So for the millions of credentials that are about to go live in the actually coming days and weeks, actually, you can verify those and you can be able to issue them.
Really interesting. Okay, so it's then B2B, so you work with B2B companies.
B2B,
Yes.
then go to C.
Got it. Okay. No, that's why, because I was on your website preparing for a discussion, I was seeing, that you have a free trial, and I was trying to figure out who that's, best suited towards. But let's come back to that in a second, because I want to also get your take on being here at Phocuswright, since you've been multiple times to Phocuswright, and so you clearly love it as well, and they've been following you, but obviously you get a lot of benefit of being here, and I just wanted to go back to that and figure out, from your perspective of being here this year, it would seem as though the opportunity is as good as ever with such an interest in AI, because clearly you've been at this for a while, and AI is a key part of the technology that you leverage beyond just how you're even seeing some of the more basic uses compared to some of the advanced uses that I'm sure you guys are applying. So, yeah, tell us a little bit what brought you back this year and some of the benefits of being here.
First of all, what we're seeing are generations of travelers, demographics of travelers who really want a seamless experience. And when they talk about a seamless travel experience, that also equates to a seamless digital experience. So when you have an increase in travelers wanting all exclusive, you want travelers who want that end-to-end seamless travel on their airline. That's where we come in, and we help make that possible because you have buyers who don't understand or even want to carry paper anymore.
Right.
That's just not their world, and that's where we come in and help make that so you can not only deliver that all-exclusive experience to your customer, to your guest, but you can do it in their digital experience. And what I love about this conference is that we're really seeing that regulations and compliance are starting to roll up and make that possible. When it comes to AI, it's really interesting because we talk about how customers are going to buy or how customers are going to make decisions on preferences. The question is, how do you know that's your customer using that AI? How are they going to provide the identity to make that purchase in AI? And then how does your customer know they're actually interacting with your AI agent? One of the things that we are already experiencing is that the spoofs on AI agent that are connecting to your customers, taking your customers' credit card information and charging them $17,000 is already happening. We're moving into a world where mutual authentication, meaning I not only verify my customer has to verify me, is going to be our reality. Otherwise, AI is awesome for exponentially growing fraud. And that is not the world I think any of us here want to have.
Yeah.
But unless we start thinking this way about mutual authentication, that's the world we'll create.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm really glad you're pointing this out, because obviously there's this term that more and more people are becoming familiar with, AI slop, where there's just so much content being created from AI, and platforms like Pinterest are decreasing in their value and importance or even Etsy, or people that are creating these using AI tools to create content and like that. But also this question of fraud that you rightly point out when it comes to voice authentication. And all of a sudden people getting called with, someone else's voice, if they can get a few seconds of your voice to be able to get into your bank accounts so this is very real, and it's still early.
$534 billion in fraud last year. You know how much that is? Like, to just put that in perspective, with that kind of money, I can go buy every single professional sports team in the United States and still have money to buy every single citizen in this world of Starbucks. Right? That's how much money is being lost in fraud. Now you add AI to it, what do you think is going to happen to that number unless we get ahead of how we handle identity? And the way that we've done it with federated or centralized identity, the Web 2 model for shorthand, is not how you solve identity in Web 3. And that's where we have to change our paradigm. The fact is, it's not a technology problem anymore. It's a paradigm shift problem. So for those who are listening to this and you are thinking about AI, you have to think about the identity, or else you're creating a massive fraud problem for your company. And now's the perfect time to do it.
Exciting. This is so exciting. This and thought-provoking. So let's make sure all of our listeners know some of the steps they should be taking in 2026 with their business to be prepared for this big shifts and changes.
Mm-hmm. Your bingo card.
Yes.
Needs to think about verifiable credentials, whether that is European Union Digital Identity Wallet. Unless you live in a world where you don't have to interact with the EU or an EU citizen whatsoever, you're going to have to do this. Remember GDPR? I think for many of us, we didn't know what it was. And then the next day, it was like, oh my gosh, I've got to deal with this GDPR. Introducing EUDI. It's your new GDPR. And you're not going to build two systems for it. So verifiable credentials. If you're in travel, ICAO digital travel credentials, type 1, type 2, type 3. Those need to be on your bingo card. And the next is when you're looking at AI, you have to be thinking about identity. And I was just in a conversation when they were talking about, well, we're going to ask our customer these questions and the crazy questions about what's your mother's maiden name for her grandmother, her cousin's dog. And I'm like, okay, great. You learned that from me. How do I know you're really you?
Right.
And the conversation stopped.
Yeah.
You have to allow your customers to verify who they are interacting with, or else they're going to be handing out their passports, their credit card information, their date of birth, their mother's, cousin's, dog's names to random cyber criminals, and they are going to be thinking that they're dealing with you, and it is going to create a customer problem. And lastly, what you need to be thinking about is, what is my world going to be like when there is no more search, when there are no more websites, and how am I going to know my customer? Think about a world where Google doesn't exist, where Google could now be considered a legacy technology.
And that's already happening. I was having a fascinating conversation last night with a couple of my colleagues at the end of the event yesterday, and we were talking about the fact that Google has already turned into primarily Gemini and Google AI mode, and this whole idea of the search journey is already being upended. And so we're starting to see that with all of the OTAs and the traffic that would otherwise flow with the customer journey. So what you're saying is profound, but it's spot on. And it's real. And I think it's some people are going to be alarmed by that, but it's the message they need to hear.
It's the message they need to hear, but they don't need to panic, because the fact is those technologies that you need for this new generation exist. They're ready for you to work with. You can start small, where you're saying, I just want to, in my case, issue a digital travel credential type 1. I want to issue a credential, or even more simple, I want to verify one of those. I want to verify that identity when someone goes to my website or my app to make a purchase. Yeah. That's all I want to do. Yeah. And once you accomplish that, you can continue to advance it into this Web3 world that we're living in.
So fascinating. There's so much more to discuss on this, and I think we need to have you back. Would definitely love to continue this conversation. I do want to make sure, though, while we're here, that all of the listeners that are finally getting the chance to meet you, myself included, can, obviously we've mentioned the website, but I would love for them to connect with you either on LinkedIn or email or your social channels. And also, if you wouldn't mind, Heather, just give an idea of the types of companies that you work with, because I'm sure I want to make sure that the people that reach out to you are the ideal customers that you're actually interested in hearing from.
We work in travel and hospitality. We also work in financial services, and we work with enterprise customers. But with travel hospitality, we work with large providers of data and information that help create the fabric that you travel. For instance, CETA is a partner and one of our customers. They're one of the lead pioneers in the digital travel credential with us. We work with border management. We work with hotels, actually, and hotel brands. We work with rental cars. We work with partners that use biometrics and help advance and work with privacy. We work with airports, airlines, and governments. And most interestingly, our newest customers, tourism authorities. Tourism authorities are putting out the technology so primarily in tourism-driven economies, so hotels and resorts can use it to quickly verify identity for hotel check-in and express price. So it's interesting how tourism authorities see themselves as really the center of that. And you can reach out to me. I'm Heather at Indicio.tech. I'm on the LinkedIn, the website. You can fill out the form. It goes to me. So absolutely.
And you'll be at the next Phocuswright
And I'll be at the
well.
next Phocuswright. So easy to track down. Happy to talk with you. Just even if you want to say, I don't understand what you just said, can you break it down in simple ways with pictures? I am happy to do that. Love to draw a good picture for you. And I am here to help make sure that you succeed in this Web3 world.
That's wonderful, Heather. I'm sure you're going to have a number of people take you up on that. And yeah, it's a real pleasure to meet you. I'm so glad we've made this connection. And I love it because the fact we've both been to multiple Phocuswrights, we hold a great affinity for the conference, and we've never met before. And it just shows you how it works.
There's so many people here.
Totally. Yeah. So no, it's a real delight to meet you. And yeah, looking forward to staying in touch after this. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me today.
I now have the privilege to sit down and speak to Elad Schaffer, who is the CEO and co-founder of Faye. And we actually had his co-founder on our AI Summit last year. And they have gone from strength to strength over the last several years. They've been around for 6 years, but really last 3.5, this business has absolutely taken off. And so I'm so keen to have Elad on this special event spotlight episode from Phocuswright, because we finally had a chance to meet here at the event. So welcome to Travel Trends. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Dan.
For sure. Tell everybody, because I'm sure many people know about Faye. Tell everyone a little bit about the company that you founded and what it is you guys do.
Sure. So we like to think of Faye as a platform for looking after you when you travel. We can look after you in a variety of ways, right? Through insuring your trip, through providing real-time proactive care, through providing real-time information on your trip, and through providing financial solutions when you travel. So it's a holistic take, trying to be your protector and companion, looking after you every step of the way.
Well, and what I find really interesting, obviously the insurance industry is massive. I know you guys are almost like when PayPal arrived on the scene with credit cards, you guys are very much the same when it comes to insurance. I know because it's such a highly regulated market and there's all these challenges to enter this industry, and you guys have been able to overcome those one by one and continue to grow this business. We'll talk a bit more about that, but one of the things I know you guys have been called is the travel insurance for the digital age. So tell us a little bit about what that actually means, especially as it relates to the technology and how you support travelers, and especially in this, when people are focused on, peace of mind and protection, which was big during the pandemic and ever since.
For sure. So first we got to start to talk about the problem, right? Traditional insurance is very much a reimbursement service. Something may have happened, you need to submit a lot of paperwork, it's very slow, and then in the end, if your claim is approved, you might get a check in the mail as if we're in the 80s. So our approach is that travel insurance should be a lot more digital, instant, proactive, and that's why we think of it as a platform for looking after you as opposed to just being a travel insurance provider. And technology in that sense helps us do some really great things, from customizing the right plan for your particular trip based on the particular things that you might be experiencing. It's about monitoring your trip proactively and trying to prevent issues from happening. It's about avoiding the needing to file a claim altogether. It's about how we pay claims digitally. So technology is a huge enabler in both personalization, being proactive, and doing things as instant as it can be.
Yeah, well, and so one of the things I always find fascinating about travel insurance, having worked in the industry for many years, is just how many people actually don't even still buy travel insurance or don't realize the importance of travel insurance. Certainly for hospital care, obviously emergency coverage is one of the most important things, but lost luggage or the cost of your trip. And so in many ways, people see insurance as being complicated. And also it's one of those things, it's not until you need it that you wish that you had it. So one of the things I think that technology provides is us to be more proactive. And so how does Faye, in that, when it comes to using technology and trying to be kind of traveler first, how is Faye solving for that so that people think, oh, I need travel insurance, I need Faye?
So in many ways, the pandemic and some other disruptive events in travel helped educate, especially here in the US. Elsewhere in the world, travel insurance is a lot more common. In Australia, in different parts of Europe, travel insurance is almost table stakes. You almost never travel without. But here in the US, indeed, there's a lot more education to be done. And some of that has been done by external events. The CrowdStrike, 9/11, COVID, and other disruptive events. Faye is obviously not trying to educate the market from the start. We're riding that wave to some degree, but we're providing a much better service and experience for those travelers through the use of technology. From buying insurance through to how you file a claim digitally, instantly in an app, and how you adjudicate a claim or make a determination whether a claim is payable, and how you can use AI to expedite these issues, and all the way to payment. We don't send you a check in the mail like we're in the 80s.
That's maybe
rather,
laugh.
we actually built a digital wallet that we reimbursed claims directly into, so that you can have access to those reimbursements while you're at your destination in real time.
Very interesting. And obviously, we're here at Phocuswright. This is the first time you and I have had a chance to meet. Just tell us what brought you to Phocuswright. Have you been to Phocuswrights before?
It's my first time, actually. So I've always wanted to come. Most of my team has been here, but it's certainly my first time. It's primarily to talk with many of our existing and future partners. Faye has been primarily working with travel agencies and different affiliates today, and that's how we service their customers as they go and venture outside. And now we're starting to go after some of the larger distribution partnerships, airlines, OTAs, hotels, and we're here to meet many of them.
Well, it's interesting because obviously AI is such a big theme, and I know that's a key aspect of what you guys have built at Faye. And I know you probably get this question all the time because it's like, how are you guys using AI? And obviously, I love being able to share. When companies that we collaborate with get to share, like at our AI Summit, they actually demo the technology. So I'm sure it's coming up for you and your conversations here. So I'd love for you to share that with our listeners about how Faye is actually utilizing AI in this world of insurance.
Sure. So we're certainly very much AI forward, and has been the case for a number of years now. But I'll actually start with the counterintuitive point, and that is insurance is the business of trust. And as such, we need to make sure that AI doesn't get in the way in some particular cases where you need to be able to speak to a human. So for us, being traveler first also means that you will always be able to speak to a human. And in some cases, especially medical cases, will always be available for you without the need to speak to a bot or technology. But AI certainly gives us a significant advantage in a variety of ways. First, for claim processing. So how can we make sure that we can look at the documents you have sent, anticipate and understand what's in them, and then make a determination based on your policy as to what you might be owed? AI can certainly help expedite a lot of that. And then for our own purposes, AI can help us reduce fraud and automate a variety of processes to make us this much more efficient.
Well, since you mentioned fraud, because it actually came up as another key element of one of our other guests talked about the fact that there's $540 billion worth of fraud. And the risk with AI is that could obviously increase even more exponentially. So it's interesting when you mention about trust. And obviously, that is an important currency for people to choose to travel with certain companies. One of the things that I've always seen with insurance companies is that often customers don't trust them because they're concerned that they're not going to pay out their claims. And it's like, how likely is it that I'm going to actually... Some people don't get travel insurance because they don't feel like they're going to get taken care of. Or you hear stories of people that have bought travel insurance and then have an issue when they make a claim. So whether it's using AI or, in your realm with Faye, as far as building trust, when people have had, delays, cancellations, or emergencies abroad, how do you make sure that people feel comfortable using Faye, so if they're new to this brand and this business?
So by now, I think we earned that trust just by looking at our ratings outside. So we're now the highest rated and certainly the fastest growing brand in the United States. But I think it starts with excellent service. It's about being compassionate to the travelers. It's about living up to the promise, right? We want to pay claims. That's our business. Our business is looking after you and being proactive in doing that. And then about doing more, surprising and delighting customers. So not just being there as their insurance provider, but actually helping them overcome travel hiccups as they arise. In other words, if you miss your connecting flight, as your insurance partner, I might cover another night at the hotel or incidentals. But as Faye, I will do much more than that. I will also help you find the next alternative flight so that you actually get to your destination. I want to help solve your problem, not just reimburse you after the fact. And trust is earned by delighting, surprising, and actually living up to the promise of travel insurance.
Well, the longer, obviously, you have been around, like that 6 years being around pre-COVID and then obviously in the travel boom post-COVID, builds trust and credibility. And obviously the more customers that you've had and that you've paid out and people like recommend, I use Faye, you should use Faye. So one of the things that certainly happened during the pandemic is that people all of a sudden, became that much more conscientious of insurance. And so, I've certainly seen some indications that travelers are buying insurance in higher percentages post-pandemic because they want to make sure they have that coverage, especially if they have health issues. And a lot of the insurance companies were selling COVID-19 insurance. Even when I came on this trip, I still buy my Manulife travel insurance, and they still have the COVID option. I don't understand why that still exists, but given that concern that many people have about risk and security and how their traveler expectations have changed post-COVID, how have you guys adapted to that? And how was Faye staying ahead of other insurance companies in that regard?
I guess travelers, especially after COVID, expects a lot more personalized service. We've also grown in the age of Uber, and everything is becoming a lot more instant. So that also dictates some of what customers are expecting us. And then the ability to deliver more than insurance. Right? Insurance is actually behind the scenes. It's called travel protection. It's designed to be both insurance and assistance. But most travel insurance companies actually don't assist you. They give you a 1-800 number, and they hope that you will never call them. Faye tries to be proactive in doing that. We actually want to help you solve your problem. And it so happens that if you need to file a claim, we'll be happy to pay that. But we actually want to make your trip go right. And we do that by assisting you. We do that by tracking everything that has to do with your flight, airport, destination, alerting you to things that we believe you need to know, and even providing financial tools for making a smarter, smoother trip.
Well, obviously, we're having this conversation. It's November 2025. We're going into a new year very shortly, 2026. But a lot of people have been talking about what the next 5 years looks like in travel, which is very hard for anyone to predict, especially in the age of technological change that we're experiencing with AI. But as the CEO of this company, I've met your co-founder who's got a great Australian accent. We had a call. We actually spoke before the event, and he was in Tel Aviv, and he had a flat white from his, and he loves coffee, obviously. And so anyway, I really enjoyed meeting him and get to know him. But so I kind of I guess I've got a good sense from the team, and Gilad, who's obviously a good friend of mine, who's an advisor for you guys. So I keep hearing more and more positive things about Faye, and I know you guys are generating more and more revenue and really growing. What's the future look like in 2026, but also over the next 5 years?
Sure. So I think we've proved a lot in terms of it's possible to create a travel insurance product that is delightful, surprising, and actually delivers on the promise. I think the future of Faye is living up to the vision of being a platform for looking after you when you travel. And that is encompassing a lot more than an excellent, fully digital and instant travel insurance. It's about assistance in real time. It's about providing you real solutions for different hiccups that you might experience. It's about offering you different ancillary products that you can use to get internet access when you travel, to get medications in advance of your trip. It's about proactively monitoring your trip, and it's about providing you with different payment solutions so that you can make the best bang for the buck when you travel. So for us, that platform vision is how we both differentiate and deliver that much more value to our partners and customers. The next phase for Faye is actually becoming a global available brand. So that's part of what we're working towards. And starting to distribute Faye through some of the larger distribution partnerships, airlines, hotels, OTAs, and the like, to really spread the word and further delight millions of customers.
Well, you mentioned that you obviously have really good reviews, and that's part of how you've been growing this business is by referral and people saying they've had great experiences. I'd love if you wouldn't mind sharing one with us. What would be like a good example of a customer that loved using Faye and is telling more people? Because I haven't read your reviews, and I'm genuinely curious about people actually writing positive reviews about insurance companies, because that's new to me. I think most people are looking for the complaint department.
They do, and it's funny because we actually have on our website, we have a love page exactly for all those reviews. I'll give you two examples. One is a lot more common, and the other will be a bit more surprising. So the more common one is a customer is arriving to the station, and their bag doesn't arrive with them. So they have a delayed bag, right? They can scan the form they got from the airline, and boom, within minutes, they can get $200, no questions asked, directly into their phone so that they can buy replacement clothes and toiletries. So that's a good opportunity for us to delight and help them solve their problem instantly using technology. So that's one story that is very, very, I guess, common for us. The bigger story is actually a story of a couple who were planning their dream wedding. And they were flying to Puerto Rico to that. They bought insurance with Faye. And as they were reaching their connection in Newark, we already notified them that the next flight to Puerto Rico has been canceled. We immediately reimbursed them. It was, I think, $200 a pop directly to the Faye wallet so that they can go and find something to do as we try to help them recover and find the next flight to Puerto Rico. We did. We found a flight for the next day. We covered their hotel stay. They were all delighted. The next morning, their flight again gets canceled. Little did we know that a hurricane has hit Puerto Rico by that time, unfortunately, and their entire destination wedding has gone inhabitable. So they could not have their wedding. Yeah. And they were really bummed. They were planning to go back home. It was back to Colorado. We did all the right things. We paid them. We helped them find a hotel. We covered the hotel stay. We rebooked them. We did everything. But unfortunately, they were not able to carry their wedding. What we did, which was surprising because we were not in the wedding business, we actually flew one of our teammates to officiate a wedding for them at Central Park in New York. So they did get their wedding dream fulfilled by Faye. And it was such a magical moment to be able to not just alert them in advance, help them recover from their issues, look for a night at the hotel for them, pay them all their expenses, and actually officiate their wedding. So that was a magical experience for us at all of Faye.
Yeah, no doubt, especially when it comes to weddings, right? Because that's obviously one of the most special days of your life. So much planning goes into that, and that's the one that, is a serious nightmare when it goes sideways. But clearly you are, going from strength to strength. Tell us where you guys are now in terms of the growth of the business, and obviously what happens after you leave Phocuswright. What's next for you in terms of your travels and next for Faye as you go into 2026?
Yeah, so we launched Faye just over 3 years ago. We're now available throughout the U.S. There's 150 of us in our offices across the country. And I guess it's public by now to share that we've crossed $100 million in sales this past year. So
wow,
growth
congrats.
has been fantastic. But more importantly, we're very proud to be the highest rated and fastest growing in the industry. So that's a trajectory we want to be able to keep. And hopefully 5 years from now when we meet, I still want to be able to say we are still the fastest growing, highest rated, and most loved travel insurance brand in America. That would be a great accomplishment for us.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, it's fantastic to meet you. I'm so glad that we had this opportunity to connect, do this interview while you're here, and get you as part of this event spotlight episode. I was keen to reconnect with the team at Faye and obviously to meet you as the CEO. So Elad, thank you for joining us, and I definitely look forward to keeping in touch through 2026.
Thanks for having me.
I now have the privilege to speak to someone that was actually part of our AI summit just recently. Ben Manzi runs Maya, but I've been so intrigued with what Ben's been building with Maya. We saw each other recently at WTM in London as well after the AI summit. And here we are at Phocuswright, which I know you've been to Europe. This is your first U.S. Phocuswright.
Yes, first time in the U.S.
Yeah. And first time on the Travel Trends podcast. So welcome, Ben.
Yes, thank you.
Great to have you with us, man.
Thank you.
So tell us a bit about Maya and this company that you've built in the hospitality and AI space.
Yes, so actually we build AI agents for travel companies. We started Maya 3.5 years ago with my co-founder Joyce. So the idea behind the story behind Maya is that we own a website called leavetheworld.com, where we had a lot of traffic, but we were not selling on our website. As tech guys, we decided to build our own agent, or AI agent through a chatbot at the very beginning. And we saw an increasement of conversion by 30% of sales. So we are entrepreneur, and we were like, okay, we have something that's interesting. So we decided to test it on the first client in Belgium, and we saw the same result. We were like, okay, we already have something.
There's something here. Yeah, exactly.
So we decided to pivot and to leave the B2C part, so the leavetheworld.com website, and to focus 100% on Maya. But now with Maya, so as I said, we build AI agents, but not only chatbots, also internal agents in order to streamline the communication flow with AI for travel companies.
And tell everyone you're based, because you're in Belgium.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have the offices in Antwerp, but I'm based in Brussels.
Fantastic. Yes. Because there's so many great success stories of AI in AI travel, but I was also going to say AI in hospitality in Europe. There's been more investment in B2B in Q4 2025. There's been more investment in B2B than there has been in B2C, and a lot of that investment has taken place in Europe. So it's a really exciting time to be in this space, but specifically in your location. So tell everyone a little bit about your background and how you got into the travel industry and technology.
Yes. So my background, it's my third startup now with Maya, and I was in this hospitality more with TripAdvisor. I was working for the branch of the restaurant, The Fork, where I was managing the global sales in Paris for 4 years. And then, there I saw that everybody was talking about AI already. But then COVID happened, so we saw, lots of, I would say, the issue we know that happened with COVID. And then I had my first startup, not in the hospitality, but it was more in the mental health sector, where I built an application to help people fight burnout in their companies. But I still have the love for the industry, so I came back.
Good for you.
I came back with my co-founder Joyce, where we decided to build those agents in order to help mainly OTAs, tour operators, and DMCs.
Well, and I think that's where the timing 2 years ago, you started this September 2023, and here we are, 2025 going into 2026. So obviously you've learned a lot over that time. Tell us where you've gotten to with Maya, and then I'm also keen to understand what brought you to the Phocuswright conference here in the U.S.
Yes. Actually, we learned a lot during this time because when we started at the very beginning, everybody thought we were crazy. It was very funny because we were speaking about AI. They were like, "What is this? I don't need this." We were like, "Yes, you will need this." But at the end, it's very funny to see not the shift that happened in people's mind, but also in the travelers' mind, because they do not use the travel website the same way they used to. And they use AI, of course, because people land on your website, they come from LLM, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, and they want everything instant. We learn that people that use AI today already, they convert way more already on their websites. They go faster, and that's the beauty of this technology, right?
Yeah, for sure. And you guys, there's some buzz certainly around Maya. You obviously have been, you have product market fit, and this is obviously incredibly important in startups, which is your background. And tell us a little bit about, I know you were at the Phocuswright because we actually had a chance to connect, I guess, the first time in Barcelona.
Yes.
But tell us a little bit about what brought you to Phocuswright Americas and where you guys are at now in terms of, scaling this business.
Yes. So as I was mentioning, we did Barcelona with the launch.
Yes.
It was a very positive experience for us. It helped us a lot with the market in Europe. But now we're launching, of course, the US markets. So that's why we're here. We have, as you mentioned, Jelani here helping us with the US market. We wanted to wait a bit for the US market to be ready with our product and to make sure that our product is ready. Because in America, if it's not good, it will never happen. We don't have this issue in Europe. People are more, okay, we can test a little bit. It's fine. We trust you. We need you. So we test a lot in Europe, in the European market. Now we're ready to go. We don't need to test anymore. It's working and we're happy with that. So that's why we're here.
Yeah. And obviously this being your first experience with kind of the official Phocuswright, their kind of main annual conference, keen to know what your perspective has been so far. We were having this conversation at the end of day 2 of the 3-day conference. What has stood out to you so far about the Americas, and maybe it was different than what you experienced in Barcelona? Obviously, like 3 times the size. This is kind of their big annual conference. What have been some of the other standouts for you so far being here, Ben?
It's faster.
Faster?
It's way faster. We love it.
Yeah.
It's people see that there is we see that there is a need. People understand that they need it and they take decision, right? So it goes very fast. It's not the same as the European market. When they see that there is a need, they wait a bit, they think about it, and then they decide. US, it's like, okay, let's go, let's decide, and that's what we love.
It's funny you say that. I'm the first person that's commented on that on this episode, and I think maybe even ever on our podcast. But what I love about what you just said is what I actually found that I enjoyed so much about living and working in the U.S. is that people make decisions and move quickly.
Yes.
And that is actually, I lived in LA, we're in San Diego now, and it is very much the culture here in California. Things move fast, and you just have to, you got to move with it.
Yeah,
so
it's business driven.
Yes.
That's why we wait to come. And we wanted to make sure that we're ready. But very, very positive. Very happy.
It's fantastic.
Yes.
I'm thrilled to hear that, because obviously I'm delighted you guys are here because I love this conference for so many reasons. And I think there's obviously a lot of opportunity for you guys to be here. Tell us a little bit about where you guys are headed in 2026, because clearly you're still in your relative infancy in terms of how you can build this out. And I know you mentioned, obviously, OTAs. Tour operators is one of the other use cases for your platform as well, which I'm very bullish on, given the growth of a lot of these small group adventures. I had Travis here from Tour Radar also, and so he works with 3,000 tour operators. But yeah, tell us a little bit about where you're headed with Maya in 2026 after you leave here, Phocuswright.
Actually, still growing, of course, same direction. But now, as I mentioned, we are more than ready for the market, and we want to show the world actually that Maya it's the travel technology for AI agents in the industry for OTAs, tour operators, and DMCs. We are aware that our technology, and we are proud to say that our technology is working because we see also today lots of different players starting, and it's nice. The competition is coming. Being there for a longer time, I would say, we have the experience also of the markets, and we see the growth, and we're going for that.
Yeah. Well, and obviously you're growing the team. You've got this focus now in the Americas. We heard from Jelani, who you just mentioned as well, the fact he's based in New York. He's got a background in hospitality, and he really knows the U.S. market. He's clearly a great marketer, given his podcast and his ability to communicate. When good people work with good people, for me, I'm like, oh, the stars seem to align. And I was thrilled you brought him on board. I think he'll be a great asset for you. But clearly, you've got an opportunity to grow this business in so many global markets. So you've got Europe, you've got USA. Are you then focused on Asia Pacific, or are you going to expand by verticals or by regions? Yeah, tell us.
We already launched the Middle East. So we already have a few clients in the Middle East, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, but also Kuwait now, Qatar. We also launched the Indian market, so we have somebody working there. We also have the Latin America market. We have already clients in Colombia, in Argentina.
Global domination, Ben. This is exactly. We've already got Latam. We've already.
We have clients. It's true. So, yeah.
That's awesome. No, I'm thrilled for you. It's so great. And obviously the team. Tell us a little bit about the core team, because you guys are remote. Obviously, you're based there. So tell us a little bit about the team and also where you're looking to grow.
The team, we have a great team. We have great people. We have most of the team is based in Belgium. But not only, we have, as I mentioned, Jelani in the US. We have people in Australia too. The marketing person in Australia. We have people in Dubai, in India too. The team is a bit all around the place.
That's amazing. Well, that's the beauty. You're one of the keys of your platform, of course, is 24/7 multilingual. So you're living that by example.
Yes.
Like follow the sun. You've got someone in every time zone.
Yes. Multilingual, yes. I speak also multilingual. I'm multilingual.
Do you speak 6 languages?
7.
7 languages.
Yes, 7.
It's extraordinary. It's
it's complicated when you dream.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you wake up, you're like, what was this language? But it's nice.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, clearly you've built a really great culture around this business too, from getting to know some of the team members. Keen to know, when people are listening to this and thinking about reaching out to connect with you. I know, OTAs, travel agencies, tour operators, DMCs. There's huge opportunities in each of those categories. For someone who's trying to decide if they want to reach out, what are the type of clients you guys work with? So give everyone kind of a bit of an idea of the types of size of companies, even if, because it's always the first thing people are like, what does this cost, right? And you don't have to go into the exact pricing model, but it's always like the first barrier to do we need this technology? How much is it going to cost? What's the complexity of trying to integrate with us? Tell us a little bit more who your ideal clients are as you're growing this business.
So our clients, we started with mid-sized clients in Europe mainly, OTAs, tour operators, and DMC once again. But now we see more and more bigger OTAs wanted to work with us.
Interesting.
So we're very happy. We work with them already, so we signed them.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't say no.
We'll take your money as well. Sure, yeah, exactly.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's, also it's a good sign. It means that even the bigger players are aware that they need to shift now. So it's a good sign for us. And in terms of pricing, we are SaaS. So we have a fixed price monthly or yearly. Depending on what they want. So,
that's great. So obviously you can handle smaller companies as well.
Of course, we work also with a smaller company. We have clients. They are between 1 and 10 employees.
Yeah.
But as I said, we worked at the very beginning with mid-size, and now we see more and more way bigger player knowing about Maya, and we are happy about that.
No, that's awesome. Well, as we prepare to close out Phocuswright here together, what are the kind of the big takeaways you're hoping to leave here with? Obviously, great networking opportunities, some new clients. But what does success look like for you guys as you prepare to wrap up at Phocuswright and likely see you again in Barcelona, I would think.
Of course,
exactly,
we will be there.
Yeah.
We will be there.
Yeah.
But I mean, the goal of coming here was at the very beginning putting Maya on the US map.
Yeah.
Which we did, so it's good.
Yeah.
But
Mission accomplished. Yes.
Yes, that's the first thing, and also meeting our partner and potential partner. Clients and potential clients. So I mean, it's knowing new people because I mean the U.S. market is a huge market.
Yeah.
We know that's the biggest.
Yeah.
And we need to be here to meet the right person, and that's what we did, and that's what we do. So very happy about that.
That's exciting. Well, let's make sure that everyone knows how to connect with you and obviously to learn more. I should have mentioned at the very beginning, but mayatravel.ai is the website.
Yes.
So for those of you who want to check out the website, what are some of the other ways to connect with you and the team?
You can connect on LinkedIn, Ben Manzi. You can find me very easily. And with the team, we have the Maya page also on LinkedIn, or you can also send us an email to hello@mayatravel.ai.
That's awesome. Well, it's a pleasure to see you again, and great to get this time together in person. I certainly look forward to continued collaborations. Again, you are such a key part of our AI Summit. I know we're going to host that again, and obviously keen to have you involved, and obviously just keen to see your continued success in this industry. I mean, our team has got the chance to know you over the last couple of days, and everyone's just like, Ben's awesome. That's what I keep hearing. It's just like,
Thank
guys,
you.
yeah.
You're going to make me cry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, but you're just one of those people that you meet and you're just like, I have an instant connection. You're just very likable and you seem like such a smart, capable guy. And when you have your team, it just seems to, things are really clicking. So I'm genuinely happy for you and I'm keen to see what 2026 holds. So thanks for joining us and let's keep working together.
Thank you.
Our next guest is a Chief AI Strategy and Innovation Officer at a company called ITbyus. He's based in New York, and his name is Rohit Khanna. We were actually really keen to have Rohit on this episode because we weren't able to get things sorted out for our AI Summit, but you obviously would have been a great speaker, and we've got lots to share, so everyone's going to learn about you now. But yeah, and it's great to meet you. I know we've been in touch. We had a call,
Likewise.
but we finally get a chance to meet in person. So
Likewise.
Welcome to our Travel Trends podcast.
Thank you, Dan.
Of course. So Rohit, tell us a little bit more about ITbyus and your background in AI, because one of the things that you have started is this AI crash course. And I am a strong advocate for the fact that many people in the travel industry are not only they're using AI, but they're not trained, and it's they're self-taught and they're learning. But obviously, people need to better embrace these tools and also become more adept at learning how to use them. So, anyway, tell us a bit more about ITbyus, your background, and then specifically this AI crash course you've created.
It's a really funny story because I've been in travel and hospitality all my life, and not by accident. It wasn't like I wanted to be a doctor or a dentist and I became a hospitality professional because I couldn't do that.
Right.
So it was a matter of choice. And
because you went to Cornell as well, which is like school for hospitality.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did my real estate valuation and I did my master's from Manchester Metropolitan University and Caesar Ritz in Switzerland. So 3 best years of my life.
Nice.
But I was introduced to ITbyus by Signature Travel Vice President of Technology, Karen Yates. So she introduced me to my ITbyus, Dave Upton, the founder, who's based in Australia.
Yep.
And he's my partner in AI Crash Course as well.
Got it.
So we
Okay.
have this story which is really authentic. And when I wrote that story for the website, he actually had tears in his eyes. He called me up and he says, wow, you put it down exactly, because it really exemplifies how this thing whole came to fruition and how I started my consulting business with him. And one day I get a call like, hey, I figured out a way to how to turn your enthusiasm into something more meaningful that will really have an impact. I'm like, what are you talking about? I said, we're going to start an AI learning platform and you're going to be spearheading it and we'll utilize all your knowledge. And I thought about it. I'm like, well, this sounds brilliant. And that's where the evolution of AI Crash Course came with ITbyus. Besides that, we're doing multiple projects right now in terms of AI augmentation of websites, in terms of SEO, GEO, AEO, all the other stuff. So we roughly have a lot of travel agencies that are platforms are hosted by us at ITbyus. And so the whole philosophy behind AI Crash Course was, just like you rightly said, that we are already using the tools. And we are more and more exposed with the term AI or artificial intelligence. I personally don't like the term. I think it's being overused. I think it should be more like augmenting intelligence or your thought partner or something like that as a learning coach or something, rather than getting the job done. But what the philosophy behind it was that I go back to my early age when I started, I stole the car for the first time and I started to take it out for a spin without my parents knowing it. And sure enough, less than half a mile down, something happened and it came to a halt. And then a wise man came out of his house, saw me struggling with it, and he said, "Son, before you start driving, you need to learn what's under the hood." And that's the analogy. It's like before we start using AI, we need to understand what it's all about. What is tokenization or context? These are not just fancy words, but this kind of exemplifies how this thing came into fruition. Majority of the people think like AI started when ChatGPT came out, but the roots of it goes back to 1900s. And to the father of AI, Geoffrey Hinton, and all the other people that have been involved for years building this technology. So understanding the crux of it, because it's developing so fast that it's even difficult for me, who's knee deep into it, to keep up with it. Just to give you an example, like ChatGPT 5 came out 3 months ago. We already had ChatGPT 5.1. That changed the whole ecosystem. Everything that was built on 5 or 4 is already being rocked.
Right.
And now Gemini 3 came out yesterday. So with all this rapid development, what makes it more imperative as us in travel and hospitality is to really understand what this technology is all about before we start really implementing it and using it on a very high scale. So that's the reason the whole thought process that when we build the AI Crash Course, we have the tools, but we are giving you a 6-step process of how to use those tools responsibly. What are the things you need to watch out for? What are the red flags you need to look for when it comes to your data, safety, security? What is the responsible use of AI? As a company, as a small travel agency, or as a small business, that's where our focus was, that how do you build an AI strategy for your company? And how do you build, among all this noise and minutia, a high-trust brand where content is overloaded?
Yeah.
And that's where the understanding comes into play, and having a strategy and trying to keep up, because AI Crash Course is not there. It's there to empower you and turn your curiosity into power, not to make you fear of AI.
Yeah. Well, and the reason I just wanted to point out one thing, which is that you mentioned Gemini 3 coming out yesterday, because it was a big topic of conversation for several of us yesterday evening, and already all indications are at the moment, like, it is outpacing some of its peers. And this is where, like, the multimodality, reasoning, the whole agentic capabilities, this deep think mode, like, it's moving so quickly and it's exciting, but a lot of people are still thinking exactly described that it's ChatGPT. And there's so much more to large language models. But over the last 7 or 8 years, as the idea that we could actually leverage neural nets, and when you mentioned about Geoffrey Hinton, obviously the godfather of AI, and the breakthrough that he led with this idea that ultimately became the idea of generative AI. And so without giving everyone the full history lesson, because obviously we're going to lose people really quickly, and there's aspects I'm sure you can for sure add to this, but I wanted to come right back to the AI Crash Course and what you've built and who you've built it for.
So this course is built for the service industry, whether it's travel or hospitality.
Got it.
So it's like specifically focused towards small businesses where we can empower them, turn fear into power, turn the curiosity they have into real actions. And it really focuses on, as a small business, what tools, what things that you can use without spending hundreds and thousands of dollars, and really utilize to scale your business and benefit your business using AI.
Got it. And so is the intent, the reality is you could build a very successful business just in the hospitality sector with AI. But I'm assuming your intention is also to expand beyond hospitality. So you mentioned you're starting with service, and that's why when I was asking about that, who else is it for? Because obviously our listeners are global, and they could definitely benefit from this, and they work in so many different sectors of travel.
Absolutely. So it's basically, yes, the core focus has been on travel and hospitality.
Yeah.
But I'm already talking to universities and smaller community colleges to leverage this platform for AI learning, where they can use it as their own pace, where they don't have to go out. Everything is consolidated in one platform, so you're not jumping from one place to the other to gather information. And the resources that are there, which is the most beautiful part of this thing, is like 5.1 came out, ChatGPT 5.1 came out. The cheat sheet and a detail sheet is already on our website that tells you exactly how you can use with the use cases, what not to do, what to do, how to use the thinking mode or the instant mode. All those things are already live. Like by the time we finish this podcast in another hour, Gemini 3 updates and everything will be already done because I woke up early and we were already updating all the other sites. And the other aspect of that is also, it's not just about AI. It's a very wholesome, a very holistic platform. So we're not just talking about, we have your podcast is listed. There are all the major podcasts that are related to travel and hospitality or general well-being are there. You have all the YouTube channels that you should be watching are there beyond AI. You have a collection of books, not just on AI, from biographies to general building cognitive skills and everything. So it's just a very holistic, wholesome platform once you start to discover.
No, it's fantastic. And so I'm so glad that you're here experiencing Phocuswright. And obviously I'm delighted that we could get you into the event spotlight episode. And I'm keen to see some of the responses you get, because definitely most of the sessions here have been about AI. I think someone said to me yesterday, like 70% of the sessions have AI in the title. And yeah, I look forward to keep checking in. So enjoy the rest of the conference, Rohit. Great to meet you, and we'll keep in touch.
Likewise. Thank you so much, Dan, and have a brilliant rest of the conference.
I now have the chance to speak to the president of the Curator Hotel and Resort Collection, Jen Barnwell. Jen, thanks for joining us on Travel Trends.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy and excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Of course, you're most welcome. I was really keen to have. I love the hospitality space, and we've done a lot, and we've had a number of fascinating conversations already today. So I'm keen to learn more about the Curator Hotel. So tell us a little bit more about this collection and what you do.
I would be happy to. I'll start off by saying we just had our 5-year anniversary.
Congratulations.
So we're still, a little kid in the grand scheme of things, but we are completely hyper-focused on the independent and boutique space within the hotel industry.
Yeah.
We want to be champions for them. We want to help them be more profitable, help them thrive. So what we do is we call ourselves a membership collective, so you have to be independent, no big brands to be part of Curator Hotel and Resort Collection, and we can harness the power of scale and the leverage that goes along with that typically independents can't. So we've got a few sides to our business. We have a cost savings aspect to our company, so come join Curator, and then you are privy to all the programs we have with our various vendor partnerships that can help add value to the hotel, help you save money, help you be more efficient, help your employees be more happy. Then we also have a consumer-focused part of our business where we do marketing. We help amplify the properties on social and their websites. We help drive a little bit more revenue for them. And then the third part is actually why I'm here. I love to go to conferences and gatherings like this to see what's out there, what's new, what's creative, what's unique, what's interesting, and that I should pay attention to that fits the independent boutique hotel space specifically.
Well, so what's interesting about the collection, as you refer to it on the website, visionary indie hotel owners and operators. I like the indie. And so, as you mentioned, like independent, smaller hotels, and the fact that you essentially function as a marketing for this collection of properties, like a really unique collection of properties. So tell us, and I know the other thing I just wanted to highlight to our listeners as well, as I understand it, you are focused on the U.S. market. You guys are only in the U.S. right now. Is that right?
We are only in the U.S. now.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that our programs aren't applicable outside the U.S. We just haven't converted a hotel outside the U.S. now, but we've been talking to hotels in the Caribbean, kind of even in the U.K. and Mexico. Our programs work for those hotels outside the U.S. as well.
Cool. Well, I mean, obviously the U.S. is such a huge market unto itself. How many properties? Like around 80 properties?
We have about 84 right now and growing.
Yeah.
The goal is always to keep growing and help as many properties as we can.
And are they spread out across the U.S.?
Yeah, across the whole U.S. We're a little bit concentrated on the two coasts, in California and on the East Coast, especially in Florida, and then we've got a kind of spattering in the middle.
And now we're very keen to know, what was the convincing factor or the deciding factor for you to come to Phocuswright this year?
Well, to be honest, it was just speaking with the Phocuswright team, and they made it very interesting because they allowed me to be a mentor in the startup.
Oh, nice.
This morning.
Yeah.
So they kind of, not that I couldn't refuse it, but it was like, okay, this is like multifaceted. This is interesting. We have hotels here in San Diego. Who doesn't want a trip to San Diego? So all the pieces just kind of came together in timing as well, being available for it. So
yeah. Well, let's talk more about Curator Hotel and the collection that you've established. And looking at the website, just to make sure everyone can follow along at home, it's curatorhotelandresorts.com.
Yep.
And I was having a look at the properties, which look extraordinary. So Mr. and Smith, I was a big fan of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I just like their branding. One of my colleagues, Simon Westcott from Lonely Planet, was actually an investor, and obviously they were eventually acquired. And I just always liked, I liked the marketing, I liked the messaging. I like kind of the boutique nature of the hotels. And I'm a huge boutique hotel fan. Myself and Scott Galloway. Scott Galloway is one of my favorite podcasters. You like Scott? I know, I love Scott too.
him all the time.
And he's totally my kind of traveler. Obviously, he's very wealthy, so he gets to stay in some absolutely epic places. But if you ask me what kind of traveler I am, do I stay in large hotels or do I want to stay in Airbnbs? I'm like, no, I want to stay in boutique hotels. Boutique hotels are like my favorite. Yeah, and so I was so impressed to see the collection. So tell us a little bit about what it takes to get into the Curator Hotel and Resorts collection. Like, what are the types of properties you're looking for, and where are you looking to expand in 2026?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. The way I typically always answer that question is we're inclusive. So purposefully, we don't have brand standards or checklists that people have to, aspire to or fit a certain mold, because that's not the spirit of independent boutique hotels at all. So as long as we feel like we can deliver some value to these hotels and resorts, we want them in the collection. So you could be, a limited service, but, motel that is like super interesting, I don't know, in the middle of the country, or you can be a full service resort on the Florida coast that has, endless amenities. And the point is for us to create value for you, either through cost savings initiatives with our vendors or driving some incremental revenue for you through our marketing efforts, or introducing you to certain things, products, platforms, tech that you need that's going to make you even better. So we, again, are inclusive purposefully. We just want to be champions for the independence of boutiques. And we don't have specific targeted markets. I mean, we would love to be in every market across the U.S., but the way we support our hotels and the offerings that we have, we could take more properties in Florida or more properties in California, and that's okay because we're not competing against each other.
Yeah.
We're creating a community where we can lift each other up collectively. So more hotels in the U.S., absolutely. Can we get something in the Caribbean? Great. Maybe something in Mexico? Sure. But like you said earlier, there are so many boutique and independent properties in the U.S. I don't even think I understood what the number is. It's way more than we thought at the beginning. So there's a lot of prospects out there for us to get to.
For sure. And just out of curiosity, with the U.S. market, I know it's been a tough year for international inbound travel for all the reasons we know. We don't have to get into the politics of it, but certainly it's been one of the factors that has, hampered U.S. tourism. And we always go through these different cycles in travel. But one of the things I'm actually keen to understand is that even within that, there are trends domestically of where people are traveling to. And when we started this podcast, it was very much as an outcome of the pandemic. And what I was very focused on during the pandemic was I was based in LA, and we were focused on getting as much domestic business as possible. And one of the things that we saw then was that people were going to national parks. Because obviously you could see, social distance and all those things. And my wife and kids and I, we did a lot of RV trips. We did 3 big RV trips. And so, people still travel, but they just changed where they're going. So like as opposed to going to Mexico, we had big plans to go to Mexico. We never could because we weren't American citizens. We couldn't cross the border. Anyway, my point of asking this question is, even within a challenging year, and when you think about 2026, where do you see opportunities? Like what's standing out to you? Is it the Pacific Northwest? Is it like New Mexico? Or is it Florida? Like where are you seeing the pockets of growth?
What we've seen today, and I think what will continue is probably not surprising. We see the most demand, I guess, convert in the activities that we conduct from a marketing standpoint, really in Florida and California. So it's kind of no surprise. I mean, we are leisure focused. We're not a company that's promoting business travel or connected to the business travel community. What we do taps into the leisure demand. So that is a lot. It's connected to our resorts in Florida, which we have quite a few. It's also connected to the hotels we have in California, whether it's resort or urban, because California is aspirational to a certain degree, and once you've gone there once, we're here now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Who doesn't love San Diego? We have a handful of properties here.
Yeah.
But what we are specifically trying to promote our experiences. So we have so many properties that are so unique. If we can get visitors to come to our website and look at our property, the dedicated property pages, and the experiences that are connected to each of our member properties, you can start to see how unique and how special your stays will be at these properties. And then, of course, click off our site and go to the property site and see even more information. But I think even if people's wallets are, tightening a little bit, people just love travel and they want the experience and the memories. And our collection are the type of properties where you can get them. So I think we've seen more discounting and we've seen booking windows shrink a little bit, but we still see people want to stay and travel at our type of hotel because it's interesting and it's different and unique.
Jen, I know I've mentioned the website, but I also want to make sure people can connect with you, whether it be LinkedIn or email. So what are the other ways that people can reach out to you, to partner with you, and to start opening properties in Mexico and the Caribbean? How do people get in touch?
Definitely find me on LinkedIn. I try to do a good job posting. Curator has its own profile on LinkedIn as well. You can learn about everything we're up to. And it's really long, but my email is jbarnwell@curatorhotelsandresorts.com. So you can reach me either at LinkedIn or my email.
That's awesome. Well, I know you'll definitely hear from people, and thanks again to our global audience for being so supportive of all of our guests that we've had on this event Spotlight, and obviously it continues, but I'm thrilled that you're here. I love speaking to someone. It's the first time at Phocuswright. You've met 2 of our team members are here. Melanie, who was here last year. Catherine, it's her first time. I've been coming for a decade. And it's always a thrill when someone's their first Phocuswright, because I think it's such a magical conference. So I'm thrilled for you that you're finally here.
It's so great. It's really great. It's so fun. And I can't believe the day is basically over.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to, I'll see you for sure in the next couple of days. Sure. But now that we've done this, and we're going to do annual check-ins. You're going to come back to the Travel Trends podcast, and we're going to do our event spotlights. Yes. And you can tell me wherever we're going to be next year. We'll do our next status update. So
sounds great.
Great to meet you, and we'll keep in touch.
Thanks for having me.
All right, my next guest is a fellow Torontonian, and he was one of the stars of our AI summit that we had just a couple of weeks ago. Paul Lipson, the founder of Trip Recos. Paul, great to have you with us.
Great to be here, Dan.
Yeah, and I'm thrilled that you're here because actually it was our exchanges that brought you to Phocuswright. I mean, in fact, we got to know each other. You knew I was coming here, and you reached out to say, should I be here? And my answer was 100% yes. And you ultimately got a startup ticket, booked your flights, and here you are, man. So
you are the reason, Dan. You are the reason I'm here, the sole reason. If it's a success, it's on you. And if it's a total failure and a dumpster fire, it's on you too.
I'm 100% convinced this is going to be the best thing that ever happened to Trip Recos after the AI Summit, because you got a lot of great exposure from that.
That was the best thing that ever happened to Trip Recos to date.
Good. Okay, perfect. So bang to bang, back to back.
That's
and
right.
Your commentary was hilarious. So a lot of people who are listening to this that know the Travel Trends podcast or are part of the AI Summit, this is the Paul that you heard from throughout the event. Your chatter and commentary, like, it slayed the team, but also it just really, it added to it. So sincerely, thank you for your contribution to that event.
Thank you guys. Listen, your team is amazing. You know what's funny? I was going up the escalator yesterday, and someone like looked at my hat, and they're like, "Flamingo, Paul," and I'm like, "Hi, who are you?" Anyway, so it works. The Travel Trends AI Summit works.
Oh, that's awesome, man. I'm thrilled to hear
Everybody
it.
signed up next year.
Well, it was interesting because Paul and I had a couple chats before, and he had worked on an AI video, but he was still in stealth and hadn't launched yet. And so we didn't actually have a spot to involve Paul, just like full transparency, in the conference itself. But it actually worked out even better, I would say. You contributing and being involved and getting some great branding exposure. And then Paul also came to our VIP event later that night. So you got a chance to meet all those people in person. And the one thing for me, obviously, relates to being here in person at Phocuswright, but it really struck me how special the community is that comes to listen to the podcast and be there for the AI Summit, because you got to meet everyone in person.
Yes.
And they were all so excited to meet each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I still got to watch the Jays in the World Series because your team was smart enough to put a TV that we could meet everybody, talk about travel, and still watch the Jays on that particular night beat LA. So fantastic.
Yeah, no, that was a great game. I went to the game 6, and obviously we know how it all played out, but that night was glorious. And yeah, Melanie, who organized the event, was the one that made sure the bar didn't have a TV. They brought one in specially just for us, because I wouldn't have come to the event either if there wasn't a baseball game.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, you know how to market, Dan.
Yeah, and we had a full house, and that was great. But yeah, tell everyone a bit more about Trip Recos and what you guys do.
Okay, so Trip Recos is basically, we are matchmaking travelers. So we're like a dating app meets TripAdvisor. And basically what we're doing is we're matching travelers who have amazing recos and are already like giving away those recos for free on places like TripAdvisor, on Reddit, in social groups, what have you. And we actually get them onto our platform. We call them Trippies because, Taylor Swift has her Swifties. We call these travel lovers Trippies. And they come to our platform, and they're there to, again, give recos of the best places that they've been. But this time, they actually get paid. And the way it works is we match, a traveler with another traveler who's got the exact same travel style. So think about like travel twins, two people that might not be friends or know each other, but they have the exact same travel style, and our platform matches them up so that one of them can share recommendations and the other one can book those recommendations for the next trip.
Very cool. Now, we met a couple of times in person, actually, at the TechTO conference. There's a couple of events that you obviously and it was really cool because I happened to be grabbing some food with my family off of like Avenue Road. And all of a sudden I heard this voice, and it was Paul, and he kindly invited me over. I was with my wife and kids, and he was there with his wife, and he was like, this is the guy that like, I know my kids got such a kick out of her, like, Dad, you're famous. And I was like,
he is famous. Yeah. It's like meeting a celebrity.
No, it was just your response.
Which celebrity are you like? Is it more like meeting, Jose Bautista or Kanye West? I don't know. But either way.
Definitely, I'm more Batflip.
More Batflip.
For sure.
Good,
I'm definitely more Batflip. But no, the reason I mentioned that is because actually we had our event at Intrepid. You came out that night, so it's cool to see the Toronto tech scene and the fact that even we did a few calls as you were coming up with this concept and just gave you some very early feedback. I know you're building out a team of advisor, and I think you're going to go from success to success. I think it's a fantastic concept, which is one of the reasons I want you to be on this podcast, because I think you're going to be one of those startups to watch. But you guys are still early, so you're not currently on that top 25 list. But
no, we're number 26. I don't know if you heard. We're at number 26 for 2026.
That's nice. Well, that's awesome. So
unofficially.
Well, let's connect that with what actually brings you to Phocuswright. So what ultimately made the decision? I know our exchange, but ultimately, what was the deciding factor for Phocuswright, and what are some of the things that you're looking to get out of being here?
Yeah. So, aside from you being a major factor in getting me to Phocuswright, and Elad as well, who's working with us, the main thing we're looking for in Phocuswright is to make connections, to meet people. As you mentioned, we're pre-seed. and we just launched our beta. So for all you Travel Trends listeners out there, go to triprecos.com, sign up to become a trippy. I'm sure all of you have amazing travel recos. Anybody who would follow this podcast must have amazing travel recos no matter where you love to go. So go to triprecos.com, sign up to be a trippy. So A, I came to this conference just to say that on this podcast right now. And B, we want to, certainly we're looking to meet, some investors, people in the investment community that, are interested in investing in new, interesting ideas in travel. And the other thing is, look, we got a thesis, right? We are all about, we are built by AI, but we're actually powered by humans. So we flipped the script, right? And we still believe, and I think there are a few startups here with the same thesis, that at the end of the day, it's the storytelling, it's the emotions of humans that really get you, right, to love travel, actually get you to book travel, because it's an emotional category. And so again, we have proprietary AI that we call Trust Match Intelligence, and it uses a combination of AI, machine learning, various different optimization algorithms to actually make those matches between a trippy and a prospective traveler. And so, we're using that ultimately to connect humans because we're trying to unleash the human potential in all this, right? Not replace it with AI. So, I see a lot of boos behind me that are all about, this is the AI version of travel. And this is who wants to book on AI, right? AI gives you generic advice, right? I used AI. I tried to find a place to get fish tacos when Mel asked me to. So I used AI. I won't even say which platform. And at the end of the day, it gave me a hallucination for a fish taco place that doesn't actually exist. Who wants that, right? I want your recommendations. I want Mel and Kat's recommendations for fish tacos in San Diego, not ChatGPT's.
Well, what's interesting when I was talking to you is you're building out this concept. When I had the privilege of working at Lonely Planet for a number of years, and the reason that's relevant is because I was connected with a lot of those colleagues on Facebook, and there was an integration that TripAdvisor had done with Facebook that then sourced the reviews from your friends. And I was like, oh my God, this is amazing, because now these are not just generic reviews from anonymous people I don't know that I'm trying to interpret and trying to get that sense of you're reading the positive, the negative. It's often very difficult to read reviews and truly make a decision. And
it sucks, Dan.
It sucks. Well, that's what
Don't
you're
be around
solve.
the bush.
Well, and so when I all of a sudden had the window to see that, oh my God, 3 of my friends I work with at Lonely Planet have stayed at that hotel and have recommended, I was just sold. So that's what intrigued me from your concept from the beginning and why I think it has a high potential for success. And I do agree that in an age of AI, the user-generated content is still paramount. And that, there's this concept of, trust is the new currency in AI. And we see this.
Oh, so you've read our pitch then?
Yeah, I guess so. I must have.
Good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's working. But the idea is that, people are craving connection and community.
Yes.
And are even more so in this age.
Can I say one thing about what you just said
first? Jump in, buddy, of course.
I'm sorry. So, no, you were saying how, what intrigued you was, your friends, you would see in, your social graph, your friends had been to that hotel, and that's interesting. I think we actually take it a step further than that because, yeah, it's great when your friends have been to a place, and that already gives you a level of trust. And we're trying to scale up the idea of a recommendation from a friend. That's what Trip Recos actually is. But the way we take it a step further is not all your friends share your travel taste, right? Your parents might be connected to you, right, on Instagram, but they're not sharing necessarily maybe they do, Dan, I don't know in your case, but they might not share your travel.
No, they don't, you're right, yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So they don't actually share necessarily your travel taste. But what we're doing is it's not just people in your network, it's the people that travel like you. Because if you're going, whether it's to San Diego, whether it's to Disney World, whether it's a trip to Barcelona or wherever in the world you're going, right? You want recommendations. You want it to be from someone but you also want that person to travel the way you do. Otherwise, it's not a useful recommendation. So I have, there's 3 other founders, co-founders on my team, and we all have different travel taste. And so Brent, who's the, former CMO of Internova, who's one of our co-founders, we share the same travel style. But Joel, my AI specialist, who's got, a PhD in machine learning, well, we don't travel the same. And even though I've known him way longer and he's one of my best friends, to be honest with you, right, I'll take Brent's recommendation on a place over Joel's any day of the week. Yeah. So I think that's where we're really taking things to the next level. Yeah, sorry, I cut you off.
No, it's great. I think that's an important clarification for our listeners. So no issue at all. The thing I wanted to ask you about, just
to keep on Phocuswright for a moment, then I want to talk about your plans for 2026. One of the things I was keen to get your take on, you've already kind of highlighted some of the reasons for being here, but I'm genuinely also keen to get your initial impressions of Phocuswright. Since I'm obviously, yes, I'm a big fan. I'm thrilled that you're here. But what has been some of your initial observations so far? We're sitting here on day 2. There's still one more day to go. What have been some of the kind of insights or takeaways that you've had from being here so far?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you something that's absolutely great, right, about this thing, which is, so I'm new to travel. This was not my background, right? I'm like a new player.
You're a beer guy.
Yeah, I'm a beer guy, right? Yeah. And I won't plug all my beer brands, but this was a whole new world for me, and I wasn't sure what to expect. And what's amazing is, you would think, or in my mind, the travel community was just so immense and huge, and how do you wrap your arms around it? It is literally a global, industry. And listen, this place is huge, but I do realize being here and meeting you and some of the other people, the great people, right, connected to, travel trends, how small the community is, how friendly it is. I think I told you this. You had invited me to an event like way back when we first met. And I was just like blown away by how like nice, the people were and how much you want to hang around with them. Yeah. And that's generally how I feel about Phocuswright. Is like, I like hanging around with these people. Yep. And it feels like, I've been part of this for years. I'm glad to hear you say that, because that's what obviously is very honest and sincere. To hear you say that, and that's that's one of the reasons I love this conference. I love it's hard to, the atmosphere, the vibe. It is, people are very accessible despite having very senior roles. So that's always been. I find that it's just a very comfortable place to be and a great place to do business. So it's I couldn't agree more. But can I give you an insight about that? So please, the funny thing. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to dominate. No, it's just here. Great. I'm going to open. We're going to open the whole event spotlight just with this, and we're going to have highlights of you interrupting as like the cold open. Okay, then let me keep doing it. Yeah. So what was I going to say? Oh yeah. So my quick insight from the. Oh wait, let me just. No, I'm just kidding. Let me just interrupt you another time. So my insight from the whole conference is that the people in travel are so fun, and it's such a fun category to be a part of. Yeah. I find, ironically, that the businesses are so serious, right? And a lot of people are walking around in suits. And I know they're corporate guys and they work for Amex or, Marriott or whoever. But let's bring the fun back to travel. I mean, this should be the most fun you ever have in your life, is working in travel. So we're trying to do that at Trip Recos. Mingo, our mascot, is going to change the game, and it's going to be a fun ride. Yeah, I'm going to add one thing to just what you just said. So I worked at the Travel Corporation, as many of our listeners know, for nearly a decade, and I had a great affinity for the family, both Brett and Stanley. Brett was my direct boss, the CEO, and Stanley was his father, who sadly passed away at the same time as my dad did, and which our listeners know is the connection to this podcast. But the point of me sharing that, I've talked about Stanley a number of times and how much I learned from him and Brett as two mentors for me. But the one part that just connects to what you just said that I think is really important to underline, that some people, when you're in this industry, it can be stressful, it can be intense. People always say it's not rocket science, we're not saving lives. And it's but one of the things he would always highlight, and it always seemed to happen with Kentucky when they came into the room to present, it would be also with other brands as well. After hearing their pitch and their presentation for where they wanted to take the brand, he would pause for a moment and say, where's the fun? Yeah. And it was like, travel's supposed to be fun. I don't see this in the images or the messaging. And, people had stressed to try and get this pitch and presentation together, and they forgot the most important part. So that's why I wanted to underline that, because he was a very successful entrepreneur, which I know you already are and are going to continue to be. But that's the most important thing. I think that's what keeps us in this industry, is we love it. You know, 100%. People love travel, they love being a part of it, and they want to connect and network with other people. So let's Travel changed my life. Travel changed my life. The first time I went backpacking to Europe was literally the best experience of my entire life, and it changed the whole trajectory of what I decided to do and how I decided to act, and probably why I'm sitting in front of you today. Tell us what's ahead for Trip Recos in 2026, Paul. Okay, so first of all, it's going to start with being part of the AI Travel Trends Summit, which is happening October 2026, but we're also likely going to do a virtual demo day in advance of that, maybe June or July. Perfect. Okay, so that's going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait for that. Thank you. Absolutely. And listen, as all joking aside, we are launched in beta, right? People are now signing up to be Trippy. So again, go to triprecos.com, sign up to be a trippy, get paid for your travel recos. Again, it's free. It's absolutely amazing. It's a whole new income stream for people. So we just launched that side of it. We're going to be, collecting trippies over the course of the next little while, and then we're going to turn the whole thing on. And by 2026, we're going to overtake TripAdvisor and a whole bunch of other, platforms, and people are going to go to TripRecos to find the recommendation for travel. That's it, man.
That's exciting. I mean, it's one of those things. You see what's happening with TripAdvisor. Obviously, lots of changes, and they're now being an AI-first company. And so it's really interesting to see the shakeup in our industry and all these changing business models. So I'm very confident in your success. I want to make sure that all of our listeners can connect with you, can reach out with you, can look to do business with you, or as you mentioned, obviously become a
trippy.
A trippy, exactly.
At triprecos.com.
Yeah. What about you? The email, LinkedIn, social channels. Where else can they find you, man?
So we're on Instagram, right? So it's trip.recos. Because right before we launched, someone hijacked TripRecos. So we're at trip.recos on Instagram. Find me on LinkedIn, Paul Lipson. Don't worry if it doesn't say CEO of TripRecos is the first thing, because, I still got to, put bread on the table. So, this is part of my side hustle for the moment. But anyways, yes, go to LinkedIn, connect with me, follow us on Instagram. But number one thing, go to triprecos.com, sign up to be a trippy. You can also join our Facebook community, which is just launched, and be a part of it.
Awesome. Well, I also look forward to you meeting Christian Watts. Christian Watts, who many of our listeners know, he runs Magpie, and he always wears his pink shirt. And he was like, "Who's this guy with the pink flamingo?" He's like, he's really edging in on my my brand colors.
Yeah.
I know you're going to meet with him here.
He doesn't have the pink sunglasses too.
That's true. No, you got it all going on.
Yeah,
You've taken over.
I'm trying.
You're the new Mr. Pink. Yeah.
I'll take it, Dan.
Yeah. Well, Paul, it's so great to see you again in person. Obviously, I'm thrilled that you're here. I know you're going to get a lot more out of it and continue to go from strength to strength. So I wish you every success, and I look forward to seeing you back in Toronto.
Me too, and I can't wait to hear your trip recos for San Diego and for the next place that we go to a conference together, Dan.
Awesome. We had great tacos the first day we arrived in Old Town, so I'm going to put that in. That's going to be my first my first task. But yeah, cool. Thanks again, brother.
Good stuff. Thanks, dude.
I now have the privilege to speak to the CEO of a newly rebranded company, Yonolja Go Global.
That's perfect.
And Francesco Delida,
but it's fine.
Who's based in Milano.
Yes.
Has come all the way here to San Diego for Phocuswright for the very first time. So welcome. Great to have you on the Travel Trends podcast.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
For sure. So tell us more about Yonolja Go Global, this company that you run, and the rebrand that you've just gone through.
Yes. Yonolja Go Global is the rebranding of Go Global Travel, which is a bed bank out of Israel with about 20 locations worldwide that sells to clients in every segment, mainly hotel rooms, but also car rentals and other amenities and transfers.
And how long you guys have been around for?
Go Global has been around since year 2000.
All right. So early days of Phocuswright. Yeah, like the .com era.
Yeah. Indeed.
But this is your first time here, so tell us what brought you all the way from Milano to San Diego for Phocuswright for the first time.
Can I say that the seaside is the reason?
For sure. I'm Canadian, so for sure.
It's always been, for one reason or another, I haven't come to this event, but mainly because it was always far away.
Yeah.
But at this time, with the rebranding of Go Global, that is meant to have a significant impact on us, but also hopefully with all the novelties that Yonolja is developing as well.
Yeah.
It could represent a big step for the future,
For sure.
So I think meeting people at the level of attendance that is here at Phocuswright is something interesting right now.
Yeah, I'm thrilled that you're here. All of our listeners know what a huge fan I am of Phocuswright, and specifically the reasons you've mentioned, the networking opportunities, the access to real decision makers, and even just the atmosphere and the environment that Phocus. It's a really enjoyable conference, and that's my perspective. But yeah, tell us a little bit.
Absolutely, the let's say the live event, the events in the theater or the speeches are really, really interesting, and also the networking is just the added cherry, I think, here.
For sure, yeah. Well, it's interesting you mentioned both, kind of the knowledge and the networking, because I always came for the knowledge, and I know a lot of people come from the networking, and clearly there's benefits to both. What have been some of the standout sessions so far? I know
know we're having this conversation on day 2, but yeah, what are some of either been the standout sessions you've attended or something you're planning to attend?
Oh, well, so first of all, the most important session to attend is the one of Jan Olja's CEO.
Yeah.
So basically my boss in Korea.
Okay.
And he will be tomorrow, right? So yes, that is the one that everybody has to attend. Please join.
Oh, that's great.
I followed, interestingly enough, the speech of Omri of Agoda.
Yep.
Just now, and that was probably so far the most insightful.
Interesting. What was the big takeaway there? I wasn't at that session.
No, it was okay. Obviously the view of a B2C like Agoda.
Yes.
The way they want to expand is always an interesting topic, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes. The less, the less where you hear people just sometimes hanging on mirrors is when they have to talk about new plans, future, AI, and so on. So, and especially for OTAs, this is a tricky situation. So it didn't seem that they have it very clear. On what will happen and how they will adapt. So let's say it should open up a lot of opportunities for.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Agoda because Agoda is not a brand that many Americans are familiar with.
Yeah.
Agoda obviously is based in Southeast Asia and does a lot of business in the Asian market and even Australia
really amazing,
too.
yes.
Yeah, and it's amazing. And part of the booking family, but run as independent. So it's interesting. These are the insights you get from being at a conference like this, especially now that Phocuswright is owned by JTB. And I know a big focus for them is expanding the Phocuswright concept into Asia. So having people like them here, and then obviously American businesses headed to Phocuswright conferences in Asia. So you guys are a global company.
Yeah.
You've come a long way to be here. So I'm assuming you're likely going to attend other Phocuswrights. The one I enjoyed this year was Phocuswright Europe. So I know it's still early, but I'm assuming you're going to be back to Phocuswright or visit some of the other conferences?
Most probably, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Well, tell us a little bit more about what's ahead for Yanolja Go Global in 2026. What are some of the big initiatives you guys have on? And
so the most important thing is actually the meaning of our rebranding. So Go Global has been acquired, has always been run as a very traditional bed bank with very advanced tools in terms of connectivity and so on, but very traditional. We were sold to Yanolja, which is a huge B2C from Korea, and more than that, it's like comprehensive 360 degrees solutions maker and taker and mixer.
Yeah.
For all the hospitality industry, from hotels to wholesalers and so on.
Yeah.
And this rebranding for us means that we are marking another step towards a sort of integration, being us the B2B branch of the group.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting now with the fact that you were purchased by a Korean company.
Yeah.
I've spent time in Korea. I love Korea. My brother spent a few years living in Korea, so I visited him. And this was, I guess, obviously since then there's been the rise of K-pop. There's been, one of my favorite Netflix shows of all time, Squid Games. And so people have become more and more intrigued about Korean culture. And certainly, if you look at the tourism numbers of Japan as any indication, the last 5 years, Japan has just continued growing year after year to the point where I think JTB is like the 6th largest DMO and globally. And I know Korea is set for continued growth. A lot of the group travel companies are focusing on Korea. So it's exciting to hear a Korean company. There's so many successful Korean companies, but not necessarily in travel. But now all of a sudden, they're developing a strength in travel for inbound, outbound.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. And Yanolja is the leading B2C in Korea.
Right.
Anyway, so you're talking of a company that is already very well structured.
Yeah.
So what's in store for us? We are working constantly on. We just issued a completely new release of our B2B website.
Yeah.
So and that already was huge. But the real point here is that this is the backbone of the Korean technologies that we have in terms of AI, vertical AI, and all these nice little tricks that should bring our website to really the next level for agencies.
So give us one example of that. Obviously, we did our AI summit just recently, and you mentioned as well, like when you hear people on stage, you always want to hear examples of things that they've done or how they've exactly. Yeah. So tell us maybe one use case for AI that you guys have started to leverage so far.
Look, we just came out with a prototype for the new logic of our search engine.
Yeah.
That works on all the wealth of data that we have gathered in the last few years, I would say.
Yeah.
And then the new search algorithm should utilize certain learning curves that they were made over our data by single travel agent, by client, whatever.
Yeah.
In order to provide a better availability. And this is a small example.
Yeah, no, but it's an important one. People want that kind of context.
Exactly. In customer service, of course. I mean, we want one of the key points in the DNA of Go Global has always been having a local support for agencies.
Yeah.
And we work B2B basically, so in retail.
Yeah.
So we are very careful into introducing AI into the customer service, let's say, environment, but there are many many tasks that are very repetitive there. So that's another small thing, but everybody has AI agents today, so it's not a...
No, but it's important.
There's a lot more in store for tools of revenue management, tools of, better connectivity, better with customers or with suppliers, and just that. Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right, Francesco. It's like we're just at the earliest stages of seeing the utilization of this technology and the benefits from it. So I know it'll change so dramatically in the next year before we speak again at either the next Phocuswright or the next conference. But I want to make sure that all of our listeners can find out more information about you, whether it's on LinkedIn and find out how to partner with you guys in the future.
So, I mean, to reach us, there's a website. It's still goglobal.travel.
Yeah.
LinkedIn, we are all present there. So, I mean, I'm also a good point of contact for that, and then a dispatch.
Fantastic.
But we are here also with our director of wholesale sales, Ciro, who is around networking at the moment.
Cool.
And then we have all the several contacts that you...
Awesome. And one of your colleagues is here as well to give you some support. Tell us just a quick bit about your role, too.
Hi, this is Christina Kim. I'm a corporate PR manager at Yanoja, based in New York. You can find me on LinkedIn as well. And please check out a new website, yanojagroup.com. Then you can learn more about Yanoja Go Global and Yanoja more in general.
That's awesome. Thank you for helping get this set up together. That's why I wanted to bring you into the conversation, because you kind of came by yesterday and we were chatting with the team, and we made sure that we got Francesco on to this event spotlight today. And we're back to back. So I appreciate you making the time and the effort. And Francesco, it was a real pleasure to meet you. And
thank you very much.
I look forward to keeping in touch and wish you all the success next year.
Thanks.
I now have a privilege and pleasure to sit down with the CEO and founder of Bonafide.ai, Leighton Hahn. Now, Bonafide was at our AI Summit just recently. Chris Brown, the co-founder, spoke at our conference. And I know we were connected by Plug and Play, which was a really cool connection. I had a call with you guys and the team. So impressed with what you're doing. Had you at the AI Summit. Now here we are at the Phocuswright conference together, which I know, Leighton, you've been to before, pre-COVID. You're based up in Oakland. So you're in the San Francisco area?
Yes.
And here we are in San Diego. But tell everyone a little bit more about Bonafide. For those people who aren't familiar with the company, tell us a little bit about the history and what it is you guys do.
Yeah, so maybe a fun story, how Chris and I, as well as a couple other team members, founded Bonafide was when ChatGPT got released a couple of years ago. I started to tool around with it and ask very specific questions about hotels in San Francisco. The first 3 questions I asked, they actually gave me the wrong answer. So I said, is this going to be a problem? So I went to Chris, who is, as you guys know, a lecturer and taught computer science and AI at Berkeley. And so
fascinating guy, great speaker, yes. Yeah.
And he said, let me investigate this. And what we found out was that about, ChatGPT and were only about accurate about 60% of the time. Between what they said was an answer versus what the factual information from the brands were, right?
Yeah.
And so we decided that's a alignment problem, right? They're not talking the same, have the same information,
right?
And so we decided to take this on because, at the end of the day, if AI is going to be part of this journey of discovery, shopping, booking, and post customer service, you need to have consistent data alignment between the models and the brands, right? And so we wanted to take this on, and so we founded the company 2 years ago, focused on really the alignment of information between the large language model and the brands.
Well, and the one other thing that Chris had mentioned to me when we had our call together before the AI Summit, because I've been going through the website to learn a bit about Bonafide, and obviously I've mentioned it, Bonafide.ai, for anyone that wants to multitask at home. But he even highlighted to me, he's like, even the information there is not up to date with all the things we're doing. It's just like you guys are moving so quickly that the website copy he doesn't even accurately reflect how the business is today. So tell us a little bit about, I guess, where you guys are in terms of scaling this business, the team and the types of companies you're working with. And then I obviously want to get your take on what brought you here to Phocuswright. But I'm keen to get a bit more for our listeners to understand Bonafide, because everyone keeps telling me this is the success story that's next to happen and break through.
Well, yeah. So hopefully it will be the success story, right? Yeah. We're still early, but our thesis is really around new content structure, new information layer that's required for in the like a new AI ecosystem, right? And the way we've been focused on, we've been working with large travel suppliers and brands in the airlines and the hotel and tourism space to really get their information and their content in order to maximize their opportunity to be discovered and then shop. And so that's been our focus. It has been, I would say the first year was education. The second year was business relationship and implementation. So we're, we feel very good about, all of these brands trusting us with their AI content strategy and execution. It's been really good and fast-pacing, 24 months. And things are changing all the time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, and that's where as you guys continue to grow, new opportunities are going to continue to emerge at how your technology can be utilized. And then also different verticals. You look at a company like Mindtrip that focused on initially B2C, then they didn't pivot so much as expanded to B2B. Yeah. Have had great success with DMOs. Now are moving into hotels. Yeah. And this is what I'm seeing with successful AI companies is that, they have to make sure they still get product market fit. Yeah. And one of the things I know that Plug and Play and the team are bullish, you guys are all experienced entrepreneurs. Yeah. You've had success. And you obviously have a strong team with a great deal of expertise. So investors look at team, obviously, and so you guys have the backing, but then also, you guys will have the opportunity to go in different directions as you continue to grow. So tell us, what brought you to Focus? What brought you back to Phocuswright this year? Yeah.
So pre-pandemic attendee. So we haven't. I haven't attended Phocuswright since then, but we were honored and fortunate enough to be named one of the hot 25 companies.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Class of 2026, I think they do it for next year. And then they invited us to actually speak at the conference. So I just came off the stage about an hour ago to talk about Bonafide and the alignment problem that we're actually solving for the travel brands.
Well, let's talk about that. I'd love for you to be able to share what you just presented. Give us some of the big highlights and takeaways from your talk.
Yeah, so my main point was, hey, we're trying to tackle this AI alignment problem. What is an AI alignment problem? It's all, it's when ChatGPT and LLMs, different models give you a wrong answer, right? And what we have found, 2 years working with travel brands is about 1 in 4 answers does not align with what the brand's information actually is.
Right.
And so, travel brands need to care about this because we all know that AI's killer application is shopping and commerce. And if you can't have booking if AI is using different information than the supplier, right? The booking will fail. So that was our story, and that how we actually use the same process that OpenAI and all these model builders use to turn these large language models to be travel suppliers, a product advocate and expert. Right?
Interesting,
And so we train them, we create these enormous answer sets for large language models, because at the end of the day, I know people say they're intelligent, but they're actually good at looking at lookup table of answers and picking the right answer.
Yeah.
And so that's what you need to actually provide for them. And that's part of the whole training process. And so we call ourselves the AI alignment platform for the travel industry.
Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate clarifying that, because obviously it's great that you've come back. Awesome, you have the opportunity to speak on stage. Yeah. I'm also curious, given that you had the pre-pandemic experience at Phocuswright, so you've kind of got, that's I guess 2019 or before, right?
Yes.
So what's changed? And so, and what are some of the, we're having this conversation in the afternoon of day 2. And so I'm keen to know what your perspective on the Phocuswright conference has been this year, and some of the, I guess, insights or takeaways from this year's conference.
Yeah, what I have seen, and I could be, again, small sample size, so it's just me, right? What I've seen in the past was I saw a lot more OTAs. We talked about this, OTAs and big brands here. It has become maybe a travel distribution. So a lot of travel distribution companies, whether it's, corporate travel management, and a lot of technologies that support that. That's what I have seen. I'm not sure, that's what you feel like, but that's kind of what
for sure. There's been a big focus on distribution, and when you look around at the booths that are around us, for sure. Yeah. So it continues to evolve and change. The one thing for sure that has come up repeatedly, which is obviously key to your business and success, is AI and how it's going to transform this industry. So I think everyone here, it's top of mind. It's come up throughout every conversation, and it's in almost every session. People have said like 70% of the sessions here are about AI. And I think you can even see some of the booths. The companies are rebranding themselves to be like an AI first, right? And it's just like, so you and I are of a similar vintage, I presume. So we experienced the .com era, and there are some eerie parallels in many ways to what we experienced then to what's happening now. But as far as being here, I'm assuming there's going to be some great partnership opportunities for you guys.
Absolutely, right. So, obviously there's, as an example, you mentioned Mindtrip. So, we're, somebody like that could be a great partner with us, because they are working with a lot of the tourism clients that we work with, right? And there are, these type of companies, not only AI companies, but the companies that need to make sure that that data layer is AI ready. That's what we work with at the end of the day. And that's the one thing, I recommend every company to look at, whether they travel or not, is their content and data layer ready for AI.
Right.
And in travel, that's a challenge.
Yeah, I was going to say the short answer is no. Most are not.
It's really complicated, right? It's not. You're not selling a bottle of ketchup, right? So, and the worst thing is, and this is why I believe accuracy and the data integrity is so important in travel, is that it's a high stakes anxiety purchase, because you cannot return time. You could always return a merchandise, but you cannot return travel time. Once you're there, right? And
exactly.
So for AI to work really well, you need that great high integrity data.
Yeah, but on the topic of partnership opportunities, I want to make sure that all our global listeners who are coming to know about Bonafide, and obviously it's fantastic to be able to have this conversation with you as the CEO and co-founder, which is the types of companies that would be best to reach out to engage and collaborate with you. So what is kind of your
ideal client profile at the moment, who you're working with, and how might that expand over the next year?
Yeah, so the key verticals that we've been working in the past, 2 years been really travel suppliers. So focused on, big hotel brands, hotelers in general, but hotel, rental car, brands, airlines, cruises, and the tourism, sector.
Yeah.
All are impacted by, as people are using AI to plan, select and be recommended. They all need to make sure that that data layer is ready, right?
Yeah.
And so we work with a lot of that. We just, in fact, Chris Brown, my co-founder, is presenting tomorrow to launch our travel credit card vertical, where it's really focused on, again, loyalty program, loyalty information is very complex, and loyalty itself is actually very personal, right? And how you manage it, how you use it. And so, you need to make sure that has that granular information that is necessary for AI to answer those questions correctly.
Very interesting, yeah. Well, that's the thing I wanted to ask you, given your role and focus and with 2026. Mm-hmm. So tell us a little bit more about where Bonafide is headed next year, the team, the verticals you're focusing on, how you're going to build out the tech, because I'm sure it'd be very interesting to our audience to know what direction you're headed, like the Mind Trip example, to moving into hotels. So tell us a little bit, as far as what you can share, Leighton, about where you guys are going.
I would say what we're trying to do is help travel companies manage this new emerging AI or LLM channel, right?
Yeah.
And it really starts with discovery, but you get into shopping, right? And booking, right? And so all of that process require high integrity of data and alignment of data between what LLMs are asking and what your answer is. And so that's the layer we continue to build out. We started off with more of the granular static content, but we're focused on, as we go through, more obviously dynamic content that needs to be orchestrated well on behalf of the travel brands, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, it's a really exciting time to be in the travel space, to be in the AI space, and obviously that's the intersection for Bonafide. Yeah. And I know with Plug and Play's travel practice, and they're obviously very bullish on what you guys are building and where things are headed. So I'm certainly, I was thrilled to meet Chris, obviously delighted to meet you now as well and have this time together in person. I'm going to continue following. I'm sure our listeners will as well.
Thank you.
Of course. No, I'm like, so I do want to make sure that all of our listeners, I've mentioned the website, Bonafide.ai, of course, but I'm assuming they can connect with you on LinkedIn. What would be the best ways to reach out to you or to get in touch with Bonafide?
The LinkedIn or email at Leighton@Bonafide.ai, right?
Yeah.
So that would be the easiest way to reach out to me, right? And we look forward to we love talking about AI and travel. So it's a let's put it this way. One thing about Silicon, I've been at Silicon Valley for a long time. One of the things that all these model providers want to solve is a travel problem.
So true.
It's
true.
It's complicated.
There's a graveyard of travel planning tools. Everyone's like,
exactly. It's an engineering problem for them, right?
Yeah.
These people like Chris. It's an engineering problem for them, and they want to solve it, right? So, and one of the things that we want to help to solve that problem really is good quality data layer that's required to do that.
Yeah. So. Well, and I think that's where you just see certain people that are positioned to succeed, where, when you can sometimes also notice someone that is, totally fresh to this industry, and it's just like, you've got a lot to learn first. It's just like, you're going to have a few setbacks before you have a breakthrough.
It was interesting. I mean, you mentioned that. Chris and I, when we started this with Tom Underwood, who came from Orbitz, one of the naive things we assumed, at least I assumed, was, travel companies have great data. It's high quality. You know, they spend millions of dollars on the content management, all of that, and like we go, you know. And by the way, this is not travel, but so I talk to different brands in retail and all of that. They all have the same problem, and I go, how could that be? People spend zillions of dollars on snowflakes and Google, cloud infrastructure. Yet the data is
terrible. Yeah, exactly. No, legacy and yes, that's a that is an episode of a podcast unto itself. Like, how do we get here? Yeah. How do we get into this mess that we're in, and where do we go from here?
So that what that did for us is that we actually need to automate a process for travel suppliers to actually, create the content that's be easily maintained, aggregated, and easily maintained. So that was a new technology we had to build that we didn't think initially of building.
Yeah.
Right. So
fascinating, man. Well, I'm looking forward to not only tracking your journey, but obviously having you back at our next AI summit.
Oh, absolutely.
Continuing seeing you guys lead the charge. I'll definitely look forward to the next plug and play event that I'll make sure I attend in person, so I can be there to support you guys as well. But also, I'm thrilled you're here at Phocuswright. I'm thrilled you're back, and I'm sure many of our listeners will be reaching out. So thanks again, Leighton, for joining us and for being a part of the conversation, and look forward to keeping in touch.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I mean, and all the support you have given us since last year, right? So
totally
appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
I'm now thrilled to sit down with Mike Petrakis, who is the founder and CEO of Batch. We actually met a few months ago in Orlando at the Digital Travel Summit, and I was really impressed with his keynote and his presentation because my background, as most of our listeners know, is group travel. But he's created this really fascinating business based on bachelor parties and bachelorette parties, and I really want him to be able to tell you more about his company. So, Mike, welcome to Travel Trends. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Dan.
For sure. So tell everyone what Batch is. I'm sure that's the first question you always get asked.
Batch is TripAdvisor for celebrations. That's the lazy answer. We are a party planning app where we make it really easy to coordinate planning a trip and booking all the fun stuff you can with your friends. Because life is short and it should be all about celebrating and enjoying your life.
Now you can see why I enjoyed his keynote so much. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you at the end. I was like, your keynote was so compelling, and you shared the journey of Batch. So I want to also highlight to our listeners, tell everyone about where you're based, when this company got started, and what you've scaled this business to already.
Yeah. I currently live in San Diego, which is very convenient right now. I started Batch in 2020 as a bachelorette party planning app. We went to 100,000 users in our first 3 months, and then COVID actually almost shut the thing down. We launched a marketplace to book fun experiences for bachelorettes in 2021, and the rest is history. I mean, since then, we now have 3.5 million users, 100 different cities, and a lot of different fun things for people to book.
That's amazing. That's fantastic. It's such a cool story. And it's like, and so was there not someone doing anything like you were doing? What was unique when you came up with this concept and applied it to the market? What was it that wasn't happening in the industry that you kind of broke the mold on?
Pain points and being niche first, right? So how do you solve a big problem? You start niche first. That's why I looked at bachelorette parties specifically. And then how do you solve a problem for group travel? Coordination, man. It's like herding cats. Build planning tools and utility that helps people coordinate these trips, right?
Very true. Yeah, no, exactly. And so tell us where the business is today, because you guys have, I know, raised. You've been in the press recently.
Yeah.
So tell everyone a bit about where you guys stand today coming into Phocuswright.
Yeah. Look, so we are fortunate to we have not had to raise outside capital in the past 2 years. In total, we've put together $30 million. It's nice to have money in the bank right now. I'm looking to be profitable within the next 6 months, and I have a team of 100 different markets, and I'm really looking to own all celebrations. That's what's next, right? So I still think there's so much room to grow beyond just bachelorette parties and birthdays. I want bachelor parties. I want to go deeper on divorce parties. I want anniversaries, all sorts of stuff.
You know, it's interesting. When I worked in group travel for many years, one of the themes that we focused on was celebration travel.
Yep.
Celebration travel can be graduations. It can be retirement parties.
Yep.
And people were retirement vacations. People typically go to Africa on a safari like that. That's like the 50th birthday or the retirement. So different stages of life require different celebrations. Divorces for sure. There's a massive rise in solo female travelers, half of which are either divorced or widowed. And so anyway, you clearly are staying atop of the trends. But tell us what brought you to Phocuswright this year with Batch.
Yeah. joining the Young Leaders Summit and learning more about some of the veterans of the travel tech industry, right? So I am not very close with, Booking Holdings, Viator, Get Your Guide, but I'm always looking to learn from the people who have been there, done that. I'm like just getting started or early on my journey, and I want to learn from people who have built big businesses.
Yeah, I'm thrilled that you're here. I mean, actually, there's a number of new people. I mean, as we've been having these interviews on this event Spotlight, the one thing I've been delighted to discover is how many new attendees there are this year. I mean, this is a conference that I always look forward to seeing everyone again because, they're definitely, it's a very high repeat rate. Mm-hmm. And for the reasons that you are coming to understand and people have commented on, the caliber of the attendees and the fact you get access to decision makers in a way that is everyone's accessible.
Yeah.
So I'd love to hear a couple other highlights from you. Obviously, we're sitting here more or less the beginning of day 2, so there's still another day ahead. What has been some of the highlights so far? Obviously, the young leaders. What else are you planning on? Sessions, meetings? What else are you looking forward to or getting out of Phocuswright?
Yeah, I mean, I had some fun investor meetings this morning where I said I'm not looking to raise capital, and that always attracts, more capital, I guess, in its own way. I'm looking for partnerships to help promote partners' businesses. So I'll give you an example. We promote our partners, our small businesses that are private chefs and buses and boats on batch. And I'm also building content for them off batch on social and LLMs as well. So I'm always looking to find people who can promote my partners' businesses.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, that's one thing I found fascinating about your business and getting to know you, obviously, after your presentation and our subsequent conversations is that your model, obviously, is a B2B model in many ways. So tell us a little bit more about that, because the reason I want to ask that question, I want to make sure people can connect with you and find out more information to reach out to you. But I think that's important context because we're a B2B podcast and a lot of our listeners might all of a sudden go, wait a second, we can actually work with these guys.
Yeah, I took a contrarian approach to just being in another marketplace. Prior to Batch, I built small businesses. I love small businesses. So all I want to do is link up all of the businesses that cater towards the celebration economy. That's what I'm defining it as, and help them grow both on and off Batch. And instead of taking a commission, I want to give the margin back to the partners that we work with by charging a fee to be on Batch and to work with us. And we basically view ourselves as a very, very cost-effective marketing agency for a lot of small businesses.
That's fantastic. So let's make sure everyone can find you, Mike, and also learn more about Batch. So what are the best ways for our listeners to do that?
I'm currently posting a lot of interviews with our partners on LinkedIn about once a week and trying to build up my content and presence there. So Mike Petrakis on LinkedIn is the best way to stay in touch.
Fantastic. Well, great to see you again. I mean, like we've met before, now we are at Phocuswright. I'm excited to continue our collaborations and also to see your continued success. So good luck at Phocuswright, and let's keep in touch in 2026.
Thanks, Dan.
I now have the pleasure to speak to a fellow Canadian, but he's up in Quebec near Mount Tremblant, and he's a good friend of a good friend, and I was very keen to have him part of this event Spotlight episode. His name is Evan Zhang, and he is the CEO and founder of Hospitalities.AI. So welcome. Great to have you on the Travel Trends podcast.
Thank you very much, and I've got to clarify, I'm actually part Canadian, but I'm American.
Oh, is that right? Okay, so you sit on both sides of the fence here.
I do. I try to be the Switzerland of North America.
That's a great well, especially as you grow this business, it's great that you have that ability to travel back and forth for sure. So, so tell us a little bit about your background and how you created this company.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually fell into travel purely by accident. So the first 10 years of my career.
You're not that old.
Not yet. The first 10 years of my career were in music festivals. So I produced some of the biggest music festivals in North America, Bonnaroo, Outside Lands, and I decided to take a 3-month sabbatical, and that turned into a 1.5 years traveling, of which 6 months were in Burma or Myanmar.
Wow.
I wound up opening the 4th hostel in the country in 2015.
So cool.
And that's how I discovered the joys and rewards and challenges of being an independent hospitality operator. And I said, wow, there's so much that we can do to make this such a much more joyful experience for everybody who's in hospitality.
Yeah. That's awesome. Okay, cool. So then fast forward to creating Hospitalities.AI.
Yeah. So Hospitalities.AI really came out of a project that I started called Stay Altered. Stay Altered brought together hundreds of independent hotels from around the world, all locally owned, all doing this incredible hospitality. And as we were talking about how we could come together and help each other, we kind of started talking about tech. And 40% of our hosts don't have a PMS. 95% don't have a CRM. 99% don't have a guest app. All of the kind of basic things that chains, the large enterprises, management companies have for their hotels and for their guests, none of our hotels had. And we kind of looked around and said, well, how do we get this? How do we actually get all of this incredible technology and be able to take advantage of it, not just so we can make more money, but so we can actually offer a much more rewarding and joyful hospitality experience for guests? And that was the birth of Hospitalities.AI, which was an AI personalization platform that could help a host very quickly understand who that guest is, what their interests are, what their preferences are, so they can offer the right hospitality at the right moment to a guest who's looking for a more local experience, a more personal experience, a more meaningful experience, or just wants to have a quiet, nice time by themselves.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And where are you guys at in your stage of growth with the team? And what's the connection to being based in Mont Tremblant?
Yeah. My co-founder, Jasmine, she's born and raised in Mont Tremblant. Her background's actually very different from mine. So Mont Tremblant, you know the town.
Beautiful, yeah. I used to go snowboarding there every wintertime. And I've got a lot of family from Montreal, so my wife's from Montreal. But yeah, anyway, I love Mont Tremblant.
She's going to love that because she's a snowboarder too.
Oh, cool.
But being born and raised there, she saw, just the rise of tourism in her community, but also tourism is a double-edged sword. I think we can all admit that. It's got a lot of benefits, but it also has a lot of challenges that it brings to a community. So when I started talking to her about this concept, she was really interested from a local community development point of view as well. Hey, if we can actually understand who the traveler is and what they want, can we connect them to local businesses? Can we actually help them have a more local experience where they are giving back and participating in the community rather than just coming, having their fun, and then leaving and not really getting the best of what Mont Tremblant has to offer.
Yeah.
So that's how I wound up in Mont Tremblant, and our CTO, Bob, and all of the other people that have joined have all had that same experience in different ways. Bob and Jasmine worked together at Scandinave Spa.
Yep.
Largest wellness hydrotherapy spa in Canada.
Yep.
Also incredible experience.
So I'm a huge fan. My wife and I have been to Scandinave in Collingwood several times. It's kind of our go-to place. I know it's in Tremblant as well.
Yeah.
And I'm really keen to go there because it's obviously that much more beautiful location.
Yeah.
The scenery is spectacular there. But I'm following along. I know this well.
And from his point of view, he's looking at you and he's saying, I have a hard time understanding what Dan's interests are, guest preferences, how many times he's been to the Scandinave. Can I potentially know that he's interested in coming to Scandinave Mont Tremblant? How do I speak to my marketing, my sales teams? How do I really understand what Dan loves, Dan cares about? How likely is he to come back or come visit another location? And how can I reach him? And he looked at what we were doing and he said, this is a really interesting problem because I didn't have any of these tools that I needed when I was running Scandinave to be able to do that. And we've now started talking to tour operators. We started talking to VIP hospitality providers. When I was working music festivals, we had 80 to 100,000 people per day coming through our shows. And it's really hard to create a personalized guest experience at that scale. But in our VIP area where we had tens of thousands, or in our VVIP area where we had hundreds of people, we are able to offer a much more personalized guest experience to those kind of clientele who are really looking for an incredible, unforgettable experience. And I think that's the holy grail of hospitality, right? How do we offer that incredible, joyful, perfect experience to every guest?
Totally.
That's what we want to do.
That's really interesting. And obviously now you're here at Phocuswright. You've made the trip to your very first Phocuswright conference in San Diego. You had no problem getting across the border, obviously, because you're American.
Not this time.
Yeah. So tell us what brought you. I know a good friend of ours that has recommended you be here.
Yeah.
But tell us what you were hoping to get out of Phocuswright, and some of the highlights of being here so far.
Shout out Christian Walters at Intrepid Travel. He's the one that said you have to be there. He also introduced us, and shout out Christian for introducing us because I've been listening to your podcast for a long time.
Oh, that's amazing!
Long time listener, first time caller, and it's
you're the first person that's actually you're the first person that said that.
No way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you claimed it first. There you go, Evan.
That is going to be quoted to me, right? No, it's just been incredible to meet Christian in person. I've been in this industry for about 6-7 years, of which 5 were during a pandemic and climbing out of it and starting to rebuild in-person experiences. And that's what this conference does. I was part of the startup program on the first day. It's incredible, reconnecting with some of the investors we've been talking to that we've known for several years, talking to other founders who have it's really inspiring Phocuswright is doing something that I think is on another level, really connecting that ecosystem of travel, tech, hospitality, tourism all together. It's been great.
No, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear you're part of the startup program. It's one of the things I think is a huge benefit that Phocuswright introduced that to bring startups into the ecosystem so you can connect with a lot of larger established brands. And I was on the other side of that for a long time, meaning I was here looking to connect with startups.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, so I've always loved that aspect of Phocuswright. What have been some of the standout highlights so far? Obviously, we're having this conversation at the end of day 2, so you've had 2 full days, 1 more to go. What are some of the other things that you either didn't expect or sessions that maybe did you attend some interesting sessions? What are some of the other, I guess, benefits or takeaways for you?
Am I allowed to curse on this podcast?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I just have to ask.
That's you're going to make it X-rated now. It's going to become explicit, but maybe we'll get more views.
We can fix that in post, right?
Yeah.
No, somebody said this is an asshole-free conference. Everybody's just so nice, willing to talk, willing to help, and that's really been the experience that I've had. Every session I've been to, startup program to lobby bar to just walking around, everybody's just been genuinely nice to talk and really curious about what you're building. AI has, opened up a lot of opportunities, big question marks, and so I think everybody's here to learn from each other and support each other, and that's what I've been really just impressed about this conference.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I've never heard that expression before about it. It makes sense. I believe it to be true. And when we had Lorraine on this episode that our guests would have listened to, she highlighted how, Philip Wolf really wanted to make this an extended part of his family. And the environment here is very warm and welcoming. And I agree with you. There's not an attitude or edge here or ego. So I couldn't agree more with that statement. But I think it's one of the many benefits of being at a conference like this. But you obviously are going to have 1 more day tomorrow, and then you're going to start sprinting in 2026. So tell us a little bit more what's in store for you after Phocuswright.
We are very deep into hospitality now, so we're 170 hotels, 45 countries. I mentioned before we're expanding into all different verticals, but we really see hospitality as not just the industry itself, but the relationship between a guest and a host. And anywhere where there's a host and anywhere there's a guest, we want to be able to help them make that experience more joyful, easier, simpler. And that's where we see our technology going. That's what we're building for. I'm very fortunate to have been in everything from sustainable tourism to hospitality, music festivals, live events. And everybody that we've talked to is just so excited about the opportunity that their team, especially those who are on the front line, especially those who are guiding, especially those who are concierging, providing that really high-touch experience, that one-on-one, what we really travel for, to build that relationship with strangers and to feel taken care of. That's what everybody's been so excited about. It obviously presents a lot of challenges for our product and development team. They're like, well, how are we shaping it for tour operators versus VIP hospitality providers versus hotels? But we are firm believers that we stay close to our customers, and that's what we want to continue to do in 2026. Just really deeply be empathetic to what their problems are, how we can make their lives easier, building partnerships in this industry, making sure that we can connect to as many systems, that we can feed into their systems. Everybody's really trying to figure this out. We know we have really unique advantages, but there's a lot of wonderful companies out there that we've been talking to. Some we've integrated with already, some we want to integrate with, and we know that this is all about partnerships. It's about sharing. It's just why we travel, bringing that into business. If we can take a little piece of that and make sure that when we do these partnerships, we're bringing that same philosophy, I think, this is going to be an exciting year in 2026.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Obviously, we'll have you back for our AI Summit, which you can attend in person when we do that later this year in 2026. And obviously, even if we do another virtual one before, we'll have you in to do a demo for sure.
Appreciate it.
I want to make sure that all the listeners here from this event spotlight from Phocuswright can find out more about you. So Evan Zhang, who it's a silent T, so Evan, E-V-A-N. I want to make sure you can find him on LinkedIn. And then it's T-Z, not Z, because we're T-Z-E-N-G. I guess you can go either way. And then it's Hospitalities.AI is your main website.
That's right.
Any other points of connectivity that you want our listeners to know as far as how they can best reach out to you or connect with the team?
Yeah, it's an incredible time to be in this space. It's an incredible time to be building these products. We're all about AI personalization. That's what we want to give the power for every guest. That's why we call ourselves Hospitalities, because it's about the infinitely personalized hospitality that we can offer every combination of host and guest. So if that rings a bell for you, if that's exciting, if that's a problem that you're trying to solve, please get in contact with us.
That's awesome. Great to meet you, Evan. I'm glad you're here.
Thank
and
you.
I look forward to keeping in touch.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I now have the privilege to speak to the founder and CEO of Travelier, Noam. Noam, welcome to Travel Trends. It's great to have you on the podcast.
Hey, great to be here finally.
Absolutely, because we missed the chance last year. We were like so close. So I know you've been to the conference before.
I keep trying to be here, and now I'm finally here.
Oh, it's awesome. And we're having this conversation at the end of the first day, which has been a really exciting time at Phocuswright. But tell everybody who you are and what you do.
Right, so Travelier is basically a ground and sea transportation booking platform. So we're like Booking.com for buses, ferries, rail, everything that's basically long distance.
Yeah.
So that's a market that is still 75% offline. A hugely fragmented market with operators that don't know how to sell online. So we basically aggregate all their inventory and we sell them online through our different OTAs.
And now, where are you based? Where did you travel from for this?
So we're based in Tel Aviv, but we also have offices in Bangkok and in Buenos Aires and Sao Paulo in Latin America. We focused mostly on Asia and Latin America, so these are the kind of hard markets that actually need to go online and get aggregated.
Yeah.
And these are our markets.
And how long have you guys been around for?
I guess 8 years now, 7.5, 8 years. So we started in 2018.
Yeah.
I was traveling in the Philippines. And I was trying to get around a few very famous tourist destinations. And the only way to get there is just to go to the bus station or the ferry pier or whatever it is, and you buy the bus ticket, and then you come back the next day because there's never a place on the same day.
Yeah.
And at that time, you already book your hotel on Booking. Even if it's like a village with 3 houses, it's on Booking.
Yeah.
And definitely the flights, but you couldn't book the bus ticket. So I came back to Israel. And I thought that's interesting, and I'm unemployed, so let maybe I could do something about it.
Yeah.
And I started a very small website on top of Wix that sold just tickets in the Philippines, in Manila. And I had a travel agent that used to run to the bus station every day and buy the tickets, take a photo of them, whatever I had booked that day, and send it to the customers. And somehow people paid for that, and I figured that I realized at some point it's a huge market, and it's usually offline for a lot of reasons, and it's a big opportunity.
Totally. And had you been in travel before, or this was your first foray into the travel industry?
So actually, I used to manage a camping store. So
travel adjacent. Yes.
Yeah. So I had a camping store that I used to manage, and then I graduated from college and I started a different startup, like a mobile advertising company.
Yeah.
Which did all right, but then stopped doing all right. And then
I like that expression.
And then I did well, and then we
didn't do well.
And then we didn't do well, and then I got married, and I didn't have a.
You did well there. Good. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no job. Let's get married.
Yeah.
And
she took you anyway. Yeah.
Smart decision.
Yeah.
and then I was looking for my next gig, and then I tried that thing with a travel agent in the Philippines, and now we're like a 600 people company with offices in five 3 continents.
Yeah, well, I
5.
was going to ask you the scale of the business now. I didn't realize you were at 600 employees. Where are you guys in terms of, depending on what you can share, in terms of revenue and also investment? Where are you guys on that?
That's published. We've raised 102 million, something like that. We sell roughly, I guess, 18 million tickets a year, customers a year.
Yep.
So we're at the hundreds of millions in terms of scale.
Incredible.
And we keep growing.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So now I know all the reasons why you're here at Phocuswright, or back at Phocuswright again. But tell us, obviously, we're having this conversation. It's end of November 2025, and this has been quite a year. So tell us what brings you back this year and what some of the highlights are from day one being here.
Well, the people, of course.
For sure, we're being on the podcast. Finally getting on the podcast.
I mean,
this year, I'm going to get on the podcast.
No,
and here you go. You've accomplished on day one.
Yeah, I really like Phocuswright. I mean, it's one of my favorite conferences. The vibe is always great, and you get to actually talk to people and make relationships.
Yeah.
And that's I try to come here every time I can.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I mean, obviously, that's the huge value is the network that's here and the opportunities for meetings. But is there sessions as well? Like, when you look at the content, is that also a draw for you, or is it mainly focused on partnerships and the meetings you're going to have? But or some of it, the content the session, some of the speakers.
So I usually, to be honest, I usually don't look at the sessions too much because I find that the most of value is from meeting the people in the conference. So, but if I'm here and there's a session that I find interesting, that I go in and I listen. But I don't actually plan it according to the sessions.
Got it. Yeah, no, and that's why I asked, because obviously there's many different angles or different approaches to being successful at a conference like this. But
and I've been on the sessions also a couple of times.
Yeah, you get on stage, exactly. Yeah. What does success look for you at Phocuswright this year? What are some of the things you're hoping to walk away from this conference with?
So I have made a few interesting connections today. I think some business relationships that can develop into something definitely would be useful.
Yeah.
That's my focus
for sure. And then 2026, what's ahead for you guys? What are the big developments? Obviously, you're continuing to expand globally, new partnerships.
Yeah, so we're expanding into a few other geographies next year. We're also expanding into different, demand markets. So we sell to tourists in certain regions. We also want to sell to domestic travelers in these regions. I think our core product, still has lots of growth to do, and that's where we focus next year.
And so just to break that down, I'm curious for our listeners, especially because I want to make sure that people know how to reach out to you if they want to collaborate or work with you. But in terms of the types of verticals you're working in and like where you're looking to expand, is it more geographic areas or are you looking to expand to different categories?
Yeah, so we work in Asia and we work in Latin America, so we expand to new countries. But actually, one of the things that we did launch this year and we're going to scale next year is our B2B offering, right? So it took us a while, but we were able to consolidate 19,000 bus, ferry, rail operators that we work with into one single API that we can now serve to partners, right? So we started actually working on a B2B angle, and that's something that could be interesting for anybody that's listening and might be looking to add more ancillary product that actually do the connected trip that everybody is trying to do. So what we kind of like to say that if you want to connect the trip, you actually need to get people between the different parts of the trip, which is what we do.
Yeah. Well, I know we're also planning to do a separate standalone episode. I'm looking forward to having the chance. Obviously, our listeners are meeting you now finally on an event spotlight episode from Phocuswright. But what are some of the things that you would like to discuss when we have that conversation about the company, the future, and like what your overall plans are? Because I asked you about 2026, but clearly, given the investment, the size of the team, you guys have a very bright future. So
I think part of the things that we're trying to put in the spotlight is really ground and sea transportation as a main vertical. Because when you talk about travel industry in general, usually people talk about hotels, flights, activities is now on the rise, right? But the ground and sea transportation vertical is $198 billion vertical. It's bigger than cruise. It's bigger than car rental. But it's not in anyone's focus. And what we are trying to do is really bring that into the center stage, get the attention to ground and sea transportation. Also, we think that it's super important that this vertical develops as a way to distribute tourists in different locations, right? Because today there is a lot of talk about there's a lot of talk about over-tourism, right? And,
yes.
And one of the solutions for over-tourism is distributing people to different regions. But to distribute people to more interesting, let's call it second, third-tier destinations, you actually need to have a decent way to bring them there, which is what we are trying to achieve by enabling these bookings online in a much more streamlined fashion.
Fantastic. Well, I'm keen to have that conversation with you. Obviously, I'm immensely impressed with the scale of the business that you have built, and even the origin stories too. Because obviously, like a true startup, you started with a problem that you wanted to solve. Yeah. And you took that away, and you have scaled a global business. It's really exciting. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And I want to make sure that all of our listeners can reach out, get more information. So what would be the best ways to do that?
So you can either reach out to me on LinkedIn. Just make sure to write in the connection, like why you're reaching out, and then
Travel Trends Podcast.
Yeah. Then I'll approve it, or you can just email me. It's Noam at Travelier. It's not too hard to guess.
Yeah, no, that's great, and it's fantastic to meet you here. I look forward to keeping in touch, and good luck next couple days at the conference. And yeah, I'll definitely we'll be seeing you for the happy hour beer later today.
Definitely.
Awesome.
All
Thanks
right,
a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
I'm thrilled now to introduce all of our listeners to Jelani Millard, who is the co-founder of an amazing podcast called Pay Me in Plane Tickets. And I had the extreme pleasure to be invited onto the show. I loved the experience. So first of all, thank you again for that opportunity.
Thank you for coming on.
Of course, man. And so it's so great to finally meet you here at Phocuswright. So I was delighted. I was like, I was ecstatic when I saw you because I didn't know you were going to be here. And you also have an important role in the industry beyond your podcast as the head of growth at Maya.
Yeah.
So welcome to the event spotlight that we're hosting. But yeah, tell us a little bit more about you and those two things that you do. And for all of our listeners, tell everyone a little bit about the podcast first.
Yes. Okay. So the co-founder and the host of Pay Me in Plane Tickets. I have a great team of two people, Mike and Angela. They run the back end, so they make it kind of look nice and smooth. But basically, 4 years ago, I had noticed that there was a uptick or trend of travelers who were younger and they travel indefinitely and almost spontaneously. And I was wondering, how are they doing this? How are they moving about pretty effortlessly without necessarily having the foundations that I think I kind of grew up with in financial foundations and things of that nature. So the joke was, if I can't beat them, I'll just join them and try to learn from them and try to steal their ways. And that's how Pay Me in Plane Tickets started. And so the first season of it was basically testing that thesis of understanding like how these influencers or these this new age of travel is kind of emerging, how they're actually doing it.
Yeah.
And it grew out of that to almost into the hospitality space, almost into the travel space of different kinds, right? And what I found in that first season was my thesis was wrong. The job looks beautiful and it looks easy, but the reality is it's truly a hustle. It's a grind, and it has a nice payoff, but there's a lot of sweat equity that they're throwing into this.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I just and credit to you and the team, because you guys were ahead of travel trends in this with your podcast. And it's such a pleasure I listened to a number of podcasts you had done before, including Charles Shima, who's an amazing entrepreneur, and obviously he'd been on our podcast. And so this is where, good people know good people, and you kind of make these connections. And obviously you've had some amazing people on your podcast. And so I was delighted just to be one of them. But it actually gave me a true sense of how much passion and master you have for your craft, because you are great at what you do. I mean, I still like the introduction you made people feel really at ease, which I know is something that most successful podcasters need to find a way to do. And so I was delighted to not only see you, but also know that we're going to record together, because I'm like, I don't need to tell you how to hold a microphone or, but yeah. So where are you guys at now with the podcast? And let's make sure that, obviously, we have put the episode, I'll just mention to all our listeners, on traveltrendspodcast.com under our Friends of Travel Trends. You can find the episode that Jelani and I recorded together on Pay Me in Plane Tickets. Obviously, you can find Pay Me in Plane Tickets on any of the streaming platforms.
Exactly, all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a website too, a domain, Pay Me in Plane Tickets. It has everything there. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So definitely check that out, because I'm a huge fan of the podcast and what you guys do. One point of connectivity you should mention, Jelani, too, is your background in hospitality.
Yeah.
Because that was an interesting connection. It turns out that we actually had more people in common. And then Maya obviously was one of them, because we've gotten to know Ben, the CEO of Maya. But yeah, so tell us about this opportunity with Maya. Tell us about the company and what it is you're focused on doing there.
Got you. So, look, the globe is large, but the travel community is very connected and small. So a few years ago, I started a hospitality investment firm that kind of kept the connections between a lot of different individuals, even if they weren't necessarily parallel with what I was doing, but it keeps the open conversation. So earlier this year, I had met Ben, one of the co-founders of Maya Travel.AI, which is an AI assistant, basically helping to facilitate bookings, helping the conversations for the travel sector at large, OTAs, DMCs, things of that nature, and then growing into lodging. And because I have the familiarity with the lodging sector as well with the hotel in Ghana. Ben and I just had a deep understanding in how we kind of want to broker Maya into the Americas, because currently right now Maya is dominates Europe. It's in LATAM. It has some space in India, but now we're really want to try to like reel it into the Americas right now. So that's kind of where I'm coming in and sort of bringing that interest to Americas via Maya.
Cool. And you're based in New York, right?
Based in New York,
Yeah.
New York and Dallas.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, obviously, to try and expand in the U.S., having the New York connection and the eastern seaboard of the U.S. is incredibly important. And obviously, I'm thrilled that they've brought you on, because I'm like, I already think the world of you, and I've already gotten to know quite a bit about Maya. And I was like, no way. So this is actually what brought you to Phocuswright for the first time.
Yeah, this is the first time. This is the first time I've known of Phocuswright, but this is the first time actually attending it. Yeah,
Amazing.
no, it's been an amazing experience. So meeting people like you in the flesh, proving I have legs. Meeting a lot of people who I'm like, hey, we've had some sort of connection or conversation, either virtually or at a distance, but now it's a lot more closer. And I think that's kind of the benefit, the greater benefit of this conference is kind of putting a face and a name and a touch to all these different ideas or concepts or businesses or whatever it might be that touch travel.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, that's what I'm keen to get your take on, because I love when someone has a fresh perspective of Phocuswright, given I love this conference so much. But what have been some of the other highlights so far?
So far, actually, one of the highlights I can say was the Young Leaders Summit. So we got into this breakout room that was basically hosting a lot of, I would say around 30 to 40 unique individuals who are making sort of their headway in the travel sector. And they all are each touching a certain, I don't know, probably a compound of travel that I probably never would have interacted with or even known about until that summit happened. And also, I was able to sort of add a new layer about Maya in that particular breakout room, in that particular summit. So it was interesting, and hearing all the conversations and the presentation that were going on to see there's a lot happening in the travel sector that I think is the underbelly, and it doesn't really get to show its shine, but these type of events allow a light to be shined on those particular individuals, those businesses, and even new ideas. Yeah,
I love that you mentioned about being in a round table and being able to actually voice your opinion, because that's one of the things I think is so important at a conference like this. I was on a smaller panel that was actually a great discussion. 5 of us talking about arrivals at airports and where the improvements can be made. A company called Welcome Pickups that sponsored that. We've been on our podcast before. Anyway, the point of me mentioning it was I actually really enjoyed the conversation, and so did the group that was in this small room, and people were asking questions and contributing to the conversation. I was like, that's what this is all about.
Yeah.
And so I love that you jumped right in. I should expect that's the case, man. You're a podcaster. You're like, give this man a microphone.
Everybody has to talk, share their story. That's probably the most important piece of it. Storytelling is connecting, and so that's kind of what I think. If you keep that as your base, a lot can grow from it.
Totally. And then tell us what you're hoping to get out of it ultimately. You're going to head back to New York and / Dallas after this. So but what does success look like to you for being here at the conference when you get back on that plane?
Yeah.
Is it the networking? Is the knowledge? What combination of things? What are some of the things you know you want to leave with?
Yeah, I would say networking and the knowledge. Honestly, I think that as long as there's a connection between the individuals that we're meeting here, the ideas that are kind of being fostered here, and if we can kind of take that and actually materialize it, I think that'll prove that this conference holds value.
Cool.
And it continues to hold value.
Yeah. Well, I got 2 other questions for you, Jelani, but I could talk to you for...
Yeah, I keep going too.
No, exactly. We were like, we need to do another full-on episode together. But as part of this event Spotlight, I wanted to get your take on where Pay Me in Plane Tickets is headed next year. So I want to make sure all of our listeners know, not only, obviously, we chatted a bit about it, people can check it out, but what can they expect in 2026 from Pay Me in Plane Tickets? Where are you guys at with your seasons, your content, and especially maybe there's people that want to be on your podcast too, because obviously we both get those requests, and I always want to encourage great people to reach out.
Yeah. Okay. Pay Me in Plane Tickets is evolving from strictly the podcast space or the audio delivering space. Now we're getting into the editorial space and bringing in some staff writers who want to actually turn Pay Me in Plane Tickets into the New Yorker for travel. The New Yorker, type of magazine for travel. New Yorker, so it's one of my favorite magazines to read about, things of that nature. So that's pretty much evolving. So you'll see that happen over the next 6 months. You'll see sort of that evolution slowly but surely, and also in a rightful and tasteful manner. So that's kind of what's happening on the Pay Me in Plane Ticket side.
And then, so no, that's great. I wanted to ask that because my hope was, because it is such a great podcast and a great brand. I said that to you on our recording. I'm like, I just love, there's certain names in marketing that you're just like, yes, like that, like it's memorable. And ultimately that's the key thing in marketing. And so I'm glad to hear that it's going to continue to grow and evolve. But obviously you've got this important role with Maya as well. And so the head of growth, I mean, that obviously, there's a lot of responsibility in that role for a successful startup like that to scale globally. So tell us a little bit what your plans are ahead for Maya, and then specifically to the types of partners that might be interested to reach out to you to collaborate as you grow that business.
Got you. Basically, the next evolution of Maya Travel AI for the U.S. is to broker more deals in any shape, form, or fashion, whether that be so if you're in lodging, if you're in airlines, if you're in your OTA, if you're a DMC, or if you touch travel in any particular way, Maya can definitely help and be a solution for you.
Yeah.
And so that's really who. Basically, it's doors open. Anybody wants to come in, we're ready to talk, ready to kind of get you, see how we actually foster a decent partnership or find value between whomever is interacting with us.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, let's make sure people can find you at Maya as well as Pay Me in Plane Tickets.
Yeah.
So what would be the best way for people to reach out and connect you after this on LinkedIn or to explore opportunities with Maya?
So MayaTravel.ai is the best way to reach us. And then, of course, you have Pay Me in Plane Tickets on the domain, but you can reach out on my LinkedIn. I am a 24-hour man. I respond no matter what.
I believe it. I've seen it. The hustle is real.
The hustle is real. Yeah. It's that New Yorker lifestyle.
Totally, man. That's why I have the greatest respect for you. I just there's certain people you just meet and you're just like, you're efficient, you're effective, and it's just like, and you're a real professional. And
so with you, man. I learned from the best.
Yeah, very kind, man. But real pleasure to finally meet you in person. I certainly wish you great success at the conference and continued into 2026. And I look forward to seeing you again in New York City or somewhere else in the world.
Yeah, same with you. I'll be seeing you around, then we'll connect even deeper.
Thanks so much for joining us on this special event spotlight from the Phocuswright Conference in San Diego, November 2025. We recorded more than 25 conversations you've just heard live. Thanks for making your way right through to the end. Thanks again to Pete, Gene, and the Phocuswright team for our collaboration and partnership. We're so excited for 2026. We want to encourage everyone to join us at the Phocuswright Europe Conference in Barcelona in June, and then back in Florida again. Very excited for this in November of 2026. You can check out more information at Phocuswright.com. That's PH and WR, Phocuswright.com, to find out about all of their research and also see the amazing content the team puts together at Phocuswire. So be sure to check those both out as well. And don't forget, we do post clips and highlights on our social channels, so you can find those on YouTube, Instagram, and LinkedIn at Travel Trends Podcast. Thanks again for joining us for this special episode. We look forward to bringing you many more in 2026. Until next time, safe travels.